Futures trying to hold on to positive territory here as we head into a brand new week, coming off back-to-back negative showings for U.S. markets. All three U.S. Indexes in the red, not only on Friday, but for the week as well, for the second straight week as we come off of CPI, we come off of the Fed. We get 3 straight days to the downside going into the weekend. Trying to bounce here, but markets fading out a little bit. Ton of individual names moving around once again, including some of the Chinese ADRs showing a ton of strength relative to the overall market this morning. No real significant catalyst back to the upside. In fact, there was all kinds of reports of increasing COVID cases once again throughout China, but officials saying they're not going to go back now on this zero COVID policy that they're loosening, obviously. Tesla shares back to the upside this morning as well, off the highs significantly here as well in the pre-market on this poll from Elon. 57% of people responding, suggesting that he should quit as CEO of Twitter, maybe unsurprisingly. Monday, December 19th, 2022, TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, still positive for now, but we're getting close here. 0.11 for the S&P 500, 0.13 for the Dow, the NASDAQ, 0.2 back to the upside, trying to lead anyways as far as tech stocks are concerned. Positive for oil once again, coming off of a nice move on Friday, back to the upside. Negativity, bottom end of the board there. Bitcoin and Ethereum back in the red, but only just to start as we head into the final week here for the market before the Christmas break. Good morning, guys. Shawn back in the seat this morning. It's going to be an interesting morning here as we head towards the end of the year, guys. Major data behind us, but we do get a few more economic releases coming up this week. And hey, the parade of Fed officials will continue as of today as well.
Oh, yay. The parade of Fed officials. Look, I'm in a pretty good mood because any time that the New England Patriots embarrass themselves, I'm a happy camper. It was a pretty wild weekend. If you were following sports, something called the World Cup had maybe the best final that has ever happened. I want to say it's the most exciting soccer match I've ever watched. And yeah, the Patriots suck. Elon, look, will he step down from Twitter? Ultimately, we don't know, but what we do know is that Tesla's going to move around every time we get headlines like this. And if you remember from Friday, this bounced off 150 several times. Looks like we have a decent chance to retest that one here at some point today, because that gap up, well, half of it's already been filled. So Twitter was up 5% when I woke up this morning, or at least when I left the house this morning, and it's halfway back to that 150 level. I think we're going to get a chance at some point this week to be able to test that out. Lots in play today. A bit disappointing to see that AMC's not really moving that much yet, but I heard Avatar was not so bad after all, Shawn.
No. Was it supposed to be bad? Not so bad.
Well, so I'm probably like on the fence with the first movie. Like, it was an incredible experience, but I felt like the movie itself was kind of like, really, it doesn't really hold up that well. And like, where are they going to go in the second one?
The movie's just been done so many times. I mean, it's like, you know.
Dances with Wolves.
Yeah, like someone takes over a piece of land that's not theirs. But no, I mean, it's the cinematic experience, like you were saying. I mean, I didn't see Top Gun 2, which would have been great in theaters, but I did see this one, and it's absolutely fantastic. So yeah, look, glad to be back, man. Sticky note, I'm just working on, well, it's done. I'm just putting it up. So that should be a lot of fun. Tesla's the #1 name on here. Let's look at that 150 level. I mean, that came into play huge on Friday. Let's see if it comes again. We bounced off 150 Friday, never broke it until the aftermarket. So hey, look, we're here ready to rock and roll. Microsoft's near that 250. I'm pretty jacked up about it. Amazon's at $90 is what I want to look to see shorting for that name. There's a couple names on here that are going to be good to trade. The ADRs you mentioned, a little bit there, Brendo as well. So yeah, we're ready to rock and roll. It's going to be a good one here as we head into possibly a slow week, but it should be still fine. I mean, lots of names to trade. As long as Tesla's moving around, we're good. Meta with some news today too. So yeah, it's going to be a fun one. Thanks for joining us once again here. Today's Sticky Note up very, very soon.
Randy with the early coffee refill. Shout out to Randy already. First segment of the show, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader. Thousands of traders are finding an edge with backtesting No, that is the wrong one. Let's go to this one, where traders can get a funded trading account of up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TraderTV, TTV. Use TTV at checkout. Get yourself 10% off, because why not? SI, 2.3% here to the downside on pretty light volume. There was a class action lawsuit I saw that was over the weekend that came out in relation to what was happening between FTX and Silvergate. So we can have a look at some of the crypto names to the downside a little bit this morning. This was the major headline of the day, though, obviously pointing to this Elon poll that came out late on Sunday, asking if he should resign as chief twit. To which 57.5% as of the writing of this, or about 17.5 million, 57% of about 17.5 million, saying yes, in fact, he should. Is there other plans at work here already, is the big question.
Well, look, the way I look at it is he probably already has, he said he wasn't going to do this forever. So there's some kind of a plan which is formulating. Sorry, guys, I'm just looking at AMC here because it was like they raised $162 million through preferred equity unit sales here. Just moving around a little bit. It might bounce off that $5 level. So that's why I had the chart up there for AMC. Always like multitasking here in the morning. But look, he had a plan. He wasn't going to do this forever. I think we all understand that. So, you know, there was always going to be some kind of a timeline as to when he stepped back from this. Maybe he's using the poll as something to jumpstart it, but I don't necessarily know that there's going to be a quick resolution to all of it unless he's tweeted about something in the last few minutes here. So I would suspect that you're just going to get a lot of back and forth, and eventually he's going to stop doing it. He's going to step back, and whether or not Tesla shares get a bit of a bump because people think he's back to focusing on Tesla, I can't say. A lot. You had him selling. You had the distraction that are going to get blamed, I think, to a certain degree for what's been happening in the stock price. But truth be told, it was also a valuation story as well, why it's been coming back. So I don't think it's necessarily obvious that it gets more than just like a cursory bounce whenever, if he steps down, if Elon decides to step down. I'm pretty sure that day you're going to see a bounce. But until it happens, I think we just sort of trade off the levels here. On Friday, I think it would have been the crowdest trade ever if that 150 had broken, and I think pretty much everybody was staring at the same thing, looking for a big level break. And then there were a bunch of other ones, except for the 150 on Tesla, which, like I said, I think we get a shot at that this week.
Oh yeah, this week. Yeah, no, I think we're breaking it today. I think we're going to hit that 150 level today. I mean, I don't know why it didn't break on Friday. I don't see why we don't break it today.
You had a theory.
What was it?
It was because it was options expiration.
Yeah,
so
that would make sense.
150 was like the #1 like volume option. I mean, that's not really saying much. It's pretty obvious.
It's there, yeah. I mean, it closed at 150. So like 150.14. Now you're up a couple bucks here, and again, you know, it's just been getting killed. So it's no matter what you think about Tesla, the company, this is nothing really about them. We don't have it. Obviously, we miss it from that split right here. But you know, it's just been pretty. I mean, if I can even show the chart to you, it's not a great chart for us. But 220, 230, all the way down here to 150. It's been pretty well documented, you know, the downfall here of Tesla as we look at Twitter and we try to figure out what Elon Musk is going to be doing here. Did he have to sell? Yes, we talked about that last week, selling over $3 billion worth of Tesla stock to raise some funds. So, you know, I think we take 150 out, and I think it just continues to go to the downside, whether or not it's temporary or not. I mean, we always talked about, let's just go back to the weekly chart of Tesla. We're right at that level. You know, we've had numerous people on our show, and we've talked about, you know, where is Tesla going to finally find some support? What are we looking at for TSLA, right? And if you just go all the way back now, I wonder about that 150 mark that we had all the way back here in October of 2020. So, you know, you're coming right into this support level here. After that, I mean, then it's 100, and then it's, you know, a destruction to the downside from that spot. So we're not even too far away from, I mean, we're far away from its all-time high of 400, but, you know, there are other tech names that, of course, continue to slide. It wouldn't be surprising if Tesla does that, but I do expect some kind of a support down here. I mean, that's 150 140, 150, 137. I mean, it just continues to move down. So I feel like we want to test that area. Anybody that's looking at Tesla, probably the same thing. You're now below the 200 period, which is right here, which is up at 180. That's been below for a while. That's not a good sign. So I'd love to pump the tires of Tesla, to be honest with you, but it's like, I think you're going to get that 150 break today, and then after that, we'll see what this support does. So 150, I'm looking at it for Tesla. I like it. Just going to take a couple minutes to figure out what to do here. I'm not a buyer yet of this name.
Just reading through this AMC note, there's a couple things that just came out there, including that 162.4 million in preferred share sales. But there was also this. So they acquired 13 screens from former ARC-like cinemas, located in the hub on Causeway, apparently, so whatever that means. And then up here, they expect liquidity as of December 31st, the end of the year, to be between 725 and 825 million for AMC. So yeah, moved down initially on the share sales, and then back to 525. This is obviously the big story. If I move this over, from the weekend, 134 million in its debut versus 175 million for Avatar. Shawn, give us your review.
I mean, I think you get your money's worth when you go there. I mean, we did the D-Box, we did the, it was 3D. I mean, the kids loved it. I mean, I don't know. I haven't been, the last time I was at a movie premiere, it was, I don't know, 40 years ago or something. But, you know, everyone's clapping at the end of
40
it.
years.
Nah, I don't know. No, I'm just thinking, I don't know. I can't remember the last time I was actually at like an opening weekend.
Night?
I mean, there probably was a few examples, obviously. But yeah, no, I mean, there was ovations, but you get the fans that are there, right? But I thought it was a really fun movie. It was good. I would recommend taking your kids to it. Some pretty fun scenes in there. It was really interesting. I don't know. I liked it. So for me, it's a win. I think, I don't know if it gets over the bill. What does it need to get? $5 billion or something like that?
It needs to be the number 3 all time to break even.
I just don't know if people are going to the theaters. Like I was watching, what is it, HBO or something last night? That Black Adam is already on Crave. Like it's already on our
you can
sort of our free, not free, but you can already stream that.
And this is the problem.
And that was just released like 3 or 4 months ago. So I just don't know. I don't know if theaters can survive this, but this is a big movie. It was really fun to watch. I would recommend watching it to anybody that has 3 hours to kill. But the thing is, there's 2 Marvel movies coming out. They showed that. So I don't know. There was an Ant-Man and Bee-Woman or whatever the hell that's called. And then there was some other one too coming out. Oh, the one that I don't like, a new Guardians coming out as well.
Did you say Bee-Woman?
What's the Bee-Woman's name again?
Wasp.
Wasp-Woman or something. Yeah, so I was watching that. I was like, not another stupid Paul Rudd movie. But anyways, there were some good ones coming. Oh, and you know what's
Paul Rudd?
I don't know. The wife doesn't like Paul Rudd.
I love Paul Rudd. The guy's.
She hates Paul Rudd. I don't know. I'm not really sure why, but I'm going to find out why. So she was down with that. But then there's a Super Mario Illumination movie, which is pretty cool. So I don't know. That looked really fun.
They're doing another Super Mario movie?
No, but this one actually looked really good. They're like, it was a cartoon one. It was really sick graphics, things like that. So I think it should be a lot of fun, and I think theaters will survive all of this. But hey, this AMC news, obviously a little different here. We're going to see. I haven't even looked at the chart yet, so.
$5 AMC. Like that, I think pretty much. Well, now someone typed DWAC, and you guys caught me looking at another stock just there. But that $5 level, we already bounced off it this morning. You got a double bottom here in the daily chart as well, off $5. So I kind of feel like there's your line in the sand. It breaks that. Probably going to have some, I don't know, maybe momentum to the downside. I always sort of say if you're watching this, which still, like Ape is still on a collision course with, quite frankly, 0, and like nothing's really been standing in the way of it. So $5 break, sometimes this is the better short. Although I'll be watching the $5 level. I pretty much don't have anything else. I was looking for other levels to the upside on AMC that I liked, and outside of just obviously $6, there was really nothing unless it gets up to like 7 was a huge level. I don't know if we see that, given the fact that it wasn't a great box office. But double bottom $5, that's your support level. If it breaks, there could be some kind of a move to the downside. I think Ape is kind of one of those short every single pop. So if AMC starts going, I hope Ape goes as well, because that's headed to 0.
We saw some positivity throughout the middle of last week, I guess it was, mainly around travel stocks. on a number of analyst notes suggesting increased demand going into the end of the year over the holidays, and then first quarter of next year, it's going to be right back to basically pre-pandemic levels. Here's Citigroup raising Delta Airlines price target on again, travel demand increasing into the end of the year. Positive here, 0.5%, a little bit better than the overall market. We did get a pullback for most of the airlines back into some key levels on the daily chart. Should be an interesting week anyways, ahead of the holidays for some of the travel names.
Super Mario, someone said Super Mario equals Star-Lord. No, Super Mario greater than.
Oh, it's because,
Star-Lord.
hold on a second. Chris Pratt's in the movie.
What movie?
This Super Mario thing.
Is he?
Oh,
in
so
the
he's
Illumination
doing the
one?
voice. I had to
This
look
is
it
a
up.
cartoon one. He's actually,
Yeah, I had to look
actually
it up.
doing.
Jack Black, Keegan-Michael Key's in it.
See what I'm saying? Jack
Keegan-Michael.
Black.
Okay,
But the graphics look sick. Like
I'm
at the
all
end,
over
they're
this,
riding
man.
the Rainbow Road and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'll
It
watch
was
it.
like
I'll watch that.
it was like fun.
They got me.
I don't know. I'm part of that Cine Club stuff. So for $10 a month, you get one movie, one free ticket. Well, not free. It's $10 a month. Then you get 20% off concessions, and then every other movie you get is like $10 as well. A bunch of. So I told the kids that we'd go see that one anyways.
Yeah,
that
looks like good for the
That
kids.
sounds like a lot of fun.
Well,
but-
I think what
were we talking about? I don't
Airlines, Delta.
Oh, Delta.
I knew we were talking about something, but I had to look that up. It looks interesting. Delta.
It is. It's probably going to be a really crappy movie, but it's
why
Nintendo.
you gotta say that?
It's Nintendo.
Okay,
I'm going to watch
okay.
it, man. I mean, Bowser's going to be there.
You're hating on
Donkey
Paul
Kong.
Rudd. Now all of a sudden,
Yeah, I'm
this
going to
isn't
find out. I'm
gonna
going to
be
find out why. I'm going to message her right now. She definitely is not a fan.
Why don't we like?
Paul
Why
Rudd.
don't we like Paul Rudd? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Paul Rudd's funny.
Darwin's stuck on Bee-Woman. Yeah, that Bee-Woman. I never saw Ant-Man.
And the Wasp.
I don't know, man. Like, you're a little man turning into an ant. I don't know. I'm not really feeling that one. But someone. But
Isn't the actress Canadian that plays?
Paul Rudd?
No, the actress that plays the
Wasp?
She's from Lost. She's the girl from Lost. She's Canadian, right?
I don't know. There's tons of Canadians in Hollywood. I mean, what the hell?
Well, I'm just saying.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Paul Rudd was somewhat Canadian or something right there. People want to talk about COUP, though, but we'll talk about Delta.
We'll get to COUP.
Let's go with Delta. I mean, I know Boeing is going nuts.
Delta,
as well.
50-period moving average, been bouncing off. Just to get to that
People
stock
like Ant-Man, apparently. Someone
look,
likes
he's
Ant-Man.
great in Ant-Man. I thought
There we
Ant-Man
go.
was funny.
Paul Rudd is the worst. Someone agrees with me in the chat. You see who that is?
Oh, come on, Marissa. Why do you? Okay, first of all, Marissa. Why?
Man, I have to ask her why.
Marissa's Sean's wife.
She doesn't like his
why
face, I
don't
think.
you like Paul Rudd?
There
There's
we go.
nothing.
She's gonna tell
He's
us why.
funny. He's
gonna tell
charismatic.
us why.
He's been in a bunch of hilarious films.
What was wrong with this bear?
I think he does a good job in Ant-Man.
Wasn't he in Parks and Rec for a while there? I like Parks and Rec.
I've never seen Parks and Rec, believe it.
What? You've never
No,
seen
yeah,
Parks
I've
and
never
Rec?
seen it.
Paul Rudd is a cool actor, people are saying.
40-year-old virgin, man. Like
Oh, he's been in tons. I know. I mean, there's, him and Seth Rogen and all that stuff,
Yeah,
and like.
I'm just confused over where this hatred comes from. He's not funny.
He's not
Marissa
funny.
says.
That's right. That's right. You're right, my wife. He's not funny.
Okay.
But then she probably thinks I'm funny. So I don't know. That's so I don't know
Moving
why
on
I just
from
turned this into a bull. But let's go with a bull for now, because we're positive.
Oh, what are we
Weren't you
doing?
supposed to do Delta? Why don't you focus here, Neil? Like,
I'm trying.
What is going on?
I'm trying to focus.
Like
okay.
I come back and then all hell's breaking loose around here. Wanderlust?
What's
Isn't
going
that the
on
one where
around
he's playing guitar or something like that? What was that? There was Oh no, Wanderlust. Oh yeah, that's the movie where they're all
No,
in.
yeah, it's a different one.
Yeah, they're like in a forest or something, and they're smoking a lot of
Yeah.
drugs or something like that.
Yeah, because that's what they do.
Yeah. Rudd is funny. Okay.
What are we supposed to be talking about?
You're supposed to be doing Delta. Like I'm just here because I'm here. Like you're the one supposed to be actually
They
talking
won't
about
put it
stocks.
on my chart. At this point, Lucas is like, we're not going to the chart. Don't worry about it, Neil. We can talk. Well, okay,
Lucas,
there
you
we
good
go.
over there or what?
So Delta, because I think that's what we're talking about. I think we had this long at $33 off of VWAP, or not VWAP, off the 50 period on the daily. Now I can't even keep it together. So it's bouncing off this level. If it breaks channel down, 32.5. I got my alert set. I've had it since last week. But yeah, we're along this one. It gave you like 30 to 50 cents off there. Kind of briefly broke, made a fresh low, and it's back above. So I think respect the 50 period at moving average there. You threw out Boeing. Just load up. You threw out Boeing a second ago is maybe a little bit more interesting. And look, I like the support on Delta. There we go. Boeing's a gorgeous looking daily chart. What I would have some concern of though is kind of what happened up at the top here at 190. Like it got to essentially like the big short on Boeing kind of when it rolled over every single chance off the 50 period, but it just wick topped 190 and it feels like it could be trending back to the downside after that high. So I'll be watching out for that 180 as a support level. We're kind of right in the middle, 185 right now. So if we get any kind of a down day, 180 on Boeing looks pretty interesting to me. If it does pop, it's had some trouble at 190. But that delta could come into play really quickly though on the 50 period.
Yeah, I'm still looking at $8 here. I mean, CCL, just another name coming through. Let's just check out the imbalance locator quickly. CCL is generally on here. It's not today. There's nothing on here today. There's just Kazoo on here.
I don't know if that's what it is.
And then, I don't know what it is, Sizu. We'll find out about that. And I don't see Max R. There was news about that. All right, so there's absolutely nothing on here that's even worth trading. I mean, Snapchat has a small little sell for 70,000. These are market on open trades, but it's only 850 right now. So these will get filled out as the market opens up here or gets closer to opening, but nothing on there right now. So I don't know, CCL continues to be one of those, let me zoom back out here, continues to be one of those stocks that just, you're waiting for dips or rips. I mean, this $11 is a great short. That's not going to be coming in yet. Very light volume, 193,000 shares. But again, like some of these bottoms, like you're breaking out back down through 850. It's just been sort of, like I said, any sort of pop up, it's really been faded almost every single day and closing the days near their lows, right? So now you get a nice little fade upside there again. Actually, on Friday, we bumped up a little bit to that 850 mark. Now you're above 850. I just think we break that 850 and its downside. You got to go all the way back here to November before we see this 850 before. So we're now underneath here. So if the market can't hold, I like CCL just to continue its downside move and then hold this top of 850. So, you're breaking through it right now. It had a nice little move to the upside, like I was just saying there on Friday, into the close. I mean, it's not that nice, but at that bottom of 835 into 850, stop, and now I think we drop again. So I look for this to break here. 835 breaking downside on CCL, especially if this market can't hold, which it doesn't look like it's going to. I think CCL on the downside is a name that I'm going to be looking at if we're talking travel.
Moderna, I saw a few people mentioning early on this morning. Here's Jeffries with a positive note on Moderna going to buy after what happened last week. Remember, 2-3 days in a row. I'm missing a day or two here on my chart. Just excuse the daily chart. But anyways, we're up 2.6% on Moderna again today. If you remember last week, they had the positive results from that cancer vaccine for melanoma.
Yeah, this thing was crazy hot fire.
It was redonkulous last week. And the crazy thing is the one day that I didn't trade it was on Friday. Like, we had a lot of things that we were shorting on Friday, obviously, but this one got away from me. That 208, if we see it again, I mean, that's more or less the price that worked. The two times that I had the shorts on this was 208 on Thursday, and then I think it was on Tuesday, the 208 top. So if we get up there, there's a lot of resistance up there. Maybe give it to like 210. And then just look at this one. It's about 190 down here, Friday's bottom, but it got down there as well going back into last week. And I want to say it was one of the pioneers of mRNA technology, came out and basically said, and kind of pumped the brakes on how effective the cancer treatments would be. So yes, definitely positive news for them, and being able to have more applications toward other than just COVID, the COVID vaccine for their technology is a good thing. But I think what they were sort of getting at is, okay, it's great for treating people who have their tumors already removed, but like it doesn't really do a heck of a lot for any large tumors that would still be in place potentially. So I think there's going to be a little bit of sideways action, and as long as it's in this range, I kind of like that 08 to 10 for the short, and it broke out from 189, so when it gets down toward that 190 level, I really don't mind looking to buy a little bit of a dip if it can hold that level one more time. I'm just needing it to trade at the periphery. I don't want to touch it in the middle.
Yeah, it's a good trade. They're breaking through 190s, probably, like Neil just saying, probably a good support there. What's up? Yeah, I missed you guys on Friday as well. Obviously, it's nice to be back here this week, and then Arun's in New York, I think he was saying this week.
Yes, he is.
AMC has agreed to acquire ArcLight Cinemas. Okay, we talked about that a little bit just to see some new news there. I was still on CCL looking around for some other things to do. Moderna, I mean, we were looking at Pfizer as well. You can look at both names, but it's more about the mRNA technology, so it's not COVID related or anything like that right now for Moderna talk. So I don't expect too much to happen from Pfizer. Pfizer had to get BioNTech involved to get that COVID going, and now Pfizer Pfizer just kind of drifting down to the downside right now. That's a 20-minute chart, 55 bucks down to 50. You're always going to look at 50 as a possible area to buy just because of a nice, rounded number there. 50 bucks is just above the 50 period. So I think Pfizer's going to be a good play here. Nice move up. Now it's just pulling back. Watch out for Pfizer to pull back into this $50 area, and more importantly, the 50 period moving average. So I think Pfizer gets bought at some point by traders. The biotech, Moderna's of course an NQ, Eli Lilly, Merc, Glasgow, GSK, right? We saw these names just super hot fire. Let's just go over to those quickly as Eli Lilly, AbbVie, some of these names. Eli Lilly, yeah, New York. Okay, come on, charts. Everyone's sleepy today. Charts here, some of these names still breaking highs, right? I mean, you're still off. It's 370 is the high here for Eli Lilly, but these names like Merc, Eli Lilly, I mean, look at the daily chart on the top right there. Just keeps on pumping higher. Merc, 109 right now. I mean, there wasn't a 60, 70 bucks not even too long ago, I feel like. Yeah, 85 bottoms, and yeah, there it is right there. Back into the summer, you have this 85, and then a year ago, 75, or even lower than that, now up to 110. So some of these names continue to work here. I think Moderna can work as well. I like the technology, but I leave kind of the science talk to the scientists. So we'll wait to see what happens at 190 for Moderna. Make sure you guys hit the like button, man. It should be a good day. If you hit the like button, your P&L will be green.
We'll just buy CEI apparently.
That's not 100% a true statement, what I said there. But, if you do hit the like...
Disclaimer.
Where's the disclaimer? Okay, 8 Ball. If our viewers hit the like button, what will happen to their P&Ls? Will they be green if they hit the like button?
There you go.
Our viewers' P&Ls? Because I'd show it to you, but...
We need a new one, man.
Uh-oh. What does that say?
My sources say no. Uh-oh. Yeah.
Ouch.
Well, that backfired.
That backfired.
That's what happens when you're live. We seriously need a new one. Like, this one is... You can
all right, calling Arun. I need to go back on vacation. I'm calling Arun. No, so... Anyways, you know what? Thing about it is, man, the 8 Ball's never right. So it's actually...
I can't remember the last time it was right. Every time we try to predict the market with the 8 Ball,
I'm unhitting the like
wrong.
button right now because I gotta have a green P&L.
Next time, rig it. You gotta... Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to be honest. That's why I had to show you.
Yeah,
I mean, unfortunately, I could have lied and been like, oh, man, this is 100%, But I don't want to lie and pump things up and then get the SEC coming after us. Right, Brendan? Who would ever do that?
Who does that?
Back to Brendan.
I feel like that's been a thing of late, but what do we know? Here's some analyst moves for you this morning to kick things off. A few notable names. There's Moderna, we talked about already. ENPH and SEDG, both getting positive notes from analysts this morning. So clean energy names could be worth a watch today. There's Tesla, downside from Oppenheimer. We'll talk about that coming up as well.
Yeah, Enphase is
just crazy.
It's a good looking. You know what? Actually, I didn't realize it was back. It was all the way back to 300 on Friday.
It's not moving that much.
No, not really. But it had just broken, or at least attempted to break out 330. I kind of remember when it was up there. Yeah, it's all the way back to $300. That bounced off 300 on Friday. So there were so many. Well, I mean, it was an options expiration day, so I guess it makes a heck of a lot of sense that monster levels got tested and then you rebounded off of them. But Enphase, if that doesn't hold 300, it's got some room to the 50 period moving average, I should say, down here about $10. Maybe it should be on the radar. We just talked Moderna. You saw them with the upgrade. Obviously, great week for them. And because we're probably not going to talk about it in any other context, I don't think it's on the watch list. I will get this one out of the way. Camber Energy is making moves. If you're wondering why it's moving, because COSM did a reverse split and went absolutely nuts. And Camber's is it Camber or Camber? Camber's doing a 1-to-50 reverse split effective the 21st, which I'm pretty sure is Wednesday.
You just want to short that.
So I suppose what's happening is people are like, well, if COSM went absolutely ham, squeezing to the upside, maybe Camber will as well. I don't know any of that to be true, but this is moving. It's going to do a ton of volume. It's already done like 75 million shares, so it might actually be tradable. I got my eyeballs on like the 18 to 20 cent level up here, just in case it gets to that price. The 50 period, I'm not sure I care too much about that. And then that psychologically, maybe the 10 cent level, if it tries to come back and hold 10 or 12, even 12.50 looks pretty interesting there, just from a pure momentum standpoint. It does bear watching just because of the movement. And if you're still trading this tomorrow, understand, reverse splits are overall bearish because you're doing it to regain compliance. You're a penny stock for a reason. That said, that's what I thought about COSM. So,
I want to thank, we missed one of our members here, John Munzio. Thank you so much for a great year. He mentioned here 4 straight months. Happy holidays to you and yours. And wicked new year to you as well. And then someone said something funny here. I hope I can still find it. Oh, here it is right here. Backfire. Yeah, hold on a second. It was about me backfiring on that. Oh, I don't want to miss it. Here it is right here. JJ the blankety blank. That's called a bankman. I like that.
I like. Ooh, that's
so
good.
We're sort of, what's up to JJ the blankety blank? I'm stealing that right now.
The bank.
So anytime something backfires like so bad like that, I'm gonna say I just got bankmaned.
Like every time I shorted COSM, I got.
Yeah, or like, you know, you could say like you got SBF'd, but that doesn't sound right, right?
Bankman is way better.
Yeah, because you have the F at the end. This is more just like I just got bankmaned on that one. But hey, unlike getting bankmaned, we were honest. You know, like I could have bankmaned everybody else and lied about what the thing said. But we're not going to do that. A 16-month membership coming through. What's up, Maurizio? Argentina. That's hilarious because a good friend of mine and my orthodontist, like, yeah, I get a friend and family discount. That's great. But his name is also Maurizio, and he's Argentinian. And so shout out to everybody from Argentina. Like you already mentioned there, Neil. First of all, Tesla's going to the upside right here as the markets come back. What a great way to win. And then
it was amazing.
I don't know if you saw any of those drones. And a new member here. Shout out to Designer Beats. What's up, Designer Beats? Maybe we can get some new beats on the show. But anyways, I don't know if you saw. Ooh la la, I'm happy about seeing this though. But there was a, all right, well, salute.
Cheers.
All right, you don't have anything. All right, you're turning it. Randy, come on, man, don't turn that thing around, dog.
No, for the love of Randy.
Anyways, there was a drone going through Buenos Aires, which was amazing. The city streets there in Argentina, like I'm sure they would be anywhere when your team won the World Cup, was quite incredible and quite passionate. So shout out to all the passionate football fans out there, and congratulations. That was apparently. I don't watch as much. We'll have to wait till Cherif gets in.
It was It was like I've watched every World Cup final.
No, but just people were just saying soccer, like football in general.
I can't think of a match that was better. But I'm sure. Like,
I mean, how much back and forth?
I'm sure my dad will say something from the '80s because that's how he rolled. But it was unreal.
I just would have liked to see less PKs, but I mean, it added to it. The thing, like Mbappe's one in the 108th minute there or whatever.
Yeah.
It's not that they're not legit. It's just
they were legit.
It's a little more hype when the goals are like jeering.
Agreed.
You know, and then.
But Mbappe is the most dangerous player I've seen.
Oh, I don't think he's unmarkable.
He is going to have the greatest
sprinter speed.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
He has the skill of any of these top players that we know
he's
of.
Not markable.
And then on top of that, he has sprinter speed. It's like it's not fair. It's the same way LeBron is like he has so much skill, but then he's also physically more gifted than everybody else. That's Mbappe. Like you just can't stay with him. Nobody can.
And man, the guy's super young. I mean, it was just so funny because it was like
24 today. Isn't
it's like the passing.
Happy birthday,
Mbappe. Today.
I think it was today or tomorrow. I'm pretty sure he turned 24.
Happy birthday, Mbappe. Yeah, these guys.
Just lend me a few mil, bro.
The bear is going to be roasted. Yeah, that was a bad move by Randy, I feel like. But that's a Randy move, turning that guy around. All right, so I don't have no idea what we're talking about at this point anyways. But yeah, that was a fun game. Thank you so much for all the memberships coming through again. You mentioned that CEI. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to see is it shortable? Like, do we have to? No, yeah, we have to pay for shorts.
The reverse split's not till Wednesday, though.
Yeah, but I just want to go long on this thing. I mean, I think it's a short. I mean, anytime you reverse.
On Thursday, it'll be a short.
Like, do you guys have any idea? I mean, I can call this thing up on. Let me just show you here.
52-week high, I think, is $5.
No, it's not even about the 52-week high. I just want to show people, you know, I don't know if this will show the share structure on here, but there's like 5. Yeah, I mean, that float is not even right. I mean, wait till you reverse split this thing. Well, it's going to take it out. So this is going to go the other way. But 662 million shares outstanding of only a 13-cent stock. I don't even think these numbers are right. I thought it was going to be way higher than this. But anyways, we'll wait to see what's going to happen with Camber Energy. But they've done new moves like this in the past. The chart looks nightmarish. And, you know, here it is on e-signal. This is all split adjusted and everything. So, you know, I can't even really zoom. I mean, I could sort of do this and, you know, this was, you know, 25 cents back in October, 5 cents today. So, I mean, how much destruction this name has been going under, it might not even be like fathomable to most people because you know, you remember it trading up here, 3, 4, 5. Like, how could a name be $4, you know, and now it's 5 cents? You know, but like it's already been down here. This is the other thing. Like, you know, all of these charts are split adjusted. So it's not like you could say, well, down here when it was 37 cents, you know, it went 10 to 1 up here to 4. No, like this is down here, 37 cents again, 50 cents again. Let's see what happens. And then now you're down to 5 cents. So it's almost like there was a reverse split in here somewhere. But unfortunately for CEI, that is not the case. So you're down here 4, 5, 6 cents. This name is a bankrupt, but at least at the end of the day, if you're going to trade it, those of you that are looking at CEI obviously have traded a lot of these names before. That have come into reverse splits. You know, Mullen is another one of those names. I see it's up on your, it was just up on your chart there. Mullen down here, 29.30 cents. That could reverse split as well. They're going to get notice that you can't spend, what is it, 100 days under $1?
I think it's 180.
Something like that. Whatever the day is, like, you know, once it gets under there, especially the NASDAQ is going to send Mullen a delist warning or whatever, that they have to get above $1, then they're going to do that reverse split again. So I just think you trade these names for what they're worth right now, and that is a swing trade. I don't think any of these names are really investable until they get, you know, really great news behind them. Mullen might be something else because, you know,
they had news last week.
Yeah, there is continuously news coming out about Mullen. I think if you look into their share structure and really what they're doing, then you'll find out that maybe there is a possibility here for Mullen to continue its rise here from the ashes. But again, like even if you were long Mullen here at 18 cents, like it's 30 cents right now. Like, you know, you're not going to get a double up. You know how hard it is, like if you're trading real stocks to get a double up? Like
it's this thing.
This is a great stock. You know, unless you're long MDGL, which I mean, who in their mother wouldn't be right now?
Oh, I think apparently everybody.
Up 213%. Go to Neil's screen there. We have a big runner on MDGL there.
Yeah, Madrigal. I just like saying Madrigal because of Encanto. But yeah, like this one, it's actually, I don't think we put on our watch list Viking Therapeutics, which is a sympathy play for Madrigal. So these guys had positive results from a liver disease treatment trial, but that's how you get 2x, 3x, right? Like you have some kind of a drug company that gets like a phase 3 and then positive news there, and it absolutely skyrockets. But this is $1 billion, well, it was $1 billion company. I guess it's significantly higher than that now. I should actually double check before I say this. I thought it was around $1 billion market cap, but either way, it's a legitimate large size business. If you're trading that VKTX, just make sure you're watching this because VKTX kind of just went up on sympathy to their news. So if there is a pullback through 200 on MDGL, I'd be pretty, like if it breaks the channel here and actually tries to fill the gap in, I'd be very cautious about this VKTX, which is up on sympathy and already falling off pretty heavily, as a matter of fact. It's already back down to $6. This was as high as $8. So you're seeing a lot of weakness. That's what happens to a sympathy play, right? Like it doesn't have any news here that I was aware of other than following MDGL.
Expensive, obviously, for MDGL, so VKTX catching a little bit of a bid. Quickly, there's a note on Bitcoin and crypto markets. This is what Bitcoin is doing right now. To the downside on an hourly chart, coming back into the bottom end of the range there. This just came out, U.S. Senate Banking Committee chair suggesting banning cryptocurrencies. Good luck with that. Pointing to a threat to national security. So there was a downtick in Coinbase as well. I saw some of the crypto stocks popping up. That's the way European markets are shaping up so far this morning, a little more positive than U.S. futures at this point. Let's get into everything else you need to know this morning as we head towards the open, under 25 minutes to go. Grab that every single morning. We send it out before we come on at 8:30. The link to the watch list. All you need is your email address. If you missed it late Sunday, Elon posting a poll on Twitter asking whether or not he should step down as chief twit, to which 17.5+ million people responded, 57-ish% saying yes, and therefore this is what Tesla's doing right now. Back to the upside, guys.
Yeah, though it did sell off a little bit there, but then actually bouncing pretty nicely. I mean, like, more or less at the moment that Randy flipped it from a.
I mean, I literally looked right at
it. It was right. Actually, it was right when he flipped it from the bull to the bear. Suddenly, I mean,
that's why he's reversed. In IT, man. That's why
it's interesting. Like I almost feel like when this gets to 161, I need Randy to come back here and flip it the other way because 161 is the level that I'm looking at for resistance on Tesla. It was that on Friday. It was that on Thursday, and it was pretty much that on Wednesday. For 3 days in a row, it was just resisting the 161 price area. And look, it busted it a couple of times there, but that was on the way down and then bouncing on the way upside there. So I like 161. obviously 150 is that big level that we thought we were going to see this morning, and then all of a sudden you're getting a big bounce. 155, 156, maybe there's something there. Could be a scalp trade off the open at that level, but I need to be waiting until 161 to engage a short here in Tesla. And if it breaks out, okay, 170 psychological up there, and it did have a decent level previously. But my first thought is if we get to 61, I'm probably going to be a fade on Tesla.
Yeah. I just want to say someone, I think it was something Kirk. First of all, did you just talk about Bruno, first of all? I mean, we don't talk
I didn't talk about Bruno. I said Encanto, didn't I? What did I say?
Is that Bruno, though?
Shh, I didn't. You've now said Bruno. No, I
maybe
just said
more,
Bruno.
more than 3 or 4 times.
Now we're both talking about Bruno.
We can't talk about Bruno on there. That
was our number one. So on our Spotify,
yes.
Whatever, it was our number one for the year. My wife checked it because we played dinner music.
Yeah.
My daughter picks it, obviously.
Yeah, Encanto is. My daughter says to me, Shawn, Daddy, you need to get me a phone so that every time we're in your car,
get her a phone.
And she plugs. Don't worry, yeah. And she asked for something, So anyway, she goes, every time that you were in the car and I plug in my phone, like my algorithm for Apple Music and is like Taylor Swift. It's like Justin's. It's like Taylor Swift. It's like all these kind of like poppy, girly kind of music. And she's like, but Daddy, this, if you get me my own phone, then I'll bring it in the car and then I'll plug it in. And she's 8 years old. And then it will be her playlist and it's not on her algorithm. So I was like, you know what? Let me just order that phone.
It's almost as if there's a holiday coming up.
It's almost
in which
like that.
You would give your daughter something. It's amazing. I don't know.
It's amazing. I don't know what it is.
I forget what they call it though.
Like I didn't get a phone until I was like 25 years old or something, and now all of a sudden
my first cell
it's like 8 years old, and
that's
she's
not that far from the truth for me.
It was in university. I know when it was. It was probably 21, 20.
I was 23.
2021.
I think.
Okay,
maybe,
but someone just said on the chat there, I think his name was Captain Kirk or something, said, the big guy was wrong about Tesla. I guess that's me. Look, I mean, what I wrote down was 150 breaking, and that's that's a level that if 150 comes into play for Tesla, I want that short. I mean, if it gets all the way down here, I just don't think it hovers around and bounces off again. This is the easiest trade, I should have asked Neil. I don't know if him or Arun had this, but down here to 150 on Friday, the fact that it came down a couple times and bounced. I mean, this is this move right here. This bouncing at 1130 is. I mean, I'm sure Luca had. I mean, I don't want to say I'm sure he had it, but on the show it's a little different to have something. But this coming down to 150, obviously everyone's waiting for it to break. But to get this in the middle of the day, that's a long. It comes down in here, it just tanks down $10 and stops on a dime at 150. To me, I mean, you have to be long here, 150.50, 150.25. If it breaks, you get out, you lose $1. It sucks, but to me, that's what trading's all about. You take the shot, then it just keeps on bouncing off 150 all afternoon, and then maybe you don't keep taking it. I mean, at some point it gets super risky, and I understand that, but I think the first time you take it, when it comes back in, and maybe you take it again if we get back down to 150. It's just, for me, this is a trade idea. That's the whole point of the sticky note. It's not, Tesla's got to get to 150 for me to go short 150. So I wish Tesla goes up, man. I mean, the market needs Tesla to go up, I feel like. If it does, then we're here to trade it. I think actually, maybe even 160, if the market gets going here, 160 is a great short. Obviously, there's a lot of supply up here, so you got to break through 160 first for this to happen. So I think you're stuck in this $10 range. You play the bottoms and you play the tops. I mean, that's about as simple as I could say it. There ain't much else to do. Of course, as we say that the market's starting to go upside, now it's starting to come back down. Looks like we'll open up around flat. The imbalances on this won't happen until 350, that as well. 925 on the NASDAQ. So, we'll see. But to say that it's not going to take down 150, you're only $5 away. That's a couple percentage points. We could easily be red on Tesla for sure today. If that does happen, I'd like to smash 150 short. I may even go long. Like, I'd probably go long 150.50 again, something like that. Then as it comes into 150, we take it out and we reverse it into the short. So I just hope that we're able to get enough liquidity when we break through 150 at some point. I feel like we're going to test it. Whether or not it's today, tomorrow, or the next day, I still say we see a 149 number on the bid at some point here for Tesla. So that's my call. I'd rather be short than long this name right now. If we get above that 160 and can hold, then the story changes on Tesla. So for me, it's a short, and especially after we break that 150. So here we go. It's coming into it right now. I like a short in Tesla, not for a long time. Let's just see if it breaks it, finds a bottom, and then maybe we can buy this thing for our long-term portfolio.
S&P just going red here on the morning. The NASDAQ not quite, but back to basically break even. Here's Meta. Was showing a little bit of relative weakness early on this morning, lower than the rest anyways. We're in this gap right now from Thursday to Friday. Remember, this thing was super strong heading into the weekend when the market was not. So down 2% here for Meta. There was this note regarding some antitrust laws in the EU. Regulators suggesting they could impose a fine up to 10% of the company's annual global turnover if they suggest that this is actually the case for how they're operating right now in the EU.
Meta was a good long off 118 on Friday. We're now beneath that level, so I feel like you could turn into some resistance. It's about 118 quarter up here. Like, that was the bottom on Friday, and right at the open, and it just shot up. So like the 118.25 quarters, that seems like a bit of a line in the sand. I was just looking at the 113, 112 area for a bit of a dip. But the daily chart is also important because it's right at or just beneath the 50 period. And it's been essentially teetering back and forth, above, below, like one day above, one day below, one day above, potentially one day below. Here today, if we end up having some downside action. So the first thing I want to look at is play off 118.25. We'll short off that level. If it breaks, fair enough. And then if it does get all the way down to this low, there's a little bit better to see there. If it does get all the way down here to 113, that's the area that I want to try to go long on Meta. So I'll be on the bid down there, but I also like that pop and fade. If it breaks 118.25, then I know I'm wrong.
So, like, I was just seeing, it's funny, what's up, Beat Fanatic? He said, Paul Rudd never got anybody into FTX. So that's right. Yeah, so good. I guess it's right. I don't know. I'm assuming Paul Rudd didn't do that at least.
My man, Paul Rudd.
My man, Paul Rudd there. Neil, 2001 sexiest man alive. Your man, Paul Rudd.
Was he really the second? He won that award?
There you go. Yeah, apparently. So someone put that in the chat. I guess maybe he did. I don't know. Okay. So Coinbase. Look, the only reason I bring this up is like I've been sort of, disrespecting this stock for a long time. And I mean, I didn't even realize it would be this low today when I came in. I haven't looked at this or traded this in a long time. But, the fact that this is at $35 right now, I mean, it's just, even today, like if you just came in, like when we first started the show here, it was 37. So you're down another $1 right now, trying to make new lows. That low of 35 was there on Friday. We'll see if that can hold again, but Coinbase continues its downslide there. And on more news about crypto and things like that coming through here, yeah, it's going to be a rough ride for them for sure. There's 117 coming in. It's going to break on Meta. I didn't write down anything on Meta. I cannot believe, I can believe it, but like a huge move down to 113, then all the way back up. This was on antitrust, and then now today more antitrust issues coming through. So you're going to have to wait. And then plus that note just came out that 20% of its investments going forward into Reality Labs. That's like, come on, bro. The reason why Meta was starting to spike upside here, and I don't know why our chart's not loading past these days, so I apologize for that. Let's get that closed there. But, the reason why some of these spikes happened here on the daily chart for Meta was simply just because they had talked about some of their investments coming out of Reality Labs and possibly slowing them down a little bit now. So I still think you got to wait for this 110 to come in to see what happens with Meta. It just bounces back and forth here. Big movement down to 113 off of that last couple days. We're missing days on Meta here as well, but some big spikes back and forth. I still think we hold that 110. For me, let's just try to play some bottoms and see if it gives it to us. 114 could come into play as well. So, I mean, for right now, Meta has to be on your radar, but until you see what this market wants to do today, you know, it's going to be hard to pick up some bottoms. Let's just wait to see if it does fall. Maybe a 115 is coming into play, maybe 113, 114. But again, if you're all the way down here, then to me, I think this name also, Tesla, is also gets down to 150. If Meta falls a couple bucks, so does Tesla. So I do like this one a little bit better as far as any of the big tech names. And the one name that we won't get to because we have China Strength next is going to be Microsoft. I think Microsoft down here at 244 as well is a pretty interesting level to watch out for. So lots of big tech names, Brendo, but Meta probably leading the charge today as there's not much on Google or Alphabet or Microsoft. So yeah, Meta is going to be a good name on everyone's radar, I think.
Quickly, watch out on COSM, $32.5 million registered direct offering at the market there for COSM. So there was a big spike to the downside. Yeah, let's talk some Chinese ADRs. Can we show that quickly there, Lucas? There you go. 32.5 million ATM for COSM. Yeah, let's talk some Chinese ADRs here. There's really no additional news outside of what we learned on Friday. Remember, the auditors came out and said, everything looks fine. They've had access to everything they need and have passed to this point. So a lot of these positive this morning. Alibaba seems to be holding up better than the rest.
It's up 3% on BABA. If it was at 95, it would be sort of obvious what to do with this. Like this, if you look at the 15-minute chart, BABA's been all over the place, but it's actually starting to show a bit of a range that it's been consolidating with, and that has 86 sitting at the bottom, 85, 86, I suppose, sitting at the bottom, and then that 95 top has been about as good as it gets for resistance. Just so many names that are right in the middle. It does give a potential trade off the 90 area here, so I think that bears watching. The other name that I think you want to pay attention to maybe is NIO. It doesn't seem like much on the 15, but when you pull up the daily, it has just been riding the 50 period for the last week on NIO, but actually sort of gravitating toward the downside. So it's been grinding lower while riding the 50 period moving average. Any sharp move beneath that and close below, and you could break this, and then suddenly there's downward momentum to 10. So I look at the 50 on the daily. It's about where it's sitting now. In fact, it's about 10. I think it's like 1165, 1170, where it's sitting right now. So it would need to firmly break this low. I think I'm likely to take an 1150 breakdown just because it's that 50 period. The day that it breaks and continues to the downside, I think it's going to be a big one for NIO. So I'm willing to give up, like, take a break trade there. If you lose 10, 15 cents on the break, I think it's worth it because an 1150 could easily get down to quarters and then 11, if not further than that. But this one stands out because of that 50 period on the daily. It's support till it's not, but it's up 1%. Most of the other Chinese ADRs that I saw were 2-3% to the upside and a little bit stronger than NIL. So I'm kind of willing to take that 1150 on the breakdown. And if I'm wrong, I get out 60s or 65s on the way back up.
Yeah, I have Alibaba here for the same kind of a trade. I just feel like, I mean, we're not going to rip. I mean, I wrote this down when the market was a little bit better than where we were right now. But you're still at 90 bucks, so I thought that the market had a chance, obviously, to stay green today. It still does have that chance as the ES is bouncing around zeros, and so is the NASDAQ. But I mean, I just think that this top support here at 94, what I wrote down on here was just, it's good news regarding the D-list, so it makes sense why, we're up here, but I just, is there enough news out here to rally some of these stocks through some of these last couple days highs? So let's wait to see if it hits 94 bucks. If it gets anywhere near this, which it can get there, then we will be short. So that's just something that I want to look at here for Alibaba, would be a short into here. If you dip down, we will be finding some support at 87. So, that could be either way, right? You dip down into 87, we take that long, or somehow you get into 93, 94. I mean, my order right now is at 93.50. That still needs $3. So I don't, we could get there off the open, probably not. Alibaba, again, trading it on the outsides here. I think an inside trade today, I still have to look to see CEI, how much it's going to cost to get that. But there's Alibaba, 100,000 shares right now to the buy side. So we said that we would look at these imbalances as we got closer. NASDAQ out in 2 minutes. So let's quickly go through some of these other names. We have AMC and Amazon. A couple of A's in the bag here, Brendo.
Here's a note from Evercore ISI this morning talking a little bit negative as to retail demand going not only through the holidays, but into next year. So with a price target cut here, it's $20, 150 from 170 for AMZN today.
Oh, trades aren't showing up, but okay, either way, like, we know 87 was a big level last week on Amazon. It did break very, very briefly. I just realized we have to pay for locates on CEI, and I remembered to do that myself. But we broke it 87 very briefly on Amazon on Friday, and then we're right back above it. So daily charts of no use there. I'll just show the channel on the 15-minute chart, and the breakdown's fair enough. If it can hold here, I'm looking at 88. Let me make sure I wrote this one down correctly here. Amazon, 89.50, and this was a bit of a double top last week, I should say. So 89.50, this is the bottom end of the channel. If we have a bit of an inside day, 87 bottom, 89.5 top, I think that can work maybe back into that 90. If it's above 90, give it up. When you look at a stock, it needs to break out of a significant like chop zone before you think it can start going. So breaking the lows, there's lots of room to run. If it clears 90, maybe it has a chance to moon up to like a 95. But I think my money's on you stay inside of that range, you short the tops, and then you go long the bottoms there. If you like it, that low was actually at 86.75 on Amazon in particular. Just going to finalize my Camber Energy shorts. Got to remember to confirm
They're
them.
free. They're basically free.
Yeah,
you have to pay for them. But
no, they're like 1/8 of a cent.
It's so stupid why we have to pay for them. But yeah, I mean, as soon as we start talking about Amazon, of course, the market now is, the ES. Well, now it's back to positive. I was going to say, you did get a nice little flush down there. It only went down about 30 cents, but right down there to the bottom of the day again because the imbalances just came out. So Mullen with a big bid here. There's Google with a sell. That's Google. So that's going to take some of these NASDAQ names down. I'm going to assume Amazon was on here as a sell, but it doesn't matter. It's less than 100,000 shares. So here's the new imbalances coming through. Like I said, Max R maybe, we saw that making some moves. Nothing else. Oh, there's Amazon. I just saw it right there. There it is. So there it is. So it is a sell. 118,000 shares to sell. So, that started to create this move down. You're seeing Amazon start to get to the downside right now. I already have my offers out at 89, but, again, like when we put those out, it was, 8 o'clock. We were at 88.50. Should have shorted it then. Would be 70 cents or so in the money, but we don't have that trade. So now we have to wait for it to pop up. I think Amazon's a short all day, every day. Until retail fixes itself. I don't, rates are still going higher. Credit cards aren't getting any more less expensive right now to pay off those bills. A lot of the shopping probably done now into the holidays. Black Friday apparently wasn't that great. These are I'm just talking about reports that we already know. So as Amazon, our daily chart looks like a mess, so I don't even know why it's there. But you can see the 20 period. We're not going to get anywhere near 95. I always think short Amazon until you break 90. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to continue with the same rhetoric here on Amazon. Bad retail environment. People don't have as much money right now. Amazon, obviously a great place to go if you're looking for value, but at the same time, this is near its 52-week low. 86 bucks, 52-week low for Amazon. So, I mean, you're going to probably break it. That's 85.87 is the mark here. 85.87 is the 52-week low for Amazon. We just had a nice little run back to 95, and then you're all the way back again. So, I mean, this name's going to continue to get beat up. Rising rates, not great. Crazy PE right now, and it's not going to get any better for Amazon. I'm still long in my own account, but here as a day trader, I got to get net short this at some point. So Amazon, I like it to the downside.
Just looking at Uber there quickly, back to the upside, it looks like not really doing much, but there was a note, New York City Uber drivers on strike after a judge blocking a pay raise, I guess, attempt from Friday. So heads up on Uber, might be a little bit negative after that comes out. What do we do with AMC here, guys? Obviously, a lot of people were looking forward to maybe a huge weekend for Avatar. Comes up a little bit short, so AMC not really doing much.
No, not really. It bounced off $5. They had it was like 125 million, I think, some sort of a not a direct offering there, but there was a spike to the downside, and it did bounce off that 5. That's the level to watch. It's a double bottom on the daily. I think if it gets through that, it's in a bit of trouble to the downside. But it's at 525 now, so I'm not really seeing a trade at the open until it gets down there. Shout out to the Playmaker. Thank you for the super chat there. Said he saw me throwing snowballs from the stands at the Bills game. I was not. However, I was actually my wife and I were talking about it, And I was like, if it was 10 years ago, Shawn and I would have been at that game. And I'm not going to say that we would be throwing snowballs out there because we don't want the Bills to get a 15-yard penalty, which is what they ended up having to say. But the Bills won, and I ran.
Did they give them a penalty for that?
They actually stopped the game for a bit and announced if more snowballs are thrown, the Bills will be assessed a penalty.
But they didn't.
But if you think about that, why wouldn't Miami fans that are there just start throwing snowballs? It's a really dumb thing.
But I think Bills fans would beat them up. If that happened.
You think that would happen?
Yeah, I think that would
happen.
They
100% would have. So with a minute to go here, minutes ago,
we're getting there.
Big cap.
Tesla.
But, this COSM now through $10 on that offering. Does it make sense? Yes, it makes sense that they raise some money. I like the shorts in front of 13. If it does a spike up and halts or does whatever, I like this 13.5 for fade. I might have to consider the $10 level as well. I did pay for shorts. At least I'm pretty sure I paid for shorts here, and that's the only direction I wanted to play this one here today.
All right, yeah, shout out to Playmaker. I mean, he didn't super chat about losing to the Jacksonville Jaguars, but it's funny, they still lost, but they wrapped up the a playoff spot anyways. So that's all that matters. Ultimately, I
know, right?
I worry about Dak in the big games.
Pick six to lose it, baby.
I've said that over and over again about Dak. But okay, anyways, I think their defense. All right, with only 10 seconds now, let's go. I got it. I'll hit the countdown right now. Yeah, I didn't even realize it as well. It's Randy on the bell. With only 5 seconds to go, it's going to be a good one here today. 4, 3, 2, and Randy 1. Let's go. All right, thank you.
You broke the mallet, man. Come on, Randy. Randy, come on,
Randy
son.
Now costing us money.
We've had that mallet since we've had
Let's
the bell.
get on some trading here. Yeah, thanks for that one, Randy. Bye-bye mallet. There, down goes the mallet for Randy now. So, all right, let's get into some trades here.
Tesla already coming down.
Yeah, of course, man. I mean, this is what we were talking about with Tesla before. I say of course, but we still need to wait for that 150 to come in. I am now short Amazon. Amazon just kept on going to the downside right there. I'm going to play it off 88. I'm going to play off 88 short right now on Amazon. If it breaks it, we can get out of this one. That's fine. But we are now short right here. Amazon into 88. We'll relook at this when it does come upside. But here we go. Amazon to the short side. You just mentioned Tesla, but not quite there yet.
Yeah, one name I forgot to mention, of course, every single day I short Intel. I don't want this to be any different. 27 was a big level. That's where we shorted it essentially on Friday. If I get the chance that I'm going to go again, but it's already popping into said downside. I just got Neo breaking down. I said I'd take that one on the break of 1150, but I don't like, sometimes this is the thing, you take a breakdown trade, if it ends up holding, you end up getting in danger, like you're short at the absolute low. So if it does come back and immediately reclaim 1160, then I do want to jump out of this one, but it's already coming in here to the downside. Meta's popping up, so that's a short for me at 111. And watch out for CEI. CEI is actually starting to go here, and that's one I did want to, I like 10 for a bit of a bounce. It looks like it only bounced off 1150, but CEI making a secondary push. 1250 looks like a good long here.
So we're back, baby. Vacation be damned right now. Amazon, 50 cents in the money to the downside. We only got one trade on, and there it is. We take out a third for 50 cents as it is continuing to go to the downside right now for Amazon. So there it is, bouncing. We'll see if it bounces off 87 or not. I told you the 52-week low is 85, 87. I think we see that today. We probably break through. We got to break through 87 first. This may be a mistake holding on to this for so long, but we'll take it. We'll go 1 for 1 right now as it goes. So nice trade there. Microsoft down to 244.15. So this is a level here where, all right, we're in it. Let's see. We wanted to see if Microsoft could hold this. I mean, again, like it's down to 244. We'll see if it can bounce. We are catching a falling sword here for sure. Too much lower than 244. We want out of Microsoft. Let's just try it. We've seen strength in this name. When it goes, it goes. So Microsoft right now, not in trouble. We're long right here right now, 5 cents in the money. But now it starts to go back up. We'll see about taking some of this out if we can get it back into the 40s. But for right now, we watch out for Amazon downside and hopefully Microsoft back up to the upside as I see you looking at COSM over there.
Yeah, COSM just spiked up to, by the way, I am long in CEI here. I like it in front of 10. I took some in front of 1250, but it's a 10-cent level that I really like. I just got into COSM because it seems like it's resisting this $10 area. I like 13 a bit better, but if I'm going to play off a 10, I'm just only looking for shorts after they did a little bit of an offering there, which I think a lot of people were anticipating. But you have to have yourself an out if you're going to be trading the stock. If it breaks $8, remember $8 was the Thursday pre-split price. $8.25 to be precise. So I think $8 is a reasonable level for this to have a bit of support.
All right, so yeah, about Microsoft. That was quick. Yeah, so Microsoft just absolutely crushed to the downside there. It basically broke through 250 there. Oh, sorry, 244. Damn. I wish 250. Damn. 244, like it didn't even matter. So a nice move to the downside there. Congratulations, anybody that had that short. We still continue on the same short that we had the whole time.
Did you get Baba?
No. Where did Baba go?
Neo's tanking.
No, I was waiting for higher.
Neo went from 1% up. It's now down 2%. It just gave me 1130. So we'll ring the register on that one as it continues to flush to said downside. That looks like it's going to be pretty ugly. Tesla's getting close to 150, by the way. So I think that's part of the reason why you're seeing Neo weakness. However, another day, and one thing is certain, if I'm short COSM, it wants to put me to the test, which is pretty much what it always does. If it breaks that channel 10, I do still like the 13 short. I'll probably take a second swing at it if I get that opportunity. Meta, I hate you, Meta. Never got into Meta. I wanted to pop and fade. Meta didn't pop. It just faded. Already down to 116 there. So kind of missed out that opportunity. But short Intel, Neo, COSM with a long, which is basically flat on CEI.
Yeah, we're going to go 1 for 2 here. Well, we're long Microsoft, but our Amazon short is really printing. I mean, this was a name that we had short. We liked this short. We tried Softy there at 244. Obviously, we got in and out there almost as fast as we got in, we got out. So there's the break. There's the in and the out on Microsoft. Is now you're down $1. So, you know, the short was definitely the play in that. I'm going to take an 86.50 or so on Amazon if we can get it, if that does come in. But we do need to look for some more names. Like you just mentioned, man, some of these Chinese names continue to get destroyed to the downside. I did tweet out a picture of me at Lucid, but this name, I mean, rather buy the card than the stock, as this is just getting killed again today, back down to new 52-week lows for Lucid anyways, near 7. So I think this is probably a long at 7. We always look to see if things can bounce off. We are right back into where we were on Friday, 720, and making lower lows here on this name. So watch out for Lucid. Looks like it's trying to break the bank. Like this was $14 in November 8th. So, I mean, this is chopped in half in a month. So Lucid continues to not be able to find a bottom, as a lot of these names. And I mean, you guys were like, remember Tesla? I mean, here's 150 still right now. I mean, still going to the downside is Tesla, guys.
The only thing I'll kick myself is that we liked Tesla on a pop, and then Tesla obviously never popped. But Alibaba is rolling over as well. It could not take out that 90 area. I just got wicked on COSM through that $10 level. By wicked, I mean this is it breaking 10, and then it's right back into the bottom end of the channel. I got to zoom in for you guys. It breaks 10, comes right back in. It looks like it is going to be heading to the downside. If I get in again another time here, I'm just going to give it to the quarters. Just give it a little bit more room. CEI is still moving. I just got to find my way into something that isn't NIO here, which is still working, but just making a double bottom here at about 1135. So if we're short off 50s, I mean, whatever, it's about 15 pennies. I'll go ahead and take another leg out if I can catch it. But that's a pretty big fall on some of these Chinese ADRs last I checked. And if you're still looking, I keep forgetting about this MDGL. This was that phase 3 study. It's still up 200%, and it's above $200. Well, it's trying to hold above $200. Bit of a wick top here. Watch out if this thing gives it up to said downside, but I'm back. Number 2.
We're back.
Short number 2 on COSM. I think I had 6 shorts on COSM. No, 3 or 4 shorts on COSM on Friday and 1 long. Already 2 shorts today.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well, that's good, though. All right, so
we'll see.
We'll see, yeah, that's the thing. We will see, man. COSM, TBD, yeah, I was going to say, on that one. Okay, so, yeah, so far so good here as we go. Tesla just bounced one more time. I have CEI, by the way. We break 14. We'll take a look at CEI as well to the upside. So that's coming out soon, very soon. Hopefully, CEI breaking 14, another trade on my mind. What's up, Brandon?
Another little one moving around here, Salerno Therapeutics, which is SLNO, up on this note, 35 million, it looks like, potentially in funding, and an additional 60 to come as well on an FDA note, positive note for them. So trying to take out pre-market highs here, 52% for SLNO.
Okay, always something going on.
Let it snow. Well, that doesn't exactly.
Is snow trading good?
But I want to go back over to AMC because that was another we're watching. It's not quite down at $5. It got to 507 here. That's pretty close. I think it's a decent chance we do see it, but I want to be ready in case it happens. I think I already I'm going to have a 502 bid, but I want to reverse any long I have in front of 5. If 5 breaks, I do want to go short that level if it takes it out. But I'm going to get on my bid right now. Just put the 3s, 2s, 3s along that line. CEI is now starting to go a little bit more. So we did grab the long, just shy of 13. I wasn't able to get any more in front of 11. I now want dips back into that 12.5. I think this one has a decent chance to really rev up and start to go here. I missed the Tesla 150 long. If it does come back, we'll probably take a second crack at it. It has yet to break that level, 150.22, and now up $2 already. That 150 has been gold every time, man. Every time it's been gold.
Yeah,
I took it 0 times on Friday. I was just waiting for the stupid thing to break 150 to go short, and all you had to do was go long.
That's what I was going to ask you if you had that on Friday. Yeah, because
everybody was waiting for the short like idiots.
And I said that's what the play probably was. People waiting for that to come through. Okay, the market's bouncing here nicely. So yeah, Amazon's back to the upside. We still want to play that short, so hopefully we don't get too burned on this move back up to the upside. But there is going to be some longs to be had. I mean, did we just bounce off 11.2 there or not? I mean, I still think you can go back into the short here on some of these plays, right? So there comes Amazon right back upside. I feel like we're getting close to a reload level right now. 87.70 would have been good enough. Let's put it up there again. If we do fall or if we do come back up, there it is right there, the 50 period. So that's 87.70. So if you're wondering where I kind of sort of get that from, that's what we're doing it right there. We haven't really looked at AMD. That's down 1% today as well. So AMD and NVIDIA seems to be leading the charge here a little bit. There's CEI. So CEI new position right now. We'll see. I don't know why I just hit fail there, but it breaks above right now. So we're going to wait to see, does this continue to go right now, CEI. So we're long 14s right now on Camber. Let's see where we go on this one, guys.
Oh, finally got something. So there we go. Allow COSM to break 10 and then fail 10. So instead of getting wicked out when it breaks 10 even, allow it to get up, fail the break, short that sucker at 10, and then already got some out there at 9. So we'll ring the register there. CEI, I don't think we went over some of the upside levels on this stock, but it broke the 50 period. Oh, I did actually say this. I think there's room to about 18 cents. 18 to 20 makes a heck of a lot of sense to me, which means even on 15, that could be worth a bit of a break. So I've added to it. I was going to add on dips. Let's add on rips here. Remember, they are reverse splitting on as of the 21st. I believe that's Wednesday, and it is going to be 50 to 1. So that's what the news catalyst. Basically, I guess it's just running because COSM did things when it reverse split. So this might as well too. Not that that makes any sense, but hey, the market doesn't have to make sense. Playing momentum until it fades. NIO got another leg out here at 11.25, so that continues to work to the downside. I want to hold on to this for 11 even. I think there's a chance that we could see that at some point today.
All right, so, I was just waiting there at 88. I don't know, kind of random here on CEI. Let's go. Again, we're long at 14 flat here right now. So, and again, you know, to take 1 penny doesn't seem like it's that much. Let's see if, I keep saying COSM, if CEI does want to make this move back down into the downside. We'll be here for that as well. I don't want to hold it too much. I mean, if I was thinking about getting something out at 15, I mean, here it comes right back into 14 again. So, looks like we will lose on this. That run only went to 15. It's not over yet, but here it comes. That's a big level break. You don't like to be long something when all of a sudden, you know, it breaks that level that you played the momentum back in. So we'll see if it comes back to 13, 12.50 something. CEI, Camber. I'm not going to get out till 11. This is an average in for me down here on Camber. We are still waiting, of course, to get some more Amazon. So hopefully that can come up to the upside right now. We're getting close to that one. Tesla's at 153 again, man. So
it's unbelievable.
Tesla keeps on going the other way as well. So what's up, Brando?
Some of these smaller Chinese names that are trying to be the leaders today. TAL, one of the online education companies, just popping up at this pre-market level once again. Remember, this thing was monstrous on Friday, basically closed out the day at the highs. So here we are back at the highs again from pre-market for TAL. There's also GOTU, which is another one of these online education companies.
Go-to, I know you, but look, I'm playing south side for these names. Meta's getting very close to the upside. That 118 level, if it does take it out, I'm sitting there in front of it. I do want a shot at this to the short side. I wanted to pop and fade. It's still in the first 15 minutes at the open here, so it's still well within the bands to try to make a run at the high, fail the top. It's actually 118.25. That is this top. So if it gets through that, I know I'm out. So sitting on the offer here on Meta, I only have shorts except for Camber. Which is crazy because 150 would have been absolutely fantastic on Tesla. But I got to go over to NIO. I did just take another leg out on NIO. Got down to 11.15, so that 11.50 break Think we're going to see $11 today. The Chinese names are rolling over pretty heavily, I suppose, with the exception of those education ones. I got another entry here at 90 on Intel, so I got 89 as an average price. I haven't taken anything out, but I feel like I'm looking a gift horse in the mouth, and I'll go ahead and get a bid in front of 26 and 75, then try to get some more out in the 60s, and then all the way down to 26 and a half. Looking for something to go long. I don't know what's, I mean, the market's coming down, so I guess I shouldn't be trying to force anything to the long side, but I'm looking for some strength somewhere.
Yeah, so I just picked up, I actually new position alert. Let's go Tesla long. I mean, I never thought we'd be saying this today, but I mean, it did hold 150 there. So let's go Tesla long and see if we can make some money on this. So there's Tesla breaking through the 50 period again, or breaking through VWAP, touching the 50 period up here at 153.50. So we are long. I'm not going to give this one too much love. If we come back to 152, we'll average back into this long, and then we'll see about a 152 break. So hopefully we do have something on board here for Tesla, and we don't have to average in too badly for this trade. But back down to 152 flat is where we'll start to dance with this to the downside. So here it is. We're long right now, 153, 152.99. I mean, that's as close to 153 obviously as I can get. So that's pretty good right there. Amazon short coming in. There goes Tesla. Let's go. Nice little $1.50 in the money right now. So the banger trades are on, baby. Right now, $1.50 in the money on Tesla, as that's starting to rip to the long side right here. So far so good on that. Where do we stop, man? 156 maybe as our first spot to get out. That's not horrible. We were looking at some longs down on the downside there, but there it is. Nice little bump up. Wow. Okay. Yeah, so far so good here. Tesla, $1. Now it's bouncing, but that was a nice move up there to 155. Watch out for 156 here maybe as a spot to get out. But wow, nice move upside there for Tesla. Now $1.50 in the money.
Basically a dollar range. It's gone back and forth, $9 to $10 over and over again, and I just didn't let it get to $9 for me to get some more shares out. Got to do it. If it's going to stay here and trade a dollar range, I'm going to take that dollar one more time. I did get AMC, so this could be a short-lived long off that $5. I got 503. I'm on the bid at 01s, obviously. Just if 5 breaks, I'm going to be out of this thing. And it's a double bottom. I'll respect it if it wants to head to the downside and head into that short wall and reverse into that short. I have not taken it yet. Intel just bounced with the market a little bit, but missed an opportunity to get some 90s. It printed up there at about 87. If it gets into the 90s, I'm just going to short more shares here on Intel. And Meta, you've got to be kidding me, Meta. It went to 117.80, and I'm sitting at 117.85. That obviously sucks. If I can get 3/4, I'll just move my offer a little bit closer, see if I can't get the next pop.
All right. Yeah, I hate when you miss it just by pennies. Like that happens.
That happened to me on, what was it? I forget, was it Adobe? Whatever it was, like Arun and I were talking about one, and I missed it by like 4 cents.
Yep.
And it was like the stock had like a $10 range, and it's like, what are you doing caring about 10 cents? When the stock has a $10 range.
It's the worst. You don't think about it. And it's like, why did I even just hold out for that last penny or whatever?
Yeah.
It was,
Cross
but you know what?
Next time.
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, we say that. We say it all the time. That comes with our experience. All right, so 155. We just touched 155 and fell down here a little bit on Tesla. So not trying to get, like I said, not trying to get too fancy with this trade, but we were long 153 right there. It's a nice upside move. I'm waiting for 156. I think if we get that, then that's fine. Whether or not Elon is quitting Tesla or Twitter or anything, I mean, this name has been in the news for a while. So, you know, I don't really want to look this gift horse in the mouth. So if it does come back up to the upside, we'll take it out $1 from here. I like that 56 area. So let's just take it out at that pre-market high. Kind of coincides with a few different levels. But I mean, that could be the break long there for Tesla as well. You know, let's cancel that. Scrap that. We're gonna see if we can't hold this a little bit higher here, as there goes Tesla now to the upside. So far so good here, but still needs work. So if it can go, it's $2 in the money right now. That's a big trade alert right there. Like I said, man, you know, this is what we're here for. See if we can't make some money on some of these plays. So Amazon's been good for us. Amazon's right back again in the money, another 50 cents as that's making moves to the downside here. AMZN, another one down here to 87.15. I'm going to take another piece out right now. Let's just, there we go. We punched out at 17. That time we crossed the spread and get a 17 fill. So So in there, out. Now we'll see if it could take even lower as there goes Tesla, right? It looks like Tesla's bouncing off that 155. So I don't, maybe we should have taken that $2 at 155. We could probably do that again if it comes back up. So it's still going to dance around. We are still looking at that 152. Remember, our 1-to-1 ratio there, we've already done that. Like we had 2-to-1. Our out's going to be around 152, but here it comes right back in. I think we'll try to respect that 155 area, take $2 on Tesla, and then see where we go from there. But right now we got Brendo.
Another one that was a monster last week, trying to get going here again. EHang, speaking of Chinese names, just went 660 up to 760 in a straight line there, 16.5% for EH.
So what's trying to go again here? By the way, AMC broke $5 very, very briefly there, got out at 97. It's right back above it. We actually have to pay for locates, so if it gets back below there, I'm going to have to pay for shorts to be able to get it. CEI is still the long that I'm holding on to. It just got right back up to the high. It's got a wick top through that 14. I added to it when it got up on the break, and there's still a chance we can see that 15, 16, 18 is going to be the target to the upside. But for now, it's really more about the shorts that I'm in, managing the positions. Obviously, we have Intel breaking the low. If it gets back down to said low of the day, that's 26.70. I'm going to get on the bid, get more shares out there. I might have missed my shot at Meta. Fair enough. It happens from time to time. You don't really get your entry point, but there was another one that we did like, and it never got there. I mean, Coinbase, I had 37 and 38 written down as my levels. It said, forget about those. We're just headed straight to 35, which is currently on the bid. That is actually... This is the bottom from Friday, 34.70, so double bottom on Coinbase. If it consolidates from here, you could see a flat bottom breakdown at 34.70 on Coin.
All right, NVIDIA, yeah, just quick, I mean, we're still on the CEI trade, by the way, as this is just kind of doing absolutely nothing. I'm waiting out, well, I mean, since we got in, it went to 15, back to 13.5, now trying to go back up. I am waiting at this 15.8, 14.8, sorry, where we made that high. We made it at 14.9. Just thought we could test the high one more time for CEI, but again, we're waiting more down here, like 12.11s to see about a reload there on Camber. So that's a play that we could definitely have. Let's see if it goes first. I mean, I still think we can break through 15, so that's what we're doing there. Another name, that's not on the NYSE American. It's, of course, on the NASDAQ. And what I'm looking for is Advanced Micro. So here it is, AMD, another name that I continue to trade pretty much every day. And here it is on the 3-minute. It's a downside move, obviously, as you're bouncing off 64 right now. Whether or not we have support down here, it's not looking like it here. Continuing to move down on AMD. No real love for this name. Again, whether or not you want to bounce it off to 64, that could be something there. So, if you're looking for some longs, you could get something here on AMD back down near 64 level. NVIDIA, though.
I can't believe I missed it.
What is NVIDIA down right now? 162, yeah, down 2%. So what was AMD down? They're both, okay, 1.7, all right. So, yeah, AMD could bounce off here, 164, 64. Let's just see if it does hold this level at $64, as it's coming back down to the downside. Amazon's at its low now, so we've done really well holding that. We didn't do well reloading it, but we still have this trade on from the beginning of the day, as here comes Tesla right back to flat for us. So remember what the strategy is here. That 155 held. We were waiting for 156. That didn't come in, but here it comes right back down. Again, we had $2 in the money. We didn't take it, so I'm not going to hold this one $2 against us. We're going to get out if it breaks through 152. So we do have a strategy here for Tesla, and that is play for the moon. Otherwise, let's get out and then wait to see what happens down here at that 150. So I think we're pretty good. Here comes AMD down to 64. Brendo?
Another little one. Innate Pharma moving IPHA to the upside. This is an ADR. New deal with Sanofi, French pharmaceutical company Sanofi, announced today. For this one, IPHA, big mover as well.
This VKTX, that was the sympathy play for Madrigal. It's making a move to the upside after flushing all pre-market. It bounced off $5, trying to get through 6 here. It needs to hold 6. That's a pretty big level. It needs to definitely hold that 6 level if it's going to head up. I think this is a fade in the 7 range if it does go up there. And just keep in mind, you want to be watching MDGL. I think the reason why you just saw it bounce, MDGL just broke out again, so showing signs of strength. If that were to come down, believe me, you are going to see a follow through over there in in said VKTX. Like it's just a sympathy. If one goes down, the other is very likely to do so. I was just about to tell you guys that AMC has now held that 5 level. I was long in front of it. It broke. Now you got a wick bottom through 5. So as it retests the bottom, if it holds 5 a second time, wick bottom, re-enter the trade. If it was a wick top, I would do exactly the same thing. So if I can get 5s again and give it to the low, I'll give it a second shot.
All right, Amazon, I mean, we're working with the same kind of trades here, man. Amazon's a nice little downside move here to 86.70. So yeah, we're $1 now. Well, sorry, we're 75 cents now in the money on that one. Just because a lot of you are on Tesla, I mean, I'm not stressing out about this. I'm waiting at 152. Wait a second, I'm supposed to be at 152.30 or so. So let's put a bid there at 152.30. See if it holds. Again, we're just trying to see if it holds 150. Sorry, 152 actually is what we're waiting to see if it holds. We did dip down. We made that bottom, and now we're just going to see if he wants to test it one more time. So, you know, that's the kind of levels that we're talking about. If it gets long, more long on the reload, a little bit lower near that 152, and then we'll get out if it does break. You know, it has to break below 152 though, like 150, 180. Something like that. So we're going to try to support this name as we watch Amazon to the downside and we go over to Brendan for more news.
All right, the Zymeworks back to the downside in a big way as well. There was positive data this morning on a cancer treatment, so it was up monstrously over where we were on Friday, 6.5 up to $10 at the highs there in the pre-market. But look what's happening now. ZYME back to earth in a big way.
Yeah, Alibaba's now almost flat on the day. If it gets to 87, then it's basically flat. I just got my reload in AMC there, so give it one more shot to the low of the day. It's the only 2 longs I have for AMC and CI. You can tell what I think about the market, that I got meme stocks into said long side. But there was another, I mean, Delta, that actually ends up holding that 33 level, but not a lot of volume worth a while for that trade. I just kind of liked it when we brought it up, but not enough to get into that one off the open. I suppose if the market continues down, I'll jump on that bid, but I'll stick to what's actually moving here and going back into that AMC. Give it low of the day. I think if we get back into the teens, that'll be fantastic to be able to get some out there. So I'll just get on the offer. Did I just see someone asking about Netflix? I was just about to talk a little Netflix, but the problem here, very range bound, it either breaks down and gives you 285, or we need to see this sucker back up at 295. It's got a monster level down here, down at that 285 level, so watch out for that. Could be a big one. Meta still not doing much of anything. Tesla just patiently waiting for. And CEI just cannot seem to break away. Like it needs to follow through, get to 15. I'm literally taking, I think, 10% out if it gets to 15. And then like every half a cent, I'll probably take another 10, 15% on the way to 18 cents, which is the target for me on CEI, Camber Energy. Oh, by the way, Intel, back down to the low of the day. What's wrong with that wick? Back down to the low of the day. I am targeting 26.50, Friday's lows on Intel.
Yeah, we just got it. Funny you mentioned that. We just got into AMD. AMD went about 10 cents in the money. Now it's just hovering around. We're going to try to play this off 64. So, you know, we will have some more fills coming through here near that 64 level, including right there. Now we're long here into 64. So we're just going to see if it can hold this, right? If the market, we don't like to be long stock if the market is below, right? So right now we do have a below market. So what I mean by that is below this 50 period right now. So you're still making moves down. It's quite clear that we are on a downside trend here, but we're just going to play off. We've come down to 64 before. It's a nice move down. We're down 2%. Normally you want to play relative weakness into names, but this is still pretty early. It's not even 10 o'clock yet. Let's just see if it wants to hold 64. If it doesn't, man, we're out. Just like we were out of Microsoft. We played Microsoft long, 244. Right? Like now it's 241. So we don't need to be, this is a 30-cent hit. You don't need to be sitting around here trying to catch bottoms. There's going to be lots of opportunities. So let's just see if we can catch one. You got to have some kind of strategies, and I think that this is a good one. Trying to catch some bottoms right now. There goes CEI. I just heard you say that. So we took a piece out of that as well at that 1488. Like we said, that's literally where we were sitting. So hopefully it can come out.
15 is a huge level.
Yeah, so I'm actually offering as well.
It's like a million at 15.
I thought I was offering $14.99 there, but I'm not. So we'll wait to see here. CEI, Neil, it's done $300 million.
No, so, I know, but the problem right now with the stock is anytime there's a big offer, like day traders, like day traders just get out in front of it when it's a penny stock. So when it gets to 1490, it's just that people see the 15 and they start throwing like 10, 20, 30,000 shares in the offer, which slows it up a bit. It needs to break. VKTX is breaking higher. So the $7 is kind of the area that I was looking for this stock for any kind of a potential reversal. So that's what I'm going to go back over to. If it gets there, it's still a ways away. I'm looking for a pop and fade trade on that name. AMC is now bouncing, but it can't seem to get past 508, so I'm back in at 2s. I'm looking for it to get past 10s, give me some 12s, and then maybe some 15s up there on any kind of a bounce. So VKTX, we just covered that one. Apple is obviously the market's to the downside, but Apple's forming a bit of a bottom here at 133. This is obviously beneath Friday's lows. This is what's dragging us down here. If this can't get back above 133.75, I think our trend is going to be pretty solidly to said downside. So I'm still hanging on to some of these shorts. NEO has not printed me the last salvo, which is 11 even, but at this point it seems like almost a formality. It just broke low of the day. I'm going to get out at 11, then make a judgment call whether I want that 11 break. It was a clean 11.50 all the way down to 11 here, but I'm going to get on that bid in front of 11 even. I
just put in the chat that we had a banger alert, so let's do it right now. AMD, there it is, man. We just got something out in the mid-30s there. We've been getting some out. We are out of 30% of this trade now. AMD, as it is banger alert time, hopefully, as it continues to go to the upside. Need to get a little more. Looking for 64.50. That 50 period is at 60, so a little bit higher would be nice. But we are having a problem. Let's get it done. There we go. We just took a piece out there at 34. I'm waiting for my offer now is at 47. So we're long AMD right now, 64.12. So it's whatever. It's 20 cents in the money. Hopefully it can go upside for us there. Amazon still 70 cents in the money. Like I just said, like I'm really just looking at this one trade here. It's pretty simple for me. We do have a nice one here in Amazon to the short side. We'll continue to look for more trades in Amazon, of course, and we will go over to find out what's happening now with Brendan at the big screen.
Hey guys, yeah, 10 o'clock happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, points of reversal, and so much more. They're having their biggest sale of the year, 40% off membership plans across the board. Check them out, link on screen right now, guys. Shout out to Chart Prime coming back on board once again for another week. Here we go, a bit of a mixed board. Yeah, we're at session lows, but could be a lot worse, obviously. 0.3 right now to the downside for the S&P. Look at the Dow trying to hold up better than the rest. Small caps under pressure as well, 0.32 for the 2000, Russell 2000 downside. It is the NASDAQ leading, 0.8 and 0.72 there for the composite. And the NASDAQ 100, if you were with us pre-market, we were discussing a number of things, Meta, Tesla, Amazon, among those. Interesting, obviously, you guys looking at Tesla so far. I wanted to show you this one, Amazon, 1.2%, holding that low from Friday so far, much better than a few of these other ones. Yeah, XPeng off a cliff as well, similar to NEO, now down 7% for XPeng, guys.
Always
talked about those ADRs.
There's always one better than the one you're looking at. That's just how it works with the Chinese. Like you pick one, it's like, yeah, it works, and then you look over, oh, that worked a little bit better. But look, you gotta pick something to trade. You have to have a bit of a plan of action, and I just like the 50 period breaking on NEO and thought that was going to be a bigger move. If XPeng gets down, it looks like, yeah, 875 is a 50 period on the daily. If this really continues, I could see it catching a bit of a bid, but it is bouncing now. Only 6 cents in the money on AMC, my long, so I'm still looking for a little bit more on that. And CEI is just hammering away at this 15 level every single time. It really needs to break out from here. If it does, I think we do see that 18. COSM still in a bit of a channel for me. The 15 minutes useless there. I have to go zoom right in to be able to show you. It's still channeling that $1 range. Last entry was at 10, and I'm holding out for some 9s, and if that breaks, hold for even lower than that. But AMC, that's the one to the long side. It feels like, what it felt like to me when I was on the first time, is it just ran all the stops at 5 even, trapped some shorts, and now it looks like it wants to jailbreak, but at some point you need to break VWAP if you're going to go anywhere.
Yeah, we're still on AM. I mean, I said we wouldn't get anything out till 50, but AMD is bouncing around here near 40. So we are going to, sort of go back to our roots here and start to try to scalp out a little bit more of this, as we still do have half. So it could still turn into a losing trade here can't really turn into a losing trade, but we still could give some back pretty significantly here on AMD as the market is right now breaking the lows. So we have $1 in the money on Amazon short, so we want to pay ourselves off on that one. But again, we don't need to lose everything on an AMD pull back right now. Tesla, nicely, as Brendan just brought to us Tesla's attention last update, we still got that one. That one's working really well for us. Still $1 in the money on Tesla. What's up, Brendan?
Another one from last week, guys. BYSI just popping up on huge volume here. Remember, this thing went 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row, including today, to the upside in a big way. Here's BYSI, just took out that high from Friday.
Oh, there's some runners out there, and this is, come on, like, why can't AMC? See, AMC needs to do what this stock is doing. So the breakout is here at that 260 level. That's pretty much come and gone. A lot of times I look for the next consolidation for the next break. That'll probably have to be pulling back off 75 and then back into that 250 does make a heck of a lot of sense to me. So just looking for a bit of a dip. I'm not going to chase the short here. I want to be very patient shorting something like this BYSI, but I'm looking for a bit of a dip back into the 250 to join the party to the upside, which it obviously is one. Meta still never got that 118. At this point, if it comes back up to the high, I don't know that I just want to be sitting there. I'll have to make a judgment call. It looks like it wants to break this double bottom here at 116 and then just head lower. So Meta trending down. I got to look at VWAP here for a lower high if I'm going to eventually get the short. I finally got 9s again on COSM as it starts to flush. So I've taken another leg out there. We'll ring the register on COSM, but I'm holding the rest for bigger downside. If it gets to $8, try to remember $8 was the pre-split price on, it closed on Thursday at like 33 cents. That reverse split worked to $8.25. I think that's why there was initial resistance there. If it breaks that, I think we're headed to $6 even. So I'm looking for $8. Once it gets down there, I'll slap a trail on it and then hope for a bit of a 6 flush on COSM offering on this name, which shouldn't surprise anybody.
Yeah, we got COSM wild. You talked about that on what was going on Friday, all the shenanigans.
That's the word.
All right, yeah, we got a nice little reload there at 12. Not for the full thing though. We got part filled down there at 12, but it's a nice little move back to the upside here for AMD as we continue to watch out to see where this name wants to go. Hopefully a little bit more upside now as we'll try to get something out at, I think I'm just offered 29s. But anyways, nice little 13-cent move to the upside there on that reload. We still are on Amazon to the downside as that's still working. Roku, wow. Brand new 52-week lows on Roku. I shouldn't say wow, as if that's not expected.
You know what the biggest miss was today? Well, for me anyways.
What was that?
Affirm.
Oh, you mentioned that actually.
It was jokes because I mentioned this pre-market. I was like, I'm going to go over Affirm, and then I didn't. And the only reason I was saying that because it was a $10 break that was in play, and then the $9.75 was Friday's low. Both those trades were just free money. $10 break, $9.75 previous low. If this market catches a bid, I'm looking for a retracement into 75 and then 10, but I'm not going to chase it here. I got to look. I like the shorts that I have on right now. Neo's continuing to break lower. I think we see $11 there. Meta, I wish I had that one. But one long finally filled, and that's going to be AMC. It just got a broke VWAP, took some out there at 11s. I'm looking 15s and 20s to the upside. Wick bottom at 5, re-entry after the wick bottom. I always try to re-enter off of those types of moves. Apple is just, it just continues to flush here. So that's why, hold on to your shorts, take some profit out. But if Apple's falling like this, Meta just breaking its low of the day, it's hard to imagine that we're going to have much of a recovery with both markets heading red. Actually, the NASDAQ, almost 1% now to the downside on the NASDAQ.
Oh, yeah.
I guess Randy jinxed it.
Randy might have been onto something there. No, yeah, he turned it around.
He broke the mallet, and then he turned the market red.
That's right. The mallet breaking was key as well. I forgot about that. The mallet breaking. Okay, so there goes Tesla. Tesla breaking as well. We tried 52. We talked about that. So there it is. We'll take a 30-cent hit on that piece there for Tesla. But again, not happy with it. Obviously, we did have some winners there on Tesla. But, the market, and just going against what I normally do, right? We don't really want to be long names when the market is doing this. So there it is. We have another long rate in. We're actually, we're going to be basically flat here today at the end of all of this, especially if these markets don't hold. We tried the shot on some of these longs. Looks like AMD is going to break right now as we're back down 264. I mean, I'm not even going to try to average in anymore right now. We're long at 64.12. I mean, the market is breaking lower. I still think we're fine. This is that average price that we're talking about. We've gotten in and out of it. So like I said, will we wind up down on AMD if it breaks? Maybe. It could be close. But I'm not, I'm not super worried about it. Let's get another piece out, though, if we do come back up to the upside a little bit here, because we were just pretty close to breaking that 64. So now you bounce off 15 cents. Not bad. If you're a scalper like me, this is something you would normally take, but we're long a little bit earlier than that. So for right now, there we go. We'll take a piece out at 18, but we need this to climb. There it goes. Now we'll take a 20. So here it goes. We're 8-9 cents in the money now on that 64 long. Problem is we have it at 64.12. So let's go. This is a day maker for me here right now as we just sit on it. Obviously, we have Amazon that's $1 in the money as well. Tesla was a cup of coffee. I still think we should be in this, but let's see what happens at 151 or 150. That's really been the trigger price. So speaking of 151 proof, we bought some eggnog and didn't drink it. Like, we bought it on Friday night, and then we're like, oh, when we get home, from Avatar, blah, 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 we'll have a couple rum and eggnogs. Yeah, and then we didn't, and then Saturday we were up to something. I can't remember what we were doing Saturday. We didn't get a chance to have it. And
Saturday was the birthday party.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, so Saturday night we could have. Saturday I wasn't even home Saturday. First of all, we were so busy on Saturday. It was ridiculous.
No, I was gonna say, because our friend, it was our high school friend. His daughter was turning 2, so it was a big birthday party. This guy shows up from. It was hockey and then left for gymnastics, so you missed out.
We drove an hour 15 minutes to stay for about 30 minutes.
Well, we were having the blue label. He opened the blue label. So.
Yeah, but I was driving, but.
Oh, you were driving.
Yeah,
but anyways, we had some fun there. But I did want to mention a couple things. So 2 things, actually 3 things I wanted to say. First, double bottom COSM breaks at 850, but makes a double bottom at 825. That is exactly the close price pre-split. Effectively was 825. So I think it's going to plan, but I'm holding for the breakdown of that
Watch out for Tesla, by the way.
Second thing is 150 on Tesla. You just said it, so 150 on Tesla was the second thing, and I wanted to get over to. And then I'm still holding on to Intel. I believe I'm just adjusting my stop on COSM, because if it goes away to 10, all the way back to 10, that would be ridiculous to hold it all the way. But Intel just got back down toward the low of the day. I'm taking another leg out because it keeps bouncing. So double bottom the first time it got to 75 low, double bottom here off the 70s. So taking another leg out of Intel, but holding on to those shorts for dear life. I think this is going to be a decent move. We didn't go over the futures because Arun's on vacation. So I just also want to show you guys. We have broken through on the NASDAQ through Friday's low of the day. Some room to run to the downside. But if we hold below that 11.3, I want to be staying net short overall in the market here, with a few notable exceptions. That Tesla 150 bottom, I'll take a shot long in front of that one, if I even get that 150, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, I don't think we're going to. I just went long again on Tesla. So let's just see if it works. I mean, this one is like, the risk involved. What just happened to me right there? Oh, we got us some more AMD. Okay, the risk involved in this long. I mean, the market. Let's see if it wants to bounce here. We just tested down 11.2 again there on the market. Let's see. Now, hopefully we won't be as stubborn. We had $2 in the money last time on Tesla. So this time, if we get $2 in the money, we will, take it. Let's say that. We'll take a little bit off if it gets back up to 153. That's literally, as my kids would say, literally at 153. Oh, the best part about us seeing, it was our friends who you went to visit there in Dallas. It was his kid's 2nd birthday, but then he has another one that's only 6 months old, and I was carrying her around like. I don't know how many 6 months old. Like, I've met this kid once, and she was basically an infant. Like,
when we went to visit, she would not cry. Like, she was
No, she cries a lot, apparently. But
she didn't cry when I held her. She didn't cry when you held her.
Right, so that was the whole point I was getting at. Apparently, she's a nightmare when it comes to, like, getting her down and everything like that. But for some reason, like, our friend was like, here's Uncle Shawn. I was like, okay. So I grabbed it. I mean, I was all about the baby. I was carrying it around, like, everywhere, literally. I mean, how many 6 months old, like, they're looking right at me. Like, she's like,
watch out for
great right there. So that was a great experience. So shout out to that. And then, of course, my daughter's there and is like, oh, Daddy, like, we need to have another baby. That was quickly shot down right there. Okay, Tesla, speaking about having more kids, got to save up some money if I ever want to buy another car. But here goes Tesla right now. Just touched 150. So I do... you all right? I do have an out there at 153. Let's see what's going on.
COSM just halted.
Oh.
So two things. One, CEI is just broken VWAP. Now, I like to support down here at 11, so I'm kind of waiting for it to level off. But the other thing that just happened is COSM, which is not on the Amex. Load,
correct.
Load. It's halted, so I guess I don't have to rush it. But it was just bouncing off that 825. Now I'm short here at 10, 998.
Yeah, that's good.
But it did halt to the upside at 955.
Upside.
So as long as it's beneath that $10, it's indicating a 950 open. I'd actually almost want to short more. If it opens up and fails 10 again, I'd probably short it again, give it to 1025. But it did bounce pretty heavily there, offset 1025. So that, and it's interesting, like the two longs I have here are going to be those. CEI and AMC here, but CEI did give it up, enter twice, did give it up. Now it's bouncing off 12. I'll look for my re-entries a little bit closer to that 11 level, if I can even get them. Market still going to the downside. I am all out of NEO, by the way. NEO did get to 11. Wick bottom through 11. I wanted to see how it responded to 11 even. Got out in front of it, rang the register there, make sure we power up. But if it does one of these, this is what AMC did, right? Jailbreak through the even dollar level, wicked everybody out, and then possibly catching a bit of a bounce. If it's going to do that, I don't want to short the low in that case. Speaking of AMC, it's now firmly above VWAP. I'm sitting on the offer here at 15 for my next leg out. Remember, I did go long the first time and lose, but the second time has worked. Brendan, what's up?
We mentioned Moderna, if you joined us early on this morning, just bounced off this 194, which was that area from Friday. Big volume spike, though, back to the upside as we head through 196 now, trying to bounce for Moderna.
I don't know what to tell you about COSM. Moderna, okay, good move for there. We're going to look back at Moderna. I mean, I'm just in case you guys are wondering, like, whoopsies, what is going on here with AMD? I mean, it's pretty simple for me. It's buying these bottoms and getting out in the mid-teens. I mean, we've just been doing that over and over again. Here it comes back into 06 again. We could buy it. I mean, I'll sit at 05 with a bid. Maybe we get filled there. I'm just playing off that bottom that I think eventually breaks of $64. So that's why we're just scalping it out. I mean, we can't lose on this now. We've been scalping it out so many times that, taking 10 cents every time, now we're long at 10. So, breaking through, we're not taking 10 cents now, we just took 7 or 8 cents, but, the more you repeat it, you take 7 cents twice, that's 14 cents, but you got to be on your default, right? So as long as that's happening, we got this. We still are on an upside move here for AMD off 64, so now we can hold it. We've been in and out of this name a couple times. I'm still waiting in the high 20s. I'm going to put it right now. I just realized I wasn't. Let's wait in like 27, 28 here for that play to come through. As the market's trying to reel a little bit here back up to the upside. Now 50 cents in the money for Tesla, but we're still waiting for, this has dipped down a little bit. I'd like to see a 153 come into play. Brendo again.
Another one that got crushed. Wow, I just realized this thing's $2. Matterport, guys. Morgan Stanley with a note on Matterport, $3 on the price target for this one. Hey, it's already at 250 though. Wow.
Yeah, there's so many of these where you look back and it's, the last time I looked at this stock, like where was it trading?
We talked about it with earnings, and I was right on that. It went up like 30% on earnings or something.
Yeah.
But that's the only time you can trade those names.
Well, or when it breaks. Well,
they're not worth holding. No, I just meant for holding.
It's
going like most of these names are going to zero. I mean, it's just a matter of time.
250. That looks like a pretty big level.
By the way.
Yeah, 250 looks like a big level. I just got to reload over in Camber. Camber Energy, and as we trash talk these stocks, it's like I'm sitting here long in Camber. But I think this has a chance. I did add at 14. We got one leg out at 15. My original entry was off 12.50, and then we got some more here at 12. I still believe that if it's going to go, holds a 50 period, you got 18 cents, which makes some sense there. That's that gap fill, and then if it breaks that, lots of room still into the upside. I got a second leg out of AMC, so that's slowly grinding back higher here. Past VWAP, but I got some 514s. If it gets to 520, I'll take some more out. If it gets to the high of the day, I do expect I'll probably want to cover just about everything and then look for a bit of a dip. The pattern there would just be, sort of rejecting Friday's close and then rejecting the pre-market high. I want to give it some respect. We're looking like a flat open in 1 minute or under 1 minute in COSM. It halted at 9.55, not the time, that's the price. I'm short at 10. This is where my eyes are going to be here. If it opens beneath that 10 level, then I'm just going to hang on to it. I'm still looking for it to break 825. I think if it does that, it's head towards $6, but halted to the upside, COSM.
Oh man, I mean, I don't know if we've looked at it. So AMD did break, but I did get back in it. I just want to see because it broke 64, but then kind of came right back. So let's just wait to see if we can average in a little bit more down here near 64 and then give it about 20 cents to the downside as the market is bouncing. So I'm a little bit strange here why AMD, isn't bouncing. I mean, we still are down 2%, so definitely something with relative weakness on that name. One more try, then that's it in case it catches a bid. I just want to see if it catches a bid. That's the play there. Disney, again, another name. I was trying to look for names that have been getting clobbered today. Meta is one of them, down 3%. Disney down 3% as well, trying to get going. So, like, what I'm waiting for here,
should have been
there we go. We just loaded up. We just got more long there. It's not loaded up, but we just got more long in AMD as it broke back down through 63.
There goes COSM. Watch
64.
out, guys.
All right, go over to Neil's screen as it's back open.
I'm out. COSM's going to halt to the upside at 1067 here. Well, it's in the potential halt. If it goes 15 seconds here, it's likely to halt to the upside. The stock just continues to go and go and go. I favored shorts in front of 10. It was working. Got $1 a couple times, but now it is halting back into the upside. I'm favoring short here. You guys kind of know the story after that offering, but watch out for the squeeze. 13 would be the next resistance level up, and then there's a big gap fill till about 20. The other thing that's happening is Tesla is churning. Sorry to jump from one thing to another, but Tesla just broke the low and is headed down toward that 150 level. I am on the bid in front of it. I said I'd go long in front. If it breaks 150, obviously that's going to be my out. But Tesla finally getting down to that 150 that I think a lot of us have been waiting for.
Yeah, it sure is. It's right down there right now. I'm still long at 151. It's still flat for me now. We'll see if it can hold. I mean, it doesn't look like it wants to, but here we go. It just bounced again. That's crazy because I'm long at 150.51. I was waiting at. It literally bounced off my level.
It printed 52s and then that.
Yeah, I'm at 51. So there it is. Missed again. We talked about missing our levels by pennies. Well, there's one on Tesla, but I feel like whenever you miss levels, they tend, not always, but they tend to come back. Like, we'll just wait to see if this is one of those. Like, what is relatively strong today? I mean, I don't really see banks are upside a little bit.
I'm trying to figure out what.
SPAR, no, that's not right. Yeah, banks 130. Oil up. XOM's at 105 right now as I just sit here and watch Tesla. Looks like we are going to get out. Just got to make sure my AMD. Sorry, there it is right there. We went long again at O's. You see where my average price is 01s. It looks like it is going to break again to the downside right now. So we'll put on a little bit more here. Netflix is strong. Okay, so that's good to know. Tesla is just still bouncing around 150. That doesn't look strong. So let's wait to see what happens with Tesla as AMD is close to getting out as well. Here comes to the downside AMD.
Yeah, so Intel's popping back up. I'm not re-entering it till it gets back up to like 90s. It's at 2681, but Netflix just went green after holding some of these lows and breaking out right here at 291. That looks like it could be something. If the market catches the bottom here, this is already green, so I'm going to like this for a long. Probably back into VWAP, if not that 290 on any kind of a pop. Brendan's ready with the small cap recap. Wow, COSM, that stock is nuts. I wish I'd gotten that. I should have reversed at 10. Should have just reversed.
Forever long.
Yeah, a little more action today, guys, as compared to what we saw last week. Anyways, the small cap land, this BYSI about to take out the highs as well. So ton of volume coming back into that one. 2.6 million shares now traded. Watch BYSI. Here's my take, anyways, on this COSM. I actually tried this very early on in the pre-market long when that volume came in and it initially broke through that high from early on. Trading comes back into 11 and held. It gave you an opportunity to get out, basically flat if you did try that long trade. And then we get the offering. Same as Neil, essentially. I was just working it off of 10.25. I actually got out on the reopen from the initial halt there, so flat. I'll pay some fees on that one today. VKTX. Was another one that was up big time, broke through 6 initially, came up, tested that at the open and failed. So I tried that short versus 6. It was all kinds of strength once the market got open. So flip that long, gave you an opportunity back up to 650. This is getting into an interesting spot though. If you go to a daily chart, 7 is a big time level for this. So looking like it might want to fail ahead of 7 here for VKTX, guys.
Like this is.
Yeah, those two are crazy. Madrigal and VKTX are going absolutely nuts. Affirm is back up toward that consolidation low, Friday's bottoms, this 975 area. So I want to give it the market's screaming right now.
Why?
When the market's
Why?
screaming up, I just want to give it some time to slow down, curl, level off, and then I want to get some more shares. The short side, I'm not giving up on the short. I didn't get the short the first time on that one, but not giving up on the short below 10 on Affirm. Still waiting for Intel to get back into 28.90. My best outs were only 20 cents or so. Still think there's a chance we channel this one to the downside, and I'm looking for a rollover on Affirm continuously here. In about, I want to say, 1 minute, COSM is going to be open up, so I mean, that's where my attention's going to be.
Fire it up.
I'm looking, it's at 1070, it halted. It's indicating a flat open, which is, I guess, what it did last time. But that 13 is where this double topped in the pre-market, 13 to 13.5. I think that's your next resistance zone. If it breaks that, then I think you could have a serious gap fill. But be very careful trading this. It's very illiquid, and you don't want to get trapped. Make sure you have an out for any trade. I always do. That's why I'm willing to stop out at 10 twice, which we did.
All right, so like that was wild, man. Like I don't know what the market just did there, but like we were long AMD, we got stopped out, then it popped like crazy there up to 64.05, and I was just saying, like I was like, AMD is a short. Like I don't know why I keep going long. I keep fighting these longs. The market like going up, AMD going down, so we take advantage of that pop. And right now, you know, we're short. So we were long AMD. We flipped that script real fast on that, and now get out into the short now for AMD. So now we're 20 cents in the or 15 cents in the money on the short side for Advanced Micro. So we like that. And there's another out for me right there for that 20 cents. So we will take that fill now and then wait to see where it goes. But I like that short. All right, and then just finally, we'll ring the register a little bit on Tesla. We take it out at 152. We were going to wait for 153, but you see the 50 period here? It came all the way down to 153.30, so or 152.30. So that just popped up nicely on that move. We talked about the market breaking the 50 period. That's always a good sign. So let's let Tesla do the same. We just took a piece out for $1. We're very close to now being flat on Tesla. We didn't get the reload down there, which is crazy again. 150, 150, we talked about that. But now it's going to the upside. So let's see if Tesla can't make magic and get back to 154, maybe 155. And then we'll be like, yeah, we got a nice little trade on here for TSLA. Amazon came all the way back, man. Amazon went to 86.20. We could have covered that. I was kind of just holding on to the short because we were long on AMD, but that didn't really pan out as Amazon apparently having some strength right now as well. Let's hold on to it, but strength right now in Amazon, right up back to 87, probably a short area in here as well, and then getting out 87.50. I'd rather short it if we did come back upside a little bit, but there goes Tesla, nice. There it is, now we're above, now we're $1 in the money on Tesla, and that's still starting to go as our short on AMD is still working. Let's put another bid at 90 here. We'll see about getting that out almost. I get paid to get it, like, there we go, we're bidding 90s, so we need it to run through us to get filled. So hopefully that'll happen. And then that's 15 cents, but it's 10.25. I think we've done pretty good, man. I've traded AMD, Amazon. I'm still in CEI. Like, I don't know what this stock is doing. Holding. I mean, I'm still down here. Maybe I need to switch it at 12. I'm down here at 11.50. Maybe we'll have to switch that. Not a big position.
Well, there was a wall at 12, by the way.
Yeah, I see right now.
I reloaded some at 12 just because there was a big bid there. The same way there was an offer at 15 on CI, there was a big bid at 12, so I went some long in front. I'm now finally into Affirm. I didn't short 75s on the way up. I allowed it to sort of calm down. It got up to 80s and put that wick top up there. So now I'm short 75s. I'll get some out on the way to the low of the day, but I'm going to hold on for Dodge there. Unfortunately, Intel. Yeah, it did a similar wick high, but I was trying to actually grab the high instead of the consolidation. So I might have to pay down and take some shorts there in the 80s, the low 80s, but I'll give it a little bit of time there. And then COSM. Yeah, that opened back up, but I don't want to say it opened back up to a nothing burger, but it halted at 1070. It opened at 1070. It's still basically at 1070. I thought we'd either be screaming into the 13, which would be the next level I wanted to trade, or be heading back down beneath 10, at which point I'd probably just go back over to shorting it. Looks like COSM's calming down a little bit, oddly enough. NEO, which was the first trade we got into, it bounced nicely off 11 even. That's where I got out. looks like a lower high being put in. So this one's still trending to the downside. I thought maybe it would get to the quarters on that curl. I got a firm short, didn't get any NEO off 11.25, unfortunately. And CEI, watch out, that 12. If 12 breaks, I think it is headed down to test support, which was down. Pre-market support was at 11 cents. Well, I mean, 10 cents held as well, but pre-market was at 11. The open was at 11. If it breaks this buyer at 12, I think that's the last line in the sand there for me. But I did reload at 12 already.
Yeah, 64.40, 64.20. Yeah, so right here on AMD, we've already identified this is pretty weak here right now. I'm going to get some more short, not right now. We're going to try to see if we can't get a better price. Up near those 20 levels is really where I like the short. So we'll see 64. I just put it at 64 quarters. Hopefully it comes back up. I mean, we're only short here at 5. I don't want to average into this every time we get out again. Like, here's the shorts, right? So short 3s, short 9s, giving us an average price. I guess now my average price is 5. I don't really know why that is. Is it 5? Yeah, so okay. So we're still averaged in at 5 here. But let's just wait to see 25s, and then we'll use this 40 as some support or some resistance on the upside there. And if we're wrong there, then we will easily be able to get out of this trade. So again, averaging into AMD, I like it. On that one, Microsoft checks back. Yeah, 240. I mean, that was a great bottom. Wish I would have saw that again. But missed it, so definitely not a good look there. Would have liked to have been short there, Microsoft, at that 240 level, but we're not, so we'll move on. We talked about Disney a little bit. Let's check out on our friend Meta. That's a name that we sort of really haven't looked at today that much. We looked at it early. Meta down to 115. Okay, that 116.50 is still there on Meta as well. That's probably a decent short there for META as we look at that. 116 for Meta. Upside is already there. That's 118.50. I was just looking to see, where we've been at on Friday. There it is, 118.50. 119 was the close, 118.50, kind of the high there in the pre-market. So Meta off 115, I do like that as a bouncing spot there, but it still needs to come in. You can see AMD did fall down, and then Amazon's all the way back to 87 again. So that's another possible reload spot. Google's flat on the day. That could be a trade. Man, that MDGL, man, that's
MDGL
230 right now.
It might be making a bit of a top. So I'm going back over to this VKTX here because it got to 7, rejected 7, and now I'm looking to short the lower high, mostly because Madrigal has gotten, like, it went all the way, it's 235, right? 260% this thing's up and starting to turn around. So this is starting to turn around off the highs, and you're already making a lower high on VKTX. VKTX was just a sympathy play. It's up 63%. I want to short it off that $7 level, just as long as Madrigal's not taking out those tops. COSM, what goes up must come down. So just right back beneath that 10 even area. This needs to probably settle itself down a little bit. I'd rather see it consolidating, kind of like it was before, going range bound beneath 10, and then I would jump back into shorting it. And if it ever takes out that double bottom at 825, 825 is a monster level for this stock, not just because it's a double bottom here, but that is the the pre-split price. The close was at 33 cents, and then it was a reverse 25 to 1, I think it worked out to. So 1 to 25, I suppose. So that went to 825. That's why it's such a big level on COSM. But it looks like that VKTX is making a bit of a turn here, and I want to get some shorts. I don't want to pay too far down, but I also don't want to miss it. I'll take some here at the 50s just to make sure I have something into the party. And if I can get 75 to 80, I'll like that. If it falls, I think I could see $5. That's why it's worth risking at least 50 to 60 cents.
All right, I'm just getting loaded up here on Apple. We're saying loaded up, but we're not loaded up yet. Apple's been pretty weak today. So, I mean, needless to say, down 1.47%. These are kind of the trades that I like to do. As you guys know, we find the relatively weak versus strong names. Apple, let's just see if it holds 133. The market has bumped up a little bit. Do we think the market's a long or a short today? That's ultimately going to be the question that you're going to have to ask yourselves. It's 10:30. We could trade now sort of inside and just kind of like keep out here, but you could see it's been downside move. Let's just see if we don't hold right now this 11,300 on the NASDAQ. And of course the ES as well is at 3880 flat on the day for the ES. So Apple's been weak. If the market is also weak, then yeah, this should be a downside move. So averaging into 133 here, I like that. You can see the top here has been 133. We can get out of it if it takes out a little bit higher than that. But right now I like this short here, 133. We are long Tesla. It's funny, like short Apple, short AMD, short Amazon. So you got the 3 A's, right? We're AAA certified now. Apple, AMD, Amazon, all short, followed by Tesla long. So that's kind of a strange one there. But all right, without any further ado, we haven't talked much about Coinbase or SI or any of those other names today, but we do have a crypto minute over at the Big Desk with Brendan.
Yeah, a bit of a bounce underway right now for crypto at this point anyways this morning, guys. In a courtroom in the Bahamas, apparently SBF waiving the former challenge he had on the extradition back to the U.S. And that apparently, I was just seeing, could happen as soon as today. He could be back in the U.S. So a little bit of a development on that front. Here's the note we talked about briefly in the pre-market this morning. Senate Banking Committee chair suggesting the ban cryptocurrencies right across the board as a national security threat. So that did cause a move to the downside. This is an hourly chart for BTC. We're back below 16,800, which was this high from last week. So chopping around overall, back and forth a little bit today. Here's the board for you, back in the green now, 0.17 for BTC, 16,720. Same story for Ethereum, just went back green again. But more negativity the further down this board you go, guys.
Yeah, they're not banning crypto. They're not going to, like, whatever, right?
I mean, it's been the same talk for
you just
a decade, probably.
Is what happens. Like, every now and then, someone just has to get their name in the news. I'm not saying that's what, you know what, I guess I just
What,
sort of
government
said.
officials?
But that's what they do. Like, they have those hearings, too, and it's just like, make sure you get your minute on there, ask a pretty ridiculous question. By the way, I got first leg out on a firm, but more importantly, after... It's 10:30. It took till 10:30 for me to get long in front of Tesla at 150. The amount of times it's bounced. So let's go to the 3-minute chart here. Look, if 150 breaks, obviously I'm going to be out of this. But I actually stepped up. I was previously a little bit closer to 150. Now I have 31s to the long side. Shout out to Reggie Miller. My first basketball number was actually 31 because of Reggie Miller, and for some reason that's what I bid. But this is a scalp trade off of 150. So if I see close to 151, am I going to take it out? Yeah, I'm going to take some out 1-to-1. That'll be up in the 60s. I'll take some out at 151 if I can get that, and try to hold for VWAP. But you know where the out is going to be. It's pretty obvious at that 150 level. Got to be able to take it out there. COSM is still at $10, so it's not really moving a heck of a lot, unfortunately. But as we get toward the low of the day here on a firm, just a reminder, like if it gets to 950, I'll take a leg out, but hold. I want to hold this through the low of the day. A firm breaking $10 and making a fresh low, like there's nothing down here. Like I don't see any reason why. If the market continues to flush, a firm down 10% and getting to $9 is not crazy. So if we get down there, I want to still be holding on to some firm shares to the short side. I'll reload 75s if I get them. But here comes Tesla 150.
I mean, guys, 50 cents. I mean, we just took Apple for 50 cents in a matter of seconds right there. Finding a weak name and then hitting it. Apple, like we just put this trade on, 132.70, right? So there it is, nicely taken out at 130. Sorry, that's still Apple. Wow, I was like Apple 132. Yeah, that's right. Apple down here to 132. Wow, this name's gotten killed. I didn't even realize I'm trading and I was like 132. But yeah, there it is, nice short. Yeah, came in again. So there it is for Apple. We just took it out. We took out a third there, a third here again. So nice out so far for Apple. Let's see if it can continue to bleed to the downside. Yep, we're into Tesla right now, off of 150. We've talked about that price. Let's just take one more bid here and see if it goes. We'll punch in one more time. We do have some double shots here to go back to the downside. So if we do break 150, we talked about this. It's on the sticky note. This is why we wait for it. It's why we write the sticky note. So that when levels come in, at least we have an idea on what we want to do when and if it does crack us outside a little bit right now. All right, so that's that play for Tesla. AMD is upside right now as we hold on to the short. I'm fine with that. We do have the play coming through. We're actually waiting. Let's take another short right now. We're waiting at 25 to get a little bit more short. So that looks like that's going to come through. So that's going to be a level that we're going to have to wait for as we average in again to the short right here at the 50 period. Looking for 64.40 as our out. So if it does go back up to there for AMD, that's where we're going to wind up taking this out, 64.40-ish for AMD if we're wrong, which right now we are as we're flat on the trade, but it is starting to go back up to the upside. Let's just hope Tesla has the same fate and bounces off. Here comes Tesla right now.
It comes right now. I was about to talk about Moderna, but Tesla
There
just
it
broke that
goes.
150 just now. Moderna also breaking low, but Tesla, what a clean move. Did you get? I didn't even get the reversal.
No, you're not getting
I got out, but I didn't get the reversal short.
No, nor.
Did anybody get
but
it?
There it is right now. As we'll see, I just went short myself. Yeah, none of the stop orders there would have worked. Well, they worked, but you know, that move was just too far down. So there it is, Tesla. We'll take the short now. I mean, come on. Like, I caught slack for this, you know, the 150 short. But there it is right now. We're short 149.55. Let's see if we can make some damage here on Tesla. What's up, Brendan?
There was a note that came across there from Reforma suggesting Tesla's going to spend as much as $10 billion on their New Mexican factory, starting with an initial $1 billion investment. That's over the next few years, again, from Reforma there. So a New Mexican factory coming.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that doesn't matter.
New Mexico. I thought I read that this morning, actually, about Mexico, but nice to probably just confirmed right now. So shout out to that. But right now, there it goes, man. It's like, it's amazing. You wait for so long for the long to work, right? And then 150 is taken there. We talked about this as being just a bang up trade. And there it is right there. Now we have $1 in the money as this name continues to fall down. There goes Tesla. Again, on the sticky note for the 150 break. Just wish I would have, again, follow my own damn sideline there play as we talked about Tesla breaking back down below this level, and we just should have waited for it. Instead, we danced with the devil a little bit, but that's okay. You know, we're here to trade, like I said, so I'll take that out. I mean, I think, Neil, that's worth the risk almost every time there.
That's the thing. I waited for that 150. I did not long it on Friday. And it's like it was great on Friday for the long, just waited for the short every single time. And then the 150, when it finally breaks, you couldn't, I don't think you could have gotten that reversal to the short. You had to catch it at a worse price. What I was going to say before that happened was Moderna was about to go red. It just turned red at pretty much exactly the same moment. Friday's low down here at 190. This could get pretty spicy if it tests that 190 area, but Moderna getting absolutely crushed. I'm still in that VKTX. That's about flat right now. But as long as MDGL is off of its highs, right, and it's coming off of these highs here, I like the VKTX short. If this tanks, I mean, VKTX is already going down, and it's just a pure sympathy play. So I just feel the risk to reward makes a heck of a lot of sense here. I'm all the way on the bid down toward this 5 area. Actually, I don't have bids all the way down to 5, but I do have that first $1 of the move, and then we'll see what happens if it gets down to 5 even. But this one's starting to work in the money. Affirm short's working, Intel short's working, but I do still have the AMC long off of 5 even. Got up to 515, right back to 5 even. If it bounces and makes another bottom down here, I'll try to grab a third time long. But at some point, you know, a level like that's going to stop holding, and we'll have to give it up.
All right, so like we just mentioned there again, we do have that Tesla, and it is Tank City right now, as we are now $1 in the money on Tesla, and there it goes. We already took a piece out, so we already got a piece out there on Tesla as it came back in. AMD is now finally starting to go, so that's going to be a good one. We'll take some more pieces out of AMD as it's starting to come back down, as the market is really starting to bleed. Like, your boys got this, man. We're $1 in the money right now on Amazon, so that's a good trade. We're $1 in the money on AMD. We're now, not AMD, Apple starting to go to the downside. 132 trying to print again for us right now. Back down to the day's low here as the market's nowhere, well, it's not nowhere near the day's low, but it's starting to go back down, turning off the 50 period, which is great because this is what we wait for, man. We wait for this. We took the shorts above the 50 period on some weak names like Apple. We identified weak, 50 cents in the money. AMD, we identified AMD as weak, but that's not going to be right. I mean, AMD
Isn't
right
it?
now,
What, it's not?
Nah, not really. I mean, the market's tanking here. AMD, I don't know. It should be a lot lower, man. We're not even really near the day's low. Still 40 cents away from that. So that's a little bit of a surprise to me there. But we just got to watch out. So I'll still average into this, but not until the 20s. Like to see this one work. We didn't get our CEI reload because it didn't break 12. So well, not reload, but more shares didn't break 12. When it does, we're going to be down here. Hopefully, we're waiting for a flush. So we want it to like flush down and then fill us somewhere in here 11, 11.30, something like that. I'm actually bidding 11 in the 11.70s. So hopefully it comes down into this area. The bottom's been 11.50. So we'll bid it a little bit higher than that. Come on, AMD. This is really going to be the day maker for me, as we just got a 92 fill there on AMD. So look at this, man. Short, like I told you, short. We got to take advantage now as the market's cracking lower. So let's get out of some of these shorts, but not Tesla. Tesla's $2. Well, now it's $1 in the money, but $2 lower than that 150. So let's see if it can take it out a little bit lower.
Yeah, speaking of lower, the market's getting close to low of the day. When we get to the low of the day, I'm going to take another leg out on a firm. I just looked back at Intel as well. So some of these weaker names that when the market popped, it's like, okay, well, what's weak? What do you like short? Try to get more of it. I did miss out on Intel. I was able to get into a firm, but did miss the reload at Intel. If it gets down to that double bottom or triple bottom, depending on what you want to call it, I'll probably just take another leg out, respecting the fact that it has bounced a couple times down here. Not much to see with Camber Energy there. VKTX is worth a watch, but this MDGL, I don't know if anyone's... Look, it's a $230 stock that's up this much, so a lot of people might not be looking to trade it, but it is still climbing. There's no levels up here. I'm just thinking psychologically, were this to get to 250. Like if this gets to 250 in turns and VKTX is anywhere below 7, I'd be adding to VKTX short if this got to 250. But for now, it is making a bit of a high of the day. That's why I'm short VKTX. Sector watch is an interesting one because it feels like we're more red than that board is telling me, Brendo.
It's the tech name.
Yeah, about as mixed as you're going to see this board right now, even though we are, as you mentioned, 0.25% to the downside for the S&P. Here's how things are looking at this point. 0.27, in fact, right now for the S&P. But a lot of red on this board coming from consumer discretionary first. All the travel names, casinos, cruise lines, even some of the airlines I saw over in the industrials group back to the downside. But Win leading right now, 4.3. If you want to call it leading to the downside. 3.9 for CCL. We discussed that briefly in the pre-market there with some of the airlines that were being spoken on a little bit positively by analysts this morning. Ford having a rough day as well, along with Tesla back to the downside, 2.5% for Ford. First Solar, some of the clean energy names. We mentioned that Enphase was on the upgrade side of the board today, 2.4. But look at First Solar, FSLR, 3.5 in positive territory when the rest of the semiconductor group is very, very negative on the day, along with software names and hardware equipment makers. So tech stocks in trouble outside of the clean energy related names. Banks are a little bit strong today, showing more strength anyways than the rest. As I mentioned, some of the airlines here in the industrials group in positive territory, but only just now 0.7 there for UAL. Tough to see, but that's Delta, 1.1% we discussed as well. Communication stocks, streaming names specifically under pressure. Warner Brothers, Disney, Meta here as well, and Match all 2.5 through 3.5 to the downside, guys.
Oh man, yeah, Match and Meta. I mean, two M names that we should have probably looked at. We didn't do too much work on either one of those yet today, but I'm all over the A's right now. Amazon and Apple. Those names continue to work for us to the downside as well. I'm checking back in on CEI. There's nothing happening, but Tesla's at the day's low, which is really nice, breaking through 148. So again, we talked about we brought this out, expanded it out. I feel like there is 140. Is there going to be some possible levels here for Tesla? We talked about what it looks like on the weekly chart. I mean, it's absolutely destruction for some of these names, and it's just funny because Tesla.
You know what 140 is, though, right?
Well, you got to split it
because it's the 420 level.
Well, but the thing about this,
well, no, the last split. I mean, the last.
Yeah, like
420
this is,
from the last split.
Yeah, like this is split. Yeah, so this chart here would be split adjusted, but yeah, I mean that's. Still the same thing. Yeah, there it is right there. Lucas finally on that. Thanks, Lucas, for that good graphic there as we wait for a couple more. But there's 140. So, you know, if there's people are going to sit there and try to buy maybe some support, you know, the very bottom of these candles is 130. So, you know, that goes back right back into here of October. It's actually all through here, but September, October, November of 2020 is when, unfortunately, Tesla was last down here. So you give back everything. If you held Tesla throughout all of the pandemic, right now you've given everything back. So there it is right now, Tesla back to the downside as, you know, Elon's gonna get it figured out. I think it is a buy down here, but I mean, I'm not willing to do that myself. So you guys trade it for however you want to see fit on that one. But there it is, Tesla right now down to 148. We finally reversed into the short. We will be negative on this stock depending on where we go. We can get out now and it's a cup of coffee, but I think this goes lower. Let's try to turn this negative day on Tesla into a positive one. And why is it negative? Because we just kept going long. We did take $1 there. That was good. We took $1 on half of it. We talked about that. Then we averaged it at 150, got out at 150, reversed into the short. That was impossible to get. We had to take it on the way back up, and we did that into 55, which is why we don't have a great price. But we're going to watch out for Tesla there. And then before I throw it back to Neil, AMD went down into the mid 80s. So we took an 88 fill there on AMD. So far so good on that short, as the market, like I said, it's kind of doing nothing, up and down, making, kind of range bound here. We'll see.
Well, I just reloaded on AMC long. We'll see how that goes. But if we're going to the downside, then let's go through the toilet. On the VKTX just broke VWAP. Look, I just got 6s. I'm going to get more out. It's in front of 75s, in front of 50s, and then down award $5 as it continues downside. And this is without anything crazy happening on that Madrigal. However, I just said AMC, I would give it a chance. Whoops, AMC's a New York stock. I would just say, look, double bottom already once. Okay, that's just stupid. There we go. Let's cancel that one. And manually punch out of AMC. Stop triggered and threw a ridiculous order out there. Incorrectly entered my stop without a decimal place, which is absolutely hilarious. So if you're going to sell shares, you saw how high it was up. But I'm just going to punch out manually. I like the long off $5, but that was a purely psychological level. It was also a double bottom on the daily chart. You're now firmly through it. It made a wick bottom before. There's no wick bottom now. It actually just cleanly threw this one. If anything, I'll be looking for short any kind of a pop there on AMC. So once again, I find myself in mostly shorts with the exception of Camber Energy. Just checking back on one of them, I just got a fill on a firm at the low of the day, or close to the low of the day, that 960 level. I want to hold on to this. If it breaks 950, I think we could see $9. If the market makes a fresh low, a firm is one of those stocks that could go absolutely in the tank. And do not want to forget Netflix. It's relatively strong because it's still green right now, but if it can't bounce off VWAP, obviously it might join the rest of the party. I'm looking to pick up a long on Netflix. If the market holds this low, it's Netflix that I like to the long side. I'm hunting for other things, but Netflix feels like one of the bigger cap names that could hold up here if we hold this low currently on the NASDAQ and the ES.
All right, so holding lows.
Camber.
We just missed. Yeah, I just saw Camber. We just got into more Camber down here at 1170. We talked about that. My average price now 13. It's not. It's bad because we're out 2 pennies, but it's doable. Let's see if we can hold some of those bottoms here on that name for sure. All right, so I just want to talk about a new trade or something I just did. Oh, it was Microsoft. So again, missed opportunity for sure here on MSFT, right? So Microsoft just went, so we might get this now as the market's starting to blow upside a little bit here. I don't know what that was all about, but Microsoft, look at these levels, 243. So we bounced off of here a couple times. Again, if I'm going to sit here and play some sort of support and resistance levels, I got to take this one on Microsoft. We saw how fast it was to the downside here as it slipped up, and it's coming back in. So, again, it just depends on what you think about this market. For me, I'm going to try to play net short now. The only name we're long is CEI Camber. So, we're short Tesla. As that's come back to 149, maybe 150 is going to get taken again. We'll have another opportunity to maybe reload that short. We'll see about it when we get there. Amazon still nicely in the money as well. So, yeah, I mean, things aren't going badly for us. It's just this is a nice little move up there. So Tesla retraces back, and we are looking to do something on Microsoft as well. But there comes Tesla. Watch out for 150 right there. 150, 150, 50 on a bounce up. I'm going to short a little bit more at this 150 level.
Yeah, I want that 150. I mean, I missed it the first time. I don't want to miss it again. Alan Adkins in the chat with an interesting question. He says, can we talk about how clean the Carvana short is? Yes, we can. A $5 break probably doesn't get any cleaner than that. Like, I'm sitting there thinking that the $10 on a firm was clean. Nah, this was better. 100% better, because not just because you got a 10% move, but because it was not just that $5 level. But you know what? There is still something to be had here, because the low on, you got to zoom way in here. Wow, on that daily chart, Carvana's been a dog. But at the last dump it made a 350 low. So there's still room technically for this to get down to said low at the beginning of the month here. That's another what is that, like another 80 cents? That's like 15% from here, almost 20% from here to the recent bottoms on Carvana. So there's still room on that one, Alan. Brendo, what's up, buddy?
More volume here downside for Disney today as well. We spoke about Avatar from the potential of a trade anyways for AMC, but didn't really mention it on this aspect as well, guys. 2.8% here for Disney downside when the market down just, well, 0.7 right now.
Yuck.
Yeah. I mean, I looked at Disney earlier. We talked about that when it was down. Yeah, it was down at 2.7. So, you know, just one of those names that you want to look at. As the tech slide continues, I mean, the NASDAQ's down 0.68 when the ES is only down 0.23. So definitely some names to look at on both sides of the podium, as they say. Banks could be there as well. Entertainment, but it's a tech stock, Disney at this point anyways, if we're going to talk about streaming and all that stuff. So, yeah, Avatar, maybe a little bit of a
disappointment. It better be at its multiple.
Yeah, a little bit of disappointment right now for them on that one. What else has happened since we've been gone? Tesla tried to bounce back up. We missed that 150 fill. It didn't come in, so went up to 149.30. I'm waiting much higher than that. Basically at 150, I'm waiting in the 80s. If we can get that short, that's all good on that one. But I don't really, you know what, like just keep on trading. That's all really I can say. I love that Carvana. Good look on that. You guys know I was short Carvana for the last weeks over and over and over again, kind of waiting for that move. That $5 does happen right away at the open. So that's a kind of a tough trade for sure. Apple, though, is at 132 bottom right now. We're in the money 70 cents on this name, looking for it to break 132. Let's hope that it does. We have our plan for AMD. We have our plan for, I mean, everything's planned out right now. So let's just see. I'm short, net short. I like these shorts. And I think we can do some damage here if this market continues to make a move down. We got some good names here. We're waiting for that Microsoft one. And look at CEI, right back. I mean, not right back. It tried to get back to 12 there. Stopped basically right where we got at 1170. So this name's in trouble as well, Camber Energy. But all right, man, it's already 10:52. What a good day so far, man. This day's gone by pretty quickly.
And we haven't even touched the Panettone.
Oh, the Panettone. Yeah, we got to show that. Show it. We brought Luca. Brought in some nice Panettone today.
Luca came with gifts, and he was even wearing a Santa hat. I'm sure he'll have it on for you guys in the midday. But he brought us all Panettone, which is delicious. I love this and this makes like the best French toast ever. Sometimes it feels like a bit of a waste using this for French toast.
That's going to be a chocolate one, so that's going to be sweet. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. It's chocolate. Trust me.
I just mow it down with coffee, but
I'm using that to make French toast. My in-laws are coming over. We'll make French toast on, what day is Christmas? Sunday? Sunday, so we'll make some French toast Sunday morning with the Panettone. Thank you, Luca. But I believe we were supposed to go to Brendan just now, right?
Yeah, it's crypto.
All right, pretty quiet day so far, guys, for currencies as we digest everything that went on last week with CPI, with the Fed, and the results of that, and head towards, remember, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday this week, we'll get more inflation-related data. So here we are, absolutely flat right now for the dollar. U.S. dollar exactly where we ended the day on Friday, 104.70. You can see we're trying to hold this, if you zoom out a little bit here, you're trying to hold these June and August levels back to the upside after we broke through them. Late in the week last week, Euro's flat, Canadian dollar back to the upside ever so slightly. You can see not much in the way of movement on this board. Russia downside a little bit. Ripple having a tough day, 6.25%. But BTC and Ethereum back to flat, guys.
Right.
Oh, I forgot to mention, I did jump into, you guys saw Netflix probably jump into the position board there. But if this can't hold, right here, right now, the market's at that low. I like this if the market could have bounced off the lows, but I'm actually going to tighten up the stop there as we're headed to the fresh low of the day. If we bounce off, I can always jump back into the trade. For now, I'm still in it. I have 291s into the long side, but that was the new one there on Netflix. Everyone's like, what's still going on? Like, well, I shouldn't say everybody, but I see every now and then people ask about what's happening in COSM. If it was moving, I would be back at it, but I stopped out at $10. It's still right at $10. This is kind of going sideways, and I am favoring short, but it needs to either start flushing down below that 10 or make a test at 13 even. Just not a heck of a lot going on with it. I'll probably be in Intel for the rest of as long as the market trends down for the rest of the day. I have one more bid at the low that I'm holding out for Friday's bottoms, and that VKTX is starting to make another press to the downside. It just broke 6, so I got a few more bids down here. This one working out like an absolute charm, but the key was, you know what, if there was a sympathy play to have shorted COSM, I probably would have done that. But this time there was. That Madrigal is the only reason why VKTX is up. So just waited for that to make a high after a parabolic move. And even this going sideways has VKTX coming into the downside, and that's working. But what is not working, like we said, is that CEI. It needs to hold that 11-cent area. For now, it's holding.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this is a play where I'm going to, if it's above 11 cents, I'm going to favor longs at least until that split, because of what happened on COSM. And ultimately, if it breaks support, I'll just get out of it. But I thought there was room to 18 cents on this. I literally got the first leg out at 15 and nothing since.
All right. Yeah, Netflix.
Literally too much.
You're in it. Yeah. So Neil's already in Netflix. So you see the bottom there. To see that one, I'm just kind of shorting AMD against 64.40. Don't know if that's going to work or not as we just ready to wrap up some of our positions. The name that we've been in absolutely all day, and again, it's a sticky notes trade on here. It's going to be Amazon. I mean, this is $1.50 in the money, the same trade we've had since the very opening of the day. That continues to work downside. We basically bounced off its 52-week all-time. I mean, it's not all-time low, but might as well be. I mean, it's not even close. But, 85, 87, we're bouncing off that right now. That's 86. So we're $1.50 in the money and still trying to hold that one. We're $1.20 now in the money as Tesla trying to hold 148. I don't think it does. Downside here for Tesla. Just want to hold this, and if it breaks 151 or so, then we'll get back out on the upside and just be like, okay, we lost on that play. AMD is the one that's the most interesting to me because it's just going upside. So I am concerned that we do get stopped out on AMD today. It hasn't been great. I mean, it's been great. These shorts have been great, but this last, we've reloaded it now 3 times because it's just coming up to this price, and I don't know where it's going to stop. So we're going to get out. Eventually, this stops at 64.40 for me, so that's going to be a good stop out area for me on AMD. It looks like we'll probably get stopped, but again, it really held pretty good 64. We're able to get long and out until eventually it broke. Then we started longing down here and taking these all out. Shorting it, taking them out down here. But it looks like the long 63.80 or so is where we're going to be concerned with. We're short at 18 now, so we're out of the money 4 cents. Let's see if that one continues to work. And then Apple bouncing off 132. That's 70 cents in the money as well. So all good. And then Neil and I both, at least I still have.
Oh, I'm still in it.
Yeah, CEI, the only long I have here.
It's interesting. It's the only long that I've been in the whole time.
My price is fine. We're out a penny, but.
It just won't break 11. I'm not reloading till it bounces off 11 again.
I don't want to reload.
But Brendan brought, I believe he brought Uber to our attention. And I saw someone just mention it in the chat. So before we head to the midday, guys, I just wanted to point out, this is a gorgeous looking flat bottom breakdown to 26, but it's about to get to 25. If the market cracks a low, we're going to see Uber 25, and then you go to the October bottom was all the way at 24 even. So that could set us up for a pretty solid move here. If you get a consolidation, flat bottom breakdown, I'm probably going to be all over that one at 25 even. It's not there yet, but you want to have some plans of action before the stock actually gets to the price. You don't want to be making the decision. Like you don't want an alert to get there and then you're at 25 and you have to make a call whether you want to make the trade or not. You want to plan before it does get there. $6 just broke on VKTX there, so I just got some out at 588. I got a bid, which I thought was at 60s, but I suppose it's not. I want to get a little bit closer to that 550 area, so I'm going to get out and get some more shares out in front of 560. Again, just when it made a lower high off $7, shorted it at 650. Going to play it all the way down to $5 here. So that one giving us a nice 61 or 62 cent winner on that last out. I'm looking for $1 on the next leg, and then we'll try to take $1.50 to get the last of it out there. So this one pretty clean off the entry short. Madrigal. This is without Madrigal doing much of a flush, by the way. If Madrigal goes to VWAP, VKTX is below $5 in my estimation, just being that sympathy play. One last one before I shut up here. I did have an intention of trading Coinbase today, but I mean, I feel like I had the intention of shorting it on Friday as well and then never ended up getting over to it. There's been plenty of good shorts today. Coinbase, just to get another one. It did go to 37, at least it looks like on that wick, so pie in my face. Double bottom, Friday's low, 15 cents away. It's about to break a double bottom here. That I plan on not missing.
Yeah, no, we can't miss everything. We can't get everything either, but we do miss a lot of things. But that's a good one.
Can't catch it all.
Keep it on your. We're not Ash Ketchum there. So, yeah, I thought you were down with Pokemon. Your brother is, I guess.
He knows it better than I do.
Well,
my daughter just started.
Ash is the main guy. That's like the Pikachu trainer guy.
Okay, gotcha.
Like my kids just got.
I'm getting educated.
Yeah, Baxter just got my kid's Smash, the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, so he was using Pikachu. That's just why that came to my head. Okay, it is now 11 o'clock. All right, we're starting to print out a little bit now as Amazon's week for sure. We're just about to tweet that out. As there it is. There it goes, Amazon. We talked about it earlier. There is the brand new 52-week low for AMZN, and where are we short? We're short 87.50 right now. So that's working out for us, as I don't want to get rid of that, and I also don't want to get rid of this other name that we have here, something about a TES and a law. Tesla right now, 148 right now to the downside. So, yeah, we talked about that one breaking 150. It's still trying to go there. And then nice little reload there on, I'm going to take something out here, have to, on AMD as we're short 20s. Take it out. I just keep scalping 10 cents. So there's another one out at 11 there for Amazon. But hey, it's 11:01. Glad to be back. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. Make sure you hit the like button, support it. But we do have the realness coming through right now. Both Cherif. I'm sure we'll talk about Dallas, but we'll talk about that soon. We'll say a big shout out to Cherif. But what a great match that was for the WC there. The World Cup was absolutely fantastic. You must be on cloud 9 as a football fan there as well. So
doesn't get any better.
All right, Neil. Yeah, thanks for having me back. It is time. There goes CEI, by the way. We're now in the money on CEI as it's going to test 13 right now on CEI. Down goes AMD. Wow, this has been a great little last 5 minutes for me here as
fresh
the markets.
Lows,
yeah, fresh lows on the market. Good job for me on AMD. Let's throw it over to the big guys now. Cherif and Luca, go get them.
What's going on, everyone? Hopefully everybody's having a great day, enjoying the day, and yeah, what a day it is, man. What a day it is. I had a couple crazy trades today. I'll share them with you guys. Definitely super exciting, but you know, first and foremost, hopefully everybody had a great weekend. I definitely enjoyed my weekend, one of the better weekends, and yeah, you know, spend time with you know, family, friends. Yeah, man, and this market is absolutely crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I thought I was going to come on here pretty upset, and I'll tell you why. Keystroked into Tesla, was having such a good day, and let me just fix this quickly, was having such a good day, you know, things going well, sticking to the plan, just kind of scalping that long, and I think Shawn called it. He's like, oh man, Tesla's just not breaking 150, maybe we're going up. So this long, hopefully you guys had that one, because that was super clean to the upside, like took a little bit of size, just kind of added, and then just out on the break of stops at 155. You know, the thesis is 150 is breaking today, right? So I'm kind of cautious on the long side. And then we came down here, missed the short through 150, and I'm like, man, I don't know like how far you have to cross to get that one. But kind of wanted to get short before, but I was like, I don't know, playing with fire, just stick to the plan. And this is kind of what ruined my vibe. But now I feel a little bit better now, you know, I'm just kind of chilling. But yeah, was trying to build the long for this kind of whiplash move up. Because I don't know if you guys saw that, but that was super, super quick. Like we went 148 to 149.50 at like the speed of light. And you know, the short is still good. We did not go back through 150. At this point, 149 didn't break back to the upside. So I was building the long and, you know, small size, trying to build into it. I end up punching full size at the top, and then it was like it flushed down. So I'm instantly 40 cents out of the money, and I'm like, come on, you got to be kidding me. So that kind of destroyed my day there, but then, you know, caught the long back to the upside. Unfortunately, not enough size. Still doing well on the day, still up. But yeah, no, not what could have been, man. What could have been. That's kind of what I say here. And yeah, man, it was definitely. I mean, there's going to be more opportunity on Tesla for sure. That's going to be something that I'm going to look at. That 150 level, if we get back there, I think it's worth a short. If we get through 150 for whatever reason, I kind of feel like there will be a lot of stops that are triggered. You know, a lot of people kind of short that level there. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But yeah, guys, I am still long CEI. And this is actually a funny chart, and I couldn't wait to come on here to share this with you guys. I was building this long in the morning, just kind of punch. And again, I don't trade these, you know, sub $1 stocks. It's very hard for me to get the fill because I'm on the bid. I don't get the fill. So I was just kind of, you know, sized accordingly, building the long, held it all the way up. I'm like, this thing's going to the moon. This thing is going to the moon. So I'm like, all the way up. I'm long here, all the way to 15s. I'm like, I think I'll start deciding to cover at 20. And I'm still long, guys. Still long on this position. It came all the way back out of the money. Now I think I'm pretty flat. I'm almost going to be in the money on this one. I'm basically down like, I don't know, like half a cent, something like that. But yeah, you know, CEI, it's holding that 11 level. If 11 breaks, I'm going to be out of that trade. But if for whatever reason we go back to the upside, get to that 15, I think, yeah, we could see fireworks. We could run to 20s over there. And, you know, I think the best gift of all would be 35 cents. We get to 35 cents. I'm going to try to hold for that. I mean, like I'm talking, this is going to be an insane move if it gets there. So most likely,
you never know.
Yeah, most likely I'm stopped out and it's not getting there. But this is the name that I'm holding to the moon. You know, that's kind of my idea for the day. And then, yeah, we'll see. We get a couple other trades going as well.
Yeah, guys, great morning. Lots going on. Small cappers moving. In addition to these big cappers, I had 2 trades. Surprise, surprise! 2 trades on big cappers today, on Tesla and on Microsoft, both to the downside. So that was an interesting morning. And then I caught that nice move up on COSM that you heard Neil call out there on the halt. So that was profitable. Got out while we were in the false halt state, just flattened out there for about 9-penny winner. So happy with these trades. Now my eye obviously is on Tesla as we continue to create lower lows and create lower highs. Looks like we flattened out a little bit here. What's the low on Tesla today? I'll tell you in 1 second. 147.72. We're at 147.90s now, so we're about to test that bottom again. The market also setting up nicely, breaking through the low of days, so that's cooperating in terms of a trend to the downside. Really interesting stuff this morning. The other one I want to mention quickly is a small capper that we'll know from last week, BYSI. This one's a continuation play. Look at how it's setting up right off the bell. You get that big move up and the consolidation sideways, and then we just created new highs of days again. Up 20%. It was up way more last week. I remember this one was up in the triple digits, 100+%. So let's see if this one's got legs. Well, I'll keep my eye on that. I'll keep my eye on COSM. And some of these big cappers. I've also got this unusual trade here on MM. So I saw a nice flat bottom. You guys know how I always call these flat bottom breakdowns forming here, and a bit of a level at 205. So I got short 205. I got into 10 times the regular position, and this is because I'm trading it like a buyout, not really because of because I have conviction in this trade or anything. Look how I'm scalping. I'm scalping on the penny, every penny out. So in the money on this one, I've got 60% of the trade left on MM. It's down 14% on the day, bouncing off that $2 level. Looks like a lot of buyers are stepping in at that $2 level, hence the bounce. I've got my stop at 2 pennies above my entry. My entry is 205 short, so 207 I'll be out. It's printing 207s right now, but it hasn't crossed yet. So we'll see what this one does. The spread's opening up on this one a little bit. But this one I won't bore you guys too much with because I doubt many of you will participate on that particular style of trade. BYSI is the one that I'm looking at now. Volume really picking up on this one. Let's switch to the 1-minute chart for BYSI. Yeah, I like to have a bigger 3-minute macro picture here on the side charts, but with respect to trading these micro cap, small cap charts, I go off the 1 minute. Anywhere we're above VWAP now, so if you're looking for an entry area, there is this resistance, former resistance, current support level at that 267. Look for a dip trade around there. You also have a retracement on this candle right to that level, and it bounced right back up for about a 10-penny move. So that's what I'm looking at here. I'm looking for dip trades on this one, and obviously continuing to watch Tesla as it makes new low.
Yeah, guys, what a day, man. There's so many things moving, super exciting here. I'm going to take a long, I don't know if this is going to work, taking a long on Amazon. I think 85 would be a new, yeah, okay, stop. Wait, that was weird. Why am I stopped out of that? That didn't break. Okay, let's just watch this 85-20 area here. I was trying a long in front of like the 20s, thinking maybe this is the area. I'm going to get back into that actually because that was kind of weird. 85 would be a new low. It'll be a fresh new low. Not really sure the low of the earnings move that made it go down, but I almost want to say that area was like, yeah, no, this is I'm not 100% sure. Okay, I'm getting out of that Amazon one. That was kind of maybe premature there. So yeah, I'm just kind of watching here. Yeah, Tesla's going back down. Man, if you had the short when it popped through 49s and just kind of risk off 50s, that is an absolute banger there. Just wanted to call out this Amazon because 85 could be an interesting level. I think 86s was. I mean, just to quickly go back there, 86s. Look at this, man. This thing just kind of comes, tests the 52-week low, and it's just been straight down towards 85. So at some point, there's got to be a bounce, I think. That's kind of my idea here. So I'm going to try a little bit of a bounce play. I just don't know. I don't want to scale into it. I want to kind of feel it out. I think we get closer to 85s and then go from there and see if we get like a really good trade going. But yeah, just to go back to Tesla here, that pop all the way up through 49s, risking off the 50s. Obviously, I was long, so not really thinking short, just kind of getting out of that. And then back to low a day. Like that was a great trade there for anybody that had that. Not really sure where the bottom on this thing is. Keep in mind that it did gap up at one point this morning. I don't have it on the chart here, but it was at 158. right? So kind of closed down here, held the 150, cleared 150 to the downside after hours, and then gapped up 158. And yeah, here we are, right? So it's only down 1.7%, but obviously intraday move, kind of crazy, right? Kind of crazy going from that 158 all the way to 147. Decently large move there. So let me just check back at Amazon here and maybe get a trade going.
Yeah, Amazon looking nice there to the downside, setting up. Nice bottom breakdown there. Yeah, wow. What a weekend, though, guys. We didn't talk too much about this. I don't know if the morning show got into it, but what a World Cup, and what an excellent display of your best possible product on display at when the most amount of eyes are going to be on it. I think it was a World Cup to remember, and it's definitely one that I will remember. I couldn't believe what I was watching. I kept looking over my pops. I was like, are we really watching this? Is this really happening? But the thing is, every call was legitimate. Like every penalty that was given, every foul, I thought the referee did an awesome standout job. So definitely didn't ruin that match. And I think that had part of to do with like how nicely the match turned out. But as the day went on, my day got a little bit worse because Dallas ended up losing there in such a Dallas way to lose. We're 0-2 now, guys, in the postseason, having lost to Green Bay and now Jacksonville. Two not good teams this year, to be fair to Shawn. I'm sure he'll agree with that. And yeah, but it's the same old thing with Dak. I think it's going to be him making boneheaded plays at the wrong time. Anyway, just a kind of a bitter way to end off what would have been an amazing weekend otherwise. But hey, we still hold that position going, and I don't know if the playmakers in the chat shout me out if you are. Yeah, I don't know what you thought about that game yesterday. Okay, going back quickly here, I just want to see what we're gonna do on Tesla, because this one, yeah, I mean, it's super low into the range. Do we see 146s here, Luca? I mean, like, it looks like we are going to test it. What's the low of day currently? 147.37. So yeah, I think we may see 146s soon. The market also below, yeah, heading basically making newer lows. So this one super interesting to watch the rest of the day.
Yeah, man.
After that poll that he put on too, that was hilarious. Should I resign as chief twit?
Yeah, you know, I almost want to say that the moment that that's true, Tesla gets a little bit of a pop. But, you know, anytime large caps break key levels like this, straight through to the downside, and then don't retest them, you know, it's rest in peace. That's what I want to say there. Rest in peace to this one. But, you know, scalpers will scalp. That's my plan. And I'm actually going to get into a Tesla long right now. I just think that, you know, approaching this time of day, there was a lot of selling, maybe overextended. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see 146. You know, read the tape, gauge it, trade your playbook, of course. I think I'm playing off the fact that we just made a new low, and then maybe we get that kind of pop action. The pops will be short-lived, right? The pops will be short-lived. Not really holding anything against me. I'm kind of long here. If we can get 50 cents out of this going into 149, it's showing you that 149 is resistance. And anybody who's thinking, oh, short here, anybody who hasn't sold is like, I'll just be patient and sell the pops. Anybody that's like, oh, I'm kind of chasing the bottoms, or, you know, that, you know, the kind of the games that are played, we're going to get some range action between these levels, I think, of 149 and 147.50. If we continue to break down and there's just heavy selling, you'll see it, right? I'm just glancing at the tape. It looks like a ghost town now. It's kind of very slow. So I'm more comfortable taking the long in this and seeing where it goes. Also took a meta long here at just below 116. This is down 3%. So again, got to be cautious. Got to see where this one can go. But I really do think there is a chance that we get like some nicer pops today relative to the previous days. So yeah, I'm long here, and again, you know, not really going to hold anything against me, willing to scale into it, structuring everything accordingly. But I think if we get through VWAP, there's a chance we get that 117 push. We'll see if that comes into play. So yeah, long meta, basically longs across the board, man. I'm like, it's kind of funny because usually I'm short. Usually I'm short everything, and I'm like, I gotta get some longs on board here. But no, today is a different story. Yeah, Amazon now coming down to that 85 area. So 85, again, new level at 85. I'm seeing a decent amount of size at 85, maybe 4,000 lots there. So could be something, could be interesting. Not really too sure what to think. You know, down 3%, not really thinking short through 85. I kind of think 85 is gonna break. It's gonna take 85. There's almost no way that it doesn't take 85. I don't want to try the long in front and stop below because I think that it's going to break there. So I'm going to watch this one for the next little while, maybe the next 5-10 minutes, see how it kind of resolves. I think there could be a really good kind of, you know, long bounce play to be had. I just don't know when and I don't know where. So yeah, I'm going to watch this, kind of see what happens there. All my positions are basically, I mean, you know, Amazon is kind of a small position now. So not worried. Tesla's pretty flat. CEI is flat. Meta's 18 cents in the money. So I'm basically, you know, kind of flat across the board, deciding I want to pick up a little bit more positions here, but we'll see what happens. And yeah, just to quickly comment on the World Cup. Man, what a game. What a game. What a cash out from that person with the 7-leg parlay.
Yeah, I saw
They
that.
offered him $283,000.
Yeah.
He took
He took it.
He took it.
Yeah.
And, you know, if he didn't, that would have been a nail biter. That, like,
Oh.
that, what a game. I think one of the best World Cups I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, hands down.
Hands down, yeah.
I mean, it never doesn't get any better than that. The only criticism you could make is it ended on penalties. I mean, that's really the only criticism I see. And, you know, I talked to a lot of people about this. I'm like, penalties are more like a lottery than really any sort of competition. But the way that Emi Martinez, the goalkeeper for Argentina, has been performing in penalty shootouts this year makes you feel that it's not really a lottery. This guy's got a genuine edge, and he'll get into the taker's mind. He'll kick the ball away. He'll start stomping on the penalty spot. He'll do all these psychological little gimmicks to get into their head. And he's not a small dude. He's got a big frame on him, 6'4". He's lanky. He's also super quick. By the way, he's an Arsenal product. He comes out of the Arsenal Academy, having been with Arsenal for almost 8 years, but he wanted first team playing, so Arsenal moved him on to Aston Villa, where he's a first-rate goalkeeper there in the Prem. So shout out to Emi Martinez. What a World Cup, Luca. Honestly, can't really get better than that. I'm not sure what's going on back there. All right, anyway, Tesla, I'm continuing to watch that. I don't know if you, Luca, are you long Tesla?
Yep, long
Yeah.
Tesla here, pretty flat on it. I added to the long on Amazon. I kind of like this, man. Now that we're breaking trend, we went to 85, so we didn't really test it. And this is the thing. This is why I'm like, I need to be discretionary on this, because is selling going to come in? Are we going to break? Now we're kind of getting that pop, and it's sort of like breaking trend, looking to the upside. I think this is good for 50 cents to the upside. I mean, this is the thing, right? When you get such a big move to the downside, you could easily revert 50% of that move. Now, do I think, you know, down 3%, it's going to revert 50%? I almost want to say I don't think. It's better not to think. It's better just to react. So yeah, I'm long here. It's starting to work for me. Basically 12 cents in the money. We'll see if this one can get 85.50, get that test there, and then, you know, who knows what comes into play. I'm not really sure the plan. Again, you know, you guys know the deal. For me, it's scalp trade. So yeah, maybe 85.50 area, and then kind of reevaluate and see what happens there.
Yeah, I'm just looking over. Let's bring in the side chart. We didn't get to that this morning. So I'm watching six stocks, as I usually am. The first and probably the one that I'm least likely to get into because of its price action and price is MDGL. But what a move there, right at 7 a.m. All the buying coming in. Look at that move. We come in from 72. I think we top out the same 3-minute candle there at 155. And then, you know, it's holding VWAP. It's getting really close to VWAP, so I really want to see how it's going to act in and around there. It's currently floating around the 50 period, but VWAP's the level that I want to see, especially because there was a price action corresponding, like basically there's corresponding movement where VWAP is. So that 210 level is the area that I want to see it make down to. Then we'll see if we hold it. So MDGL, you know, I'm unlikely to get into it. COSM at the moment, you know, below VWAP, so it's a more, you know, if I'm going to take this long, it's got to be above VWAP. It's going to stay above VWAP. The last time we broke above VWAP was this halt up here, but then it was short-lived as we descended downward, and it's been making newer lows and newer highs. So we'll wait for COSM. This one can do any number of things. Don't write it off. Tesla, we've already talked about. BYSI, I've talked about. That just made new high of the day, by the way, but acting a little irregular. 291 is the high of the day. FSLR is another one that I had my eye on. This one got upgraded this morning on basically saying that it's the company most likely to take advantage of that Inflation Reduction Act. So it moved pretty nicely off that news on the morning. 155 open, 161 top. A 2% move. It's retracing. It's below VWAP. So unlikely to get into that, but I had my eye on it. And this, Neil talked about this one, VKTX, a sympathy play for MDGL. Also, the problem with this one is it's below VWAP at the moment. So if I'm looking for a long, it's got to set up a little bit differently than how it's panning out on the chart at the moment. So those are the 6 that I'm watching. I may change them as the day goes on, but I'll continue to keep my eye on those 6. And then obviously my AM sort of buyout trade that's happening here. That one takes its sweet time, but unlikely to garner much interest from the viewers is that type of trade. But Tesla looking to like continue to trade in a range here. The futures are moving sideways for the moment. After that nice move down from the 82 top, we stopped out here at 56 lows. Now we're kind of cruising in the low 60s, Luca.
Yeah, I want to hold this Tesla long so badly, but at the same time, it's like you get the pop, and it takes like 3 minutes to get there, and then you drop in like 1 second. So obviously, you know, again, it's down. You know, the short is probably better, but at this point in time, the long is probably not going to be wrong. That's kind of how I'm feeling about it. Flat on the position, I was debating covering some of that, and then it kind of flushed on me, so I was like, whatever, let it go. Still holding here, kind of playing off that pre-market bottom. This one, I don't know, man. It's like, again, you know, the bid is sort of softer than the offer, I'm going to say that much. I do think that we could pop easily. We popped to 149.37. We popped to 148.96. I think we could pop to 148.60s. So maybe responsible to take it out at at the half point if we can get there. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep scalping. I mean, maybe I'll hold some just for the potential that we actually go, and then if we do go, maybe I'll actually build into a better long there. And yeah, Amazon held that long. We kind of popped into the 40s, and then big size hit the offer, and I was like, let me just get out over here because if this is where size is trading, I'll just trade with the size as well. So kind of got out a little, and then the size was not really getting filled, kind of rejected. And this goes back to tape reading. Like when you're looking at the tape, you see some size. Like how does the market interacting with that size? Is it a fast fill? Is it a slow fill? If 500 lots hits the offer over here and it instantly fills, I'm not getting out. I'm thinking, okay, well, somebody was just very quick to take that size. Maybe the correct price is a little bit higher. But the fact that it rejected, and now look, we are back down. So I'm obviously holding some of the position, which I think I'm probably going to have to get out of for a loser. If we break 85, 10 area, which kind of like where was the start of the rally, if we go 09s, then yeah, we probably break 85. So my stop on that is kind of just below, I guess it should be below this low. So my stop is like just below here. We'll see what happens. And we're going to quickly look at Microsoft as well. Microsoft's at 240 right now. And this is, wow, down at 240. Yeah, guys, something to note here. I think this is a good, so obviously we had the rebalancing that was happening there. 240 is actually, yeah, below 240 is interesting. So guys, we had the rebalancing, and Microsoft came out, and it was a huge sell. It was like $3 billion to sell, which is pretty big. That was this kind of down move. We opened up, and then here we are, just kind of trending to the downside. The VWAP shorts are good. Now we're below 240. Not really sure what I'm thinking about this one. But yeah, obviously the shorts being extra good on that one. Maybe there could be a bounce to be had. Again, I'm not really shorting into holes here unless I see an opportunity that I can actually make, 30 to 50 cents. But yeah, I'll come back to this one because 240 is an interesting level. I'm going to drag over the daily for everybody to see here because, it's kind of interesting how Microsoft, one of the names that it was holding for so long, comes out 3 billion sell. Look at that volume candle relative to all the other volume on the daily. So that is a lot of money that's exchanging hands. And note the price. This is the general area where it kind of held and then didn't come back above 247. So going forward, I have to remember 247 as resistance. I'm not sure if we get back there. Maybe we now get a sell off to the downside. But yeah, 247 to 250 area is probably going to be significant resistance. I would be surprised if it gets back there before kind of breaking down and testing that 230. So we'll see what happens there. Not really going to take a trade. Just kind of nursing a few longs here on board. Yeah, CEI is now actually in the money. So things are good, man. Things are good. Could you imagine? Could you imagine?
I just took a 6 short on Microsoft, dude.
Yeah, nice.
91. I got out in the 50s. That's like a 40 penny winner real quick. Yeah, a little breakdown there on Microsoft. Not really seeing the exact response here in the market. There we go. We're coming back to my entry price, so I'm going to have to just actually manage this real quick. 91s is my entry, so it's going to touch up my entry. So there we go. I just go flat on the remaining portion. No big deal, but a big winner there on Microsoft. I took full size on that, to be honest. Still holding that MM trade. But what were you asking me about CEI?
Well,
dude, I didn't hear anything about this stock till I came in this morning and heard Neil talk about it.
Yeah, let me quickly, I'll give a quick explanation. I'm sure a lot of you guys already know, but for those that don't, remembering COSM from Friday. So COSM, they did an offering today, classic, right? But this thing was a reverse split. Classic. And for whatever reason, it was trading below $1 and then just had the run up, going absolutely crazy.
Did you hear what happened on this though? With some brokers though, they were quoting it.
Well, the thing is when
chaos.
When you have reverse split, they have to change whatever they, there's back end stuff that has to be changed. And sometimes the brokers don't do it in time. So it's kind of weird, right? You would think, oh, the brokers are going to kind of figure their stuff out the night before so that the next day they have it all sorted out and you could trade it. And the reason why they weren't allowing people to trade it is because they didn't, they didn't fix their back end. I think that's kind of what the issue was.
I know.
And so that being said, it's like, oh, you have all these different, yeah, it's kind of, I mean, it is what it is. It's the Wild West, man.
IBKR among them as this. That was absolute trash, IBKR. No shout out to you. Because when I was trying to pull this stock up on my my platform here and trade it so I could get the levels like the way that I typically do, I couldn't do it. You guys didn't have it ready, so do better, IBKR. You guys are not very good right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is trading, right? And I think we over here we do a really good job of kind of calling it as it is type thing.
It's working great on our system.
And yeah, it's just depends the type of access that you have, right? So we are fortunate enough to kind of have really good access to kind of all these venues and just the way that it works. But yeah, so going back to the point, COSM, reverse split, kind of nonsense. Maybe, hedge fund catches wind of this. They soak the float. There's obviously a high short percentage float. This thing runs to 22, 23. When I came back from grabbing an espresso and I heard Neil going, wow, I'm like, okay, well, if Neil's saying wow, then something's going crazy. And this thing was like 20, 21, 22, and I'm like, what is going on over here? This is crazy. So yeah, and then, smoked in the after hours,
Unreal.
Down 60% today, and go figure, they do an offering, priced at 11. So anybody who has shorts on this name, I do not. And again, I'm not going to trade this name, but anybody who has shorts on this name, look at this, right? 11 is the offering price. It runs up, it halts, but look where it stops. It stops right at 11.
Yep.
So if it gets back to 11, it could be a good look as per the offering price. They did the offering, the price is at 11. Who's buying this over 11? Anything could happen, that's trading. But yeah, maybe you got that 11 shelf overhead. And again, I didn't pay for short, so it's easy for me to say, yeah, 11 short, looks good. Okay, I was just in the money on everything, and now everything's going against me here. So let me just quickly revisit this, and then I'll get back to the CI example.
Yeah, Microsoft basically coming into my flatten out area here, 240.15. That one, yeah, look at this. Just breakdown, very momentary break. This is a 1 minute chart. So momentary breakdown, then right back into that 240 and above. We catch that one as it broke down, but something tells me Microsoft is not done on the day. What's funny though is that the market is only down 0.5 percentage point, guys. The ES March contract, we're down 0.49%. But when you have a look at big tech here, big tech is really underperforming the entire market. Google, the best of the bunch, down 0.83%. But look at Microsoft, 1.9, Meta 3.06, Apple 1.98 essentially too. Amazon 2.75. So we are the big tech stocks really are underperforming the overall market. Now let me just quickly go to my MM trade because now we're coming back to $2 on MM. I've got a lot of size on this one. So if we can break through $2 on MM, I'll be printing very nicely. But size showing up here and the volume, guys, only a million shares done, but this is trading like a buyout, but profitable, very profitable for me so far. Looking to take more on that one. Everything ended up being okay on those.
Yeah, no, I was looking at, so maybe this is a dumb punch out, maybe this holds, but I was long Meta and it looked good, but it did reject the VWAP and then we had the big flush down. So maybe it holds, maybe this is a bad punch out. I probably could have got broken even. But I'll just take the loss on that and then revisit and see where we go from there. So yeah, out of the Meta trade, still holding the Tesla trade. Somebody in the chat was like, yeah, man, if no joke, instead of resigning from Twitter, Elon should be better served as resigning from Tesla. Yeah, I think, again, if he resigns from Twitter and if it comes through, I think Tesla gets a pop. I think Tesla pops on the news there. It's obviously favoring the yes. I think it's at like 56, 57%. I don't know if he's going to be a man of his word there. I don't know how that plays itself out.
He said he was going to. He's like, I will abide by the results of this poll or something to that effect.
And Aboriginal Alien saying 7 billion exit crypto market in the last 4 hours. Yeah, it's a weird. I mean, what is the next leg to drop there? I'm gonna quickly pull up Coinbase. I wonder where this is. We're below 35 now, but I guess we're at
16.
We're lower.
We're close to day's low.
It's
16,626 is day's low.
There's definitely more downside in crypto. Don't discredit the technology, but there's definitely more downside in crypto for sure. It's unfortunate that we can't trade crypto because I would try to be all over, trade things that move, trade things that do a lot of volume. You know, always trade the things in play. That's the best. Yeah, the guys, just this is a bad punch out of Meta. That was bad there, but I'll take it, no problem. So still long Tesla, still long Amazon, and going back to what I wanted to say on CEI. So the reason obviously they're up is because they announced their reverse split that's coming through. It's going to be a 50-to-1. I think it's going to take place on Wednesday of this week, and it's kind of funny because, you know, CEI was going to do a reverse split eventually. Then they saw the whole COSM situation, and they're like, wait a second, you're telling me that if we reverse split, there's a potential that we could see 400-500% gains post-split? And so they're like, yeah, guys, newsflash, we're doing our reverse split sooner. It's going to take place on Wednesday.
Why do they do the reverse split? So
they just need to adhere to the
above the dollar thing, right?
I'm not sure the AMAX regulations has to be listed on there.
Oh,
but
whatever.
like, let's say they're like,
AMAX,
you have to be over $1 for like the past 2 months or whatever. So if they average below $1, that's why they do reverse split, so they can actually stay on the exchange. So nothing necessarily changes with the company. I mean, the fact that look at the daily on CEI, right? It's not good. It is not good. You know, despite the past 2 days have been great, but yeah, it's just been going down, and I think maybe it's 50 cents, maybe you got to stay above 50 cents, so a lot of the times they just, you know, do these reverse splits. Now, yeah, the fact that we're actually popping here, I almost want to say we are popping strictly because COSM moved, it was reverse split, there's volume here, and so people are just like, oh, okay, and you know, CI, whatever, whoever makes these decisions is like, yeah, maybe this is a great idea to actually do the reverse split. So that's why I got long. I'm like, I'll just get long and I'll hold for the moon. I didn't sell anything. I got long and it was working for me. And I'm like, okay, now I'm good. Now I'm good. We're going to probably 20s. And again, if you look at the daily of this thing, you know, I was seeing like, yeah, maybe 18 cents. And then the dream would probably be like a pop to 35. And then it's just a whole different trade altogether. So that was kind of my targets. And obviously it looks
Tesla.
silly now. Yeah, Tesla's flushing now. I'm going to have to get out of this long here if it continues to go.
Okay, so I actually punched in short there. This was the flat bottom breakdown that I was looking at Tesla. So I punched in short 50s. I got some out right there. The last piece out right in front of 147, 147.06. So almost a 50 penny winner at the best. Obviously, not all of it came out at the 50 penny winner, but nice move at 147 here, breaking to the downside. So that's no longer a level that hasn't broken. Wow, what a short on Tesla, guys. That flat bottom, I just love how these patterns set up, and you know, it's not, you know, you can't even say that it's a flat bottom per se here, because what you got here is, I think, a downward channel. You got continuously lower highs and continuously lower lows. So that in my book is a downward channel. They just end up looking like a flat bottom breakdown, but don't know if I can call them there. Whatever they're called, they're profitable. Pumped on that trade on Tesla. So now we've got a Tesla short and a Microsoft short, both to the downside, both profitable. And the last trade that we're in is this MM short. There we go. We're seeing a lot of the bid getting taken out there. There was a lot more size on this bid. We had like, I think 300 to 400 lots. We've got barely around 100 at this point. So it looks like that that $2 level on MM may give way quite soon. And here are all our resting profit-taking orders. I'm taking profit at every penny. So because it's like such a huge position, that ends up being a good trade. So already 4 outs, looking for number 5, 6, 7, and 8. And then we'll have 20%, which will hold for the dream on that one. Let's go up to Brendo at the big desk, who's got the Euro update.
Guys, yeah, just waiting for a few closing prints to come through here, but I can show you a positive session to start the week over in Europe right now. The FTSE, the last one, just waiting to come through here, but for the most part, back to the upside after a negative end to the week on Friday, as we saw similarly in North America. 0.5% there for England, leading the way so far today outside of Turkey. 4.3 or 0.43 for France, 0.45 for Spain to end the day positive, guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you for Brendo. Look at this. I think we're continuing to make lower lows on the day. The ES just printing a newer low now, guys. 38.53 on the dot. Now we're close to 0.75 percentage point on the day low. 0.67%. Yeah, a lot of movement here, both on Microsoft. I'm seeing a lot of movement coming in at the market to the downside now. Microsoft moving down. Tesla near low of days. Low of day on Tesla, by the way, 146.78. Yeah, so we're not too far away from that. About 10, 15 pennies or so. Lots moving here. Luca, you good to go or no? Okay, so let's continue to see what is going on up here. Let's see. Let's bring in the scanner. We were looking at this BYSI earlier. What is this one up to? Let's bring in the scanner real quick. Yeah, so this one's near high of days again. We were watching this one. Just don't know how to get into this one. This one's not really giving you any opportunity. So way too sporadic in its price action, not really respecting any levels from which we can take a bounce off. Yeah, and it's really close to high of day, 297. I guess this is the kind of thing that you try to punch in on the lower end of things and hold, but we've got, you know, resistance at 3 that we gotta be cognizant of. That may end up being a level. So BYSI, let's flip to the daily real quick to see if we can glean any levels. Okay, so look at this chart, guys. I mean, this is fantastic. This is like paradise if you're a small cap day trader, and if you're a swing trader, this is probably even better, because look how many green candles in a row here, each higher than the other, each creating a new high for the last how many days now? One. Christmas trees. Randy says that's going to be a Christmas tree because it's going to come right back down in the same shape, but the next time around it's going to be red, not green. Is that what you're saying, Randy? There you go. So I interpreted that right. 297 is the high. Could we see sub $1? So you could be a swing trader either to the high side or the low side. Chances are you would have been profitable on this one. So maybe we'll keep an eye for that Christmas tree shape to develop. And to the low side, BYSI, you can't forget that name. BIC. What is this company anyway? Beyond Spring is a clinical stage global I've read this last week. Yeah, okay. So this one rings a bell. Let's take off the scanner and go back to some of these other big cappers that we were looking at. Make sure that they're moving as planned. What do we got over here? Yeah, Microsoft curling right back down, coming close to the area that we got out. Last time we got out 239.50s. What's the low of day on Microsoft, by the way, just to announce it? 239.56 is a low of day, so I guess we got some out there. Let's look for a possible breakdown of that. What else is moving over here, guys? Okay, let's see. What do we got? Yeah, so market moving, continuing to move sideways. I've got really nothing on at the moment. We can have a look at. I have Tesla on at the moment, but is that moving? Yeah. Oh, there we go. It's continuing to create newer lows. 146 now. 67 is the low on Tesla. That one is moving down, baby. There we go. I'm not going to punch in here. We're all out of our Tesla short. Oh, you're not in. I'm out of it completely. Yeah. No, I'm still holding. I got short in the 147.55 and then held for that move through 147 for a 50 penny winner. Now it is down a dollar lower from where we were at, 146.58. Where is it? 146.55. I'm out. Yeah, sorry. I'm completely out of my short on Tesla. Got in for a 50 penny winner. You know me. All I do is scalp. Now we just broke through the half dollar. I believe, no, actually, the low of day is now at the half dollar, 146.50, as some size starts coming in at those levels. What is the chat up to? What are they up to? No one on MGGL, says Jared Tweddle. Yeah, it's just such a dangerous stock. You know, it's back to VWAP now. Here's a chart for it. We're at 207.77. We'll see what this one does. I called it out earlier with respect to it having to hold VWAP, and so we'll keep an eye on that one. But what else is the chat up to over here? Anybody mentioning anything of note? CEI, yeah, Luca mentioned that one. I won't be trading that. That's sub $1. I expect another Chapter 11 on CVNA soon. Yeah, Vanna, well, who knows what that one will do. Guys, Tesla just broke through that half dollar again. 146.42 now is the low on that one. Could we see 146s? Switch to the daily chart and see what we can glean daily level here on Tesla. I hope my chart doesn't go ape wild after that split. Yeah, see, that split is kind of messing everything up here. So let's switch to the weekly chart. I think that'll give us an easier time because Tesla hasn't been down to these levels in quite some time, guys. Okay, so the last time we were down at these levels was November 16th. November 16th, 2020.
I just want to quickly say GME breakdown 20. Somebody called it saying GME wow, and I'm like over here saying, yeah, wow. It's now below 20, but sorry to cut you off there. I just want to that.
Feel free.
Yeah, no, thanks for covering, by the way. Yeah, guys,
yeah.
I was just trying to fix my my order flow kind of executions here because This market is, yeah, maybe this is just too much information for people that don't care about it, but make sure you're routing orders to the right spot. I'll say that much. Make sure you're routing orders to the same correct positions. You know, it's just kind of testing there. Yeah, so now I'm just long CEI. And pretty flat on that, not even up 50 cents. Tesla, yeah, flushing to the downside. I know Cherif was covering that. Microsoft, nice short off the 240 level for anybody that had that. This is kind of the theme of the market. It's like it breaks key levels, or not key levels, but you know, even 240 kind of psychological level. It breaks, it comes back. Watch how it reacts after the break. So you don't necessarily want the break. This isn't a 150 Tesla break, but you know, watch how it reacts. If it can't pop, then you know, down we go, right? So even looking back at Meta, I'm like, I just don't like the long anymore. It's not good. But I should have been more patient trying to get, you know, my break-even price because it didn't really sell off. But product of the show, man. You punch in, you punch out, use your intuition. That's what I'm telling myself. If I don't like the trade, just get out. It's 10 cents. Who cares? Doesn't make a big deal. It's basically the same thing. So that's why I'm out of the Meta trade. Pretty happy, not bouncing back. At this point, I'm looking for pops. You know, this is the time of the day that we could get some nice pops, and I'm going to try to short the pops if they come to fruition. And surprised that, I mean, the whole market's down, right? But I'm surprised that Apple continues to go lower.
Yeah.
You know, I would note where the price print happened on Friday. So that was a 135 price print. So, you know, not today because it's not going to get back to 135. I'd be very surprised if that takes place. But in the future, 135 is an interesting level. Yeah, at this point, man, it really does feel like we are going to 128, and then we'll see what happens over there. You know, maybe 28 holds. I'm not really too sure.
Where were we this level? The lowest point, like recent, like this year, was June 16th. And the low that day was 129.04. We have a low today of 131.45. Could we see that June low being broken this week? I wouldn't put it past it. I wouldn't say no to that. I want to find someone by the name of Scratch Eye wrote something real quick. He's not Santa Claus rally because we're not going up, so it's a Grinch rally. So we're going
the
down.
Grinch,
so it's a Grinch rally.
yeah.
You gotta coin that because that was hilarious. I chuckled to myself when I read that. Guys, we just created a new low now on the ES, 38.48 on the March contract. We're heading for lower, Luca.
Yeah, you know, we are heading lower here.
Really.
Tesla looking like it's going for that 146 test. The test is the low will be 146.26. At this point, I am just kind of waiting for setups. I'm waiting for something to come to fruition.
Likewise.
Yeah, maybe we get a bounce now that the market kind of flushed through the lows, back up to the upside. I almost want to say that if like 38.55 to 38.60 holds, then yeah, maybe 38.50. Because keep in mind, 38.50, every 50-point increment on the ES is sort of like a psychological level. It's just very kind of basic. And so as we break these levels and then pop, we still could continue lower, right? We still could. But let's see how this reacts and goes from here. Yeah, now CI is not really doing much. Oh man, that actually was, what kind of flush was that? Yeah, no, this thing, if it was gonna go, it was, I mean, like realistically, now I'm just kind of hoping that it goes. I'm still gonna hold. I have my stop in place. I'm still gonna hold. I don't really care too much. But I mean, if it was really gonna go, it wouldn't have done this candle. Like this one candle through VWAP was the tell that now VWAP is going to be resistance. You have the overhead resistance. People that bought long over here, if we get there, they're like, oh, thank God I could get out. They sell, and then we kind of get that resistance, right? So we would really need to go through 15 to the upside to see anything with this position. I'm long. I'm basically flat. You know, I have a reasonable size on it. I mean, if we go up, I make money, but you know, if we go down, I don't get smoked. So yeah, just backburnering that one. Not really too worried. And Amazon is now back at 85.09. So 85 didn't break to the downside. I want to short this name.
That looks
but
great
I'm not
as a
sure.
flat bottom breakdown,
like I want
Luca.
Yeah, like I want to scalp short this through 85. I'm going to try that again. That's kind of what I was trying before. I'm going to get into this short here. But yeah, it's not something that I'm going to hold against me because, I mean, we're at the lows, right? So if we pop, it could be violent pops to the upside.
What's the news? Why is Amazon down 3 point?
I'm not too sure.
Like, why, if nothing is down as much as Amazon with respect to the other 5, I mean, Meta is down 3%, but Amazon's down 3.18%. Not a super chat, but a member for 1 month by the name of Andrew Fischella asking, says, dumb question, boys. Never a dumb question, by the way. What do you use for charts? Trade ideas, partner? Yeah, so we have our P Pro 8 charts. That's what you're seeing right now. these white charts here with the level 2 and the time of sales. These are P per 8. I use my regular brokerage account, but Trade Ideas is a friend of the show's, and we do have an account for that. So just go over to Trade Ideas. Luca, do you use TradingView, or what do you use over there? Okay, so let's have a look real quick. Well, I personally use these. So these are IBKR charts. They're not the best, to be honest with you, but it's just a matter of me having gotten used to them. I can basically just draw in ways that I'm not comfortable drawing on the other one, but IBKR also offers TradingView now integrated into the platform. So if anybody's using that, it's under the Advanced Charts heading. Also, Trade Ideas, Prad uses that when he's here. You guys see that all the time. He's always using that on his side monitor and bringing it sometimes into the main monitor. So that's what I use, but I do like TradingView. I think TradingView is a free platform. It's easy to use. As you improve on the platform, obviously you can add more features. You can add like the Premium Plus. It gives you more indicators, because you don't really want to be overwhelmed with indicators to begin with when you're first learning, because you really should be looking at the price action and learning the time and sales. And then later, when you become more advanced and your style develops, you can start using more indicators. So at least that's my advice. So hope that helps there. Microsoft finding a bit of a bounce off that 239, I want to say 12 or 13 or whatever, and around there, but where it's got to create a newer high. So the micro trend on this one is that 240.50 seems to be a bit of a top. If we can get above there, that will also be the breach of the 50 period. So Microsoft finding a bit of a bounce. The market likewise doing the same off that 38.48 bottom. Now looks like we've moved up about 10 points on the ES, finding a bit of a bottom, but again, still down on the day. I wouldn't be ready to call a decided change in trend on this one. Back to MM for those following. Every time I come back here and we're back at that $2 level, I see smaller size. Now I've got less than 60. Less than about like 75 lots here. Before it was like 300-400. So every time we come down to that level, we're more likely to break down. But the spread opening up from 1 penny to 2. That's how you trade these things, by the way. Tesla finding a bit of a curl here, not much. Still, if you drew that downward channel, you're still well within it. So to me, I'm not going to get into the short again, but if you're interested in getting into the short, maybe draw some downward channel lines and try to take short the pops, right? So long as the market is corresponding and so long as Tesla hasn't broken any major levels. I'm looking at a major level here to show that a possible trend has changed. If we break 147.5 to the high side, there was clear support for it here. You had that rejection off it here, and then you had the final breakdown of that 147.5. Also, that happens to be the 50 period moving average, so it's nice when those two correspond. So if you're looking to short, maybe 147.5, but if it breaks that decidedly, maybe give it to about 148, give it 150 pennies or so. If it breaks that, then maybe there's a trend change. Otherwise, I think that we're still headed for a downward channel. Some people in the chat saying Apple bouncing. Yeah, so is the overall market. Apple finding that we're getting off that 130, 145 bottom. Looks like that was the low of day on Apple, and now 132.44. So moving $1 to the high side. Maybe this is a VWAP retracement, guys. Like, have a look at this. The majority of these big six are not the majority. In fact, all of them are below the VWAP level. So we have a possible play on all of these for a VWAP retracement. Apple looks to be the most likely to touch VWAP at the moment. Likewise with Meta. Meta is close to VWAP as well. So interesting play on some of these. I think Apple, obviously being the bigger weighted stock on the ES, has more of an effect. So let's see what this one does. Are you good to go?
Yeah, guys, I'm building along in Amazon because there's no selling at 85. It's just not selling through 85. There's a lot of bids here. So, it's like usually you think it's going to break, and that's kind of why I was thinking short. But now I'm loading the boat on the long. And I think we're actually going to blow through 85.50 this time around. And then, yeah, maybe we liquidity vacuum up to 86. So that's my play. A lot of people are bidding here. That's the kind of feel that I'm getting. Nobody's really selling. That's the main thing. Nobody's really selling. So, on Tesla, there is a lot of selling. That's why we broke through 150 and, it just kind of tanked to the downside. But now that Amazon comes all the way down, 85 level holds, yeah, there's just no selling. So again, you gotta know the market that you're in. It's like Amazon, you gotta be a little bit patient with it. Every time I look, the bids are good. I'm in the short. I'm getting smoked on, not smoked, but I'm not winning any of the shorts. And then I get the long, and the long is not wrong. So yeah, if abort the short, the long can't be wrong. I'm now long. I kind of want to keep adding to it, but yeah, it kind of feels like the ship has sailed. Now it's like going, and we probably like, if we get through like 85.40, this thing tests 50 again, we blow through 50s, we blow through 60s. Like, yeah, where's the top on this thing? We easily could pop to like 80s, 85s, and if the overall market wants to hold up and move back to the upside, for whatever reason, we're only down like 50 basis points, right? So it's not a day that there's like a lot of selling in some names, like names like Tesla, but yeah, whatever. For some reason, Amazon is not it's not selling off. So this is the thing about day trading, guys. If you're wrong, just kind of flip, and like if you feel it, like go for that. So yeah, along this one, we'll see where it goes. I'm gonna nurse this position and maybe get another couple positions too.
Yeah, SLNO, I'm seeing on my scanner here, start to make a move. It kind of had a bit of a top there. It is a NASDAQ stock, SNLO. Warning, it is $1. What's going on here? SLNO, okay, SLNO. And it's NASDAQ. Come on, let's go. We're live TV here, baby. Let's go. Okay, there we go. So it is $1. You know, I'm not too fond of these stocks. We are close to high of day. This is pre-market here, so it's to be taken with a grain of salt. Let me just ensure that that's an actual wick and not a dark pool wick on SLNO. That happened at around 8:04. SLNO. There we go. So yeah, that is an actual wick. Oh, that's a institutional order, so that's not actually accurate. That 170 high, I think, is bogus. I think we are actually at the high of days right now. Here we go. 162 is the high of day. There we go. We're getting to 162 again. Here on the tape, some selling coming in. Obviously, we're close to high of day. This is an interesting one. I'm not really sure what the catalyst is on this. Let me have a look here. Oh, there we go. I've got it on my news blotter brought to you here. Solano Therapeutics shares are trading higher after the company announced the financing commitment for up to $60 million. So it looks like they're getting some cash injection. You know, not the greatest heading, but it's making the stock move, and that's all we really need to know. So can we play levels off this? Let's have a look. So looks like first and foremost that 145 level and that 150 level, good area of support around there. A lot of price action running through that 5-cent area. It's broken through it, obviously. I would have to say that 150 may act as an area of support, having now broken through it and created a 162 top. If you're looking for a retracement trade, maybe it's that $half area. This is a low conviction trade for me. It's not the type of stock that I like. Sub $3, you know, and kind of a suspect catalyst, to be honest with you. Not like a cancer-related catalyst. It's more of a cash financing catalyst. There we go. We're getting back to that 150 area. It also happens to be the 7 period on the 1 minute. So interesting area of retracement after that big move. But look where we bounced from too. We bounced from close to VWAP at around $1.37. Then we made a top here at $1.62. So not a bad move for a $1 stock. Be honest with you, that's like a good almost 30 penny move there. What's going on?
Yeah, no, just kind of nursing these trades. Yeah, guys, in the chat, let us know what you're trading. You know, if things are moving, what you're excited about. If you had a great weekend, tell a couple stories.
Here.
Yeah, man, what?
Bradley's in the chat.
Oh, Brad, man. Amazon in the yeah. He's over here saying Amazon in the 80s. What the heck happened? I was only gone for not even 2 weeks over here. Yeah, no, it's kind of crazy, man. Markets have been crazy as always. Definitely an interesting time to be a part of. Yeah, I'm going to let this long work for me and see if this wants to actually break 85.50, go to the upside. And yeah, guys, you know, let us know. Microsoft, nice move. Yeah, of course. Microsoft, definitely a nice move there. Oh, and I didn't even share another one of my trades, which I was going to get to, but I totally forgot about, was the VKTX. VKTX, so when I start to trade these small caps, I really just try to hold them because I think, like, okay, like it's obviously, you know, news and we were up at $8. I don't have the data, so actually I think it's better if I just pull this up for everybody. I only go back to 7:30, so if I go to 6:30, yeah, there we go. So this is the move, right? It had the move there, and you know, had the move, retraced 50% of the move, started to go to the upside. I was like, okay, it kind of feels like the algo is clearing out both sides. But you know, this is a thing that I don't really hold against me because it could flash up, flash down. So I was favoring the long, getting long. I thought I had a really good long, and I was letting it work for me. started to go to the upside. So as you guys can see, and let me zoom in here, this was the plan. Long stopped out. Long kind of took some money, stopped out again. Long stopped out again. Then I was like, okay, here we go. Long, 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 and then cover, cover, cover. I tried to hold for the dream to, $8, go for that high day clear out type thing. And it just wasn't doing its thing. And so yeah, I had to get out of that trade. But I thought there was potential here. It unfortunately flushed to the downside. I'm up on the name, thankfully. But I was holding kind of for the moon there. So it just didn't happen.
Guys, news alert. We have broken that $2 level on AM. I got a couple of more outs here, each at the penny. So we get some out at 2, we get some out at 199, and now we're printing 198 here on the ass. So I'm about to get filled again as the size gets eaten out there on the bid. Yeah, AM, baby. This one's printing, trading like an absolute buyout. What, 1.23 million shares. We get filled there at 198. Now it looks like we may be even getting 197s. So our next resting profit taker is about to get filled. We have 35% of the original position left. This was a position 10 times my normal position as we took it. We're trading it like a buyout. Completely different than trading these momentum stocks. Back to Tesla, as that one is all the rave right now. Still creating lower highs, and we're about to get lower lows. Are we at lower lows? 146.17, and that was formed on this 3-minute candle. So yes, we are at low of days or near them. I'm not getting in this one. I should have probably held at least a bit of my position. Don't know why I got all of it out on this move down. You know, I got to be better with the emotional side of trading. Back to SLNO. Shawn says, nah. Just leave it the way you are. SLNO, yeah, we're a bit of a triple top now at that 162 level. Can't seem to break through there. Having a cursory look here on the book, I see some size, but really not much to speak of when we're talking about a dollar stock. I mean, like, it's probably less than 200 lots, so shouldn't be a real deal breaker. Probably dealing with an iceberg order here, most likely. We keep getting flushes to in and around that 7-period moving average. So if you're looking for dip trades, that 7-period on the 1-minute chart is looking good. What's up, Luca?
Yeah, no, I'm just like, should I add to the long here? The long kind of feels like the right idea, but yeah, it's kind of just floating around. Things are doing what they're doing. Always enjoy watching Luca. He has some way to go as a trader, but I love his attitude. Yeah, man, we all do. We can all get better. I'm not like amazing at trading. Like, I'm not sitting here being like, yeah, guys, I'm the best trader ever. No, I'm sitting here like, let's see what happens. Like, this could be a good trade, and then it doesn't work, and I'm like, oh man. So you're watching this in real time, and I hope I'm doing a great job at kind of, providing value. You guys are watching my process. It's sometimes a little bit sloppy, but I have a great time, man. That's the thing. If this is a privilege to be a day trader. That's a lot of people. They want to be day traders. They want to make it work. It is the dream, man. It is the dream. So it's not easy. No pain, no gain. You just got to kind of continue to work on your process. You guys are going to see I'm frustrated at times. Other times I'm happy. Kind of the emotional swings up and down. But it is what it is, man. You got one life. Make it work. Be happy. Yeah, man. Cherif is a great partner here because this guy really knows. I'm like over here and he's like, hey, Luca, what are you looking at? I'm just like, I don't know here. Maybe I'm like, oh, sorry. What was that? But yeah, no. So this Amazon is now starting to work for me. Hey. That was the little dip. I took a little bit out because 40s wasn't breaking to the upside. Maybe it's just more of a scalper's market. So you know what? As I kind of, this is probably not the right. No, I'm not covering this. I'm not covering this because we dipped and then we kind of popped back up. So I'm going to keep it in place. It'll be discretionary, but I think there's a chance we get through the 50s here. And then if we get the 50s, maybe people are playing this range. And then if we break back to the upside, they're worried about that. So I'm thinking about this in real time, but it does feel like it pops up and then it's like not really selling going down. So this is what I'm seeing in the tape, and this is why I'm explaining it for everybody. If you're watching Amazon, there is no selling. There is buying, and then it goes up, and then people are like, okay, well, I'm long, I'm not going to sell. Then it kind of goes down, it goes back up, and then trajectory to the upside. So yeah, let's see if we can get towards that 50s, and then I'll consider, we'll see what happens. But there's bids that are stepping up. Things are looking good to the upside, and this is Amazon, right? We're down at 85s, 85, 1, 2, 3 times didn't break. Third time, I was like, well, third time's a charm, so I'm not missing this one. I'm going to, take that short. got out of it, flipped long. Now the long is starting to work there. You know, yeah, so if abort the short, the long can't be wrong. Meta back to, oh, I missed that VWAP sell. I have a bad habit of not having my orders out there. Okay, I'm not going to short this right now, but I definitely should have. I even called it. I'm like, I should short Meta at VWAP. I have to do a better job, man, at having some orders out there and kind of, you know, taking the fills when they're up for grabs. I'm just talking about it, not actually getting the fills.
Guys, this buyout style trade, it's not a buyout trade, by the way. I just want to make that clear. I'm trading it like a buyout. It's not a buyout. This is a former runner. We know MM from last week. We've been talking about MM ad nauseum, but this is my biggest trade of the day, and I had like a couple of 50-penny winners on Amazon and Microsoft. This one is really printing, so we get two more outs there, one at 98 and another at 97. Now I'm going to become a little bit more aggressive. I'm not going to take it out every penny because I'm only holding 20% of the position left, so I'm going to take it. I'm going to take every 2 pennies, and I'm going to only take out half, so not the full size of what I was taking out. So let this one run, and I may throw in a stop a little bit above $2, maybe at that 201 level, because I think back to $2, we should encounter some resistance here, seeing that that was a former area of clear support. We got multiple rejections on that too. So that's my play for this one. This one actually ended up being a great little trade. We'll talk about Tesla and more when we get back from Brendo, who's at the big desk with Happening Now.
Hey guys, into lunchtime we go here. Still red right across the board for the most part for North America here. As far as what is leading the way, it's been the NASDAQ and tech all morning long. Continues to be 1.25, 1.19 there for the composite and the 100 as far as tech stocks are concerned. 0.93 meanwhile for the Russell 2000, also under pressure today. We did go red eventually for the Dow. If you remember, it was the last one to kind of hold on to positive territory. 0.2 now, 0.6 for the S&P as well. If you joined us in the pre-market, we were discussing Meta, Tesla, and Amazon, among others, all on the negative side today. Saw an interesting note on Tesla. Since its inclusion into the S&P 500 is down 38%. Versus 4% to the upside since that same day for the overall index. So that's your poll, I would say, Elon. Enough, anyways. Back over to you guys.
You know, all these big tech just heading to the south side, they're all right on my screen. And they're all, we pointed this out to you guys earlier, they're all weaker than the overall market. The market is only down about a little bit more than half a percentage point at now, 21.5 points. On the ES March contract. So the market is not that red, but you would not be able to see that if you were just looking at these big six. They're all well read, Luca.
Yeah, man, it's an interesting time, man. Going into next year, you know, it's we're gonna see, we could see. I mean, I don't know what to expect. We had a huge week last week. You know, what's this week going to show us? And you know, is there going to be the same volume? Because obviously it's been a huge year. People are positioning. You know, if you think things are going to turn around, like what better time to buy some of these names at the lows? It's kind of crazy, man. People are you know, taking their bets here. You know, a lot of money's going to go on the table. You know, long term. You know, obviously January, New Year. There's a lot of volume that comes through. So things are interesting. Yeah, Amazon now finally going, guys. Man, I am like every time this gets up there, it's like. It's like slam down, and I'm like, but it keeps holding. So now we're actually through 85.50, and yeah, things are looking good to the upside here. Hopefully we get a crazy pop. I took some out just to kind of, I'm like, I'm not riding this back down again. It's just so painful to watch. So I said to myself here, I'm not going to be too greedy with it, but I don't know, man. Maybe this actually does want to run to the 80s. And you know, I fight for the position. I take 30 cents, and then it's going to go $1. That's kind of the product of trading. That's kind of how it's just frustrating at times. But that's the thing, man. I'm going to take it out a little bit early. I said 60s, 70s, and you know, we're at kind of 55s, 48s. I'll hold some. You know, I'll hold some here. But man, no, that was, I don't even know. Like, you know, when you're frustrated, man. That's trading for you. It is what it is. You know, you try your best to kind of stay in the zone, man. Stay in the zone, do as best you can. I love how somebody always pulls up CVNA, and I'm just like, I wonder where it is now. So let me just like look at it very quickly. Oh, we're below 5, so that's a done deal, man. That 580 short, Cherif, that we were talking about.
Yeah.
Like, come on, now it's like, you know, 430 today, down 12%. I don't see a trade. Maybe they go bankrupt. That probably happens.
Luca, sorry, I gotta interrupt you,
for
brother.
sure.
SLNO flying, guys. Now up 106% on the day. It looks like we just broke to that $1.90 area. Look at that break of this top here, this bull flag continuation. That $1.60, remember that $1.62 double top that or triple top that we call? Well, that got broken and became a $1.63 top, and that didn't hold for much longer either as we rocketed to the $1.90 to the high side. Could we see $2 on this one? I think we could. I mean, SLNO, this one, wow. On some bogus catalyst about cash injections, but that's what day trading, these small cap crappers is all about. It's about the price action and getting in and getting out and scalping. You're not going to see me holding this. I don't got the guts for it. But SLNO, whoever's in it, good on you. Just want to alert you to it. This one reached obviously at high of days. There we go. Just created a new high of day on this one. What's the high of day now? $1.93. It was $1.92. We just created a new high of day. That was ever so brief on that one, but I just want to flip back quickly to this MM trade. I'm going to have to hit the bang for this one. Look how many outs we got on this one, guys. Look how many outs we got. And then we got the last little piece here at $1.95. Now we're resting at $1.92. We're short $2.05 on this one. So we're already 20 pennies in the money. Oh, sorry, 10 pennies. Wow, I cannot count. 10 pennies, more than 10 pennies in the money on this one. And scalping out much smaller pieces as we get more and more southward. So MM, awesome. By the way, wanted to update you on something that I got here in the group chat from Brendo. Apple has now been fined $1 million or whatever, 1 million euros probably, by the French or commercial court in Paris over abusive app store practices. That comes to us via Reuters. So interesting little move there on Apple. You know, I think the time that we got that, it started creating a balance actually. But this is part of a bigger thing now with the EU coming after these American big tech companies. We heard this morning about Meta being chased by the European regulators with respect to classified ads online and these abusive practices. They've done it to Google. They've threatened Google. And they've threatened other big tech companies, usually American big tech companies in the past. So, you know, it's just the nature of the beast. The European regulator, I feel, is a lot more interventionist than some of the North American regulators that we have over here. In fact, I think that the maximum fine for Meta could be 10% of their global profits or revenues, one of those two. I think it's probably profits. So that's a steep amount. This is a company that makes quite a bit of money, and by quite a bit, I mean in the B. So obviously, usually it's not going to come to something like that. Usually they're going to score some sort of deal outside of litigation where those two, you know, can come to some sort of agreement. But just want to let you know that news on Apple coming in there. Big tech taking a bit of a breather, you know, not getting much in the way of price action now on big tech. Except Apple. Actually, let me take that back. Apple now breaking through VWAP to the high side and lifting the overall market, it looks like, with it. Now we're 12 points, 13 points off the bottom as a result of Apple. It has reclaimed VWAP. 132.85 is where we're at. Let's bring that up over here, AAPL. Here's the price action coming into you via P-Pro 8. Now we're broken through VWAP. We're looking through that 133. Possible break here also happens to be a little bit higher than the 200 period on the 1 minute chart, Luca.
Yeah, man, thanks for covering there. Absolutely. And I saw before I just went for a quick walk, you know, I have such a bad habit of not eating, forgetting. And I'm like, let me just get a couple of pieces of chicken in. Chicken's a banger, so Cherif, if you feel free, if you're starving over there, take over here and watch this. Yeah, guys, when we were at the bottom, I was looking at Apple thinking like, okay, we're not going to get back to 135. But now that we blow through VWAP, I mean, anything's possible, right? Anything's possible. So longs on board, CEI, Amazon, someone's saying Tesla on sale. Just look at the next 5 years ahead. Yeah, you know, I mean, it's I'm not good at kind of, you know, making these fundamental predictions. I'm more so like, look at these technical levels, I'm going to trade off them and see what happens there. So looking back at Tesla right now, and I'm just curious, it's, you know, the overall market's popping. Apple is showing that it is a stronger pop right now, you know, running to VWAP all the way from 131 back to 132 almost. You know, Tesla not really popping, you know, down on the day. So good example for anybody trading, you know, Tesla extra week, breaking a key level. You want to short the pop on something, what are you going to short? Obviously consider the time of day that we're in. It's a slower time. So for myself, it's not, it's, you know, you short 155, you have some downside, you hold that short. For myself, if I'm considering the short 147, maybe 148, if we can get the pop, you know, maybe we drop. But how many times have we seen Tesla curl to the upside and then just have that robotic move up? So I'm sort of cautious to take on the short, but I think I'm going to try the short because it's like, I mean, we're below 150. So now I want to sort of favor the short, especially on a day like today. And something else that I noticed too is, you know, when we break key levels, like we break that 150, like who knows where, where the actual first print down was. Like there's a lot of volume. Look at that volume, man. That was like a crazy, crazy amount of volume there. So that's kind of the thing I'm thinking is like we didn't actually retest the 150. So, you know, this is, I'm short now. I'm sort of short now, and I'm thinking, yeah, maybe I can kind of scalp this because it's just weaker. So like maybe I get 50 cents, maybe I get 60, maybe I get 20. We're gonna have to see. But yeah, if we keep going to the upside, I'm just gonna have to get out of this for a loser. But if for whatever reason we get back to 150 today, that is, and it lines up with VWAP, that's like a gift. I think if this can get to 150, I'm shorting this. That's like I would love for it to get to 150 for the short. But this is the thing: if I and everybody else is dying for this to get to 150, then yeah, man, you know it's not going to get there, right? It's not going to get there. So short now. We'll see what happens if this wants to go down. The perfect cover target would be for myself below 50s, I think. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. AMD 64 is strong buy. Somebody saying in the chat here. I'm not sure, man. I haven't looked at AMD. It's where was it last week? Because I know my kind of bias on AMD is that yeah, maybe we're actually going to get that 50 test, but things are just kind of breaking down, and now AMD is sort of, yeah, it's sort of muted. Everything sort of looks the same. I mean, pick your spots, right? You want to kind of scalp. You want to throw shares around. You know, pick names that are doing a little bit more volume. I almost want to say that AMD is probably closer to the bottom of the list when it comes to volume. 22 million shares, but again, it's it's not last week, right? So just keep that in mind with your own trading. You know, if you're trading large caps and you're looking at these things, you know, last week things were amazing, lots of volume coming through. Keep in mind Tesla was doing like over 100 million shares last week. Now it's at 64 million, 67. Maybe it gets to 100, maybe, but and again we're below 150, so it's like key level has been breached. We're at 67 million shares. But yeah, so it's still there doing volume. But yeah, just pick your spots of where you guys are getting into. I'm just going to quickly look at the chat to see if there's any funny comments that came through or any questions. ATVI green on strength, red day should be noted. Yeah, ATVI, I haven't looked at that for a while. There was a good opportunity when it moved, and then it kind of went sideways. So now it's sort of giving me the feel of like range-bound trades, right? So I'm going to like look at this. This was maybe the day before, the 16th. Yeah, or where are we today? And yeah, so this was kind of range bound the day before, range bound today. You know, maybe you play the range on this if that's your thing. Look at this, right? Very, very tight range, very, very tight range over here. And then if we go back far enough, if it wants to load, you had the crazy moves, right? You had the crazy like up move, and now it's range bound, right? So from a day trading perspective, my 2 cents on this is, play the range if you want. I'm not going to play the range, million shares traded. I wouldn't expect too much. I think I'm now stopped out of Amazon. Where did I put a stop at 19s? What a bad stop. Okay, whatever. I'll take that. I just thought that, and this is the thing. I'm long. I think we're going up. I'll try to fix this wick in a second, but I think we're going up, and my gut is like somebody is slamming this down. So maybe it's an overcrowded trade in the sense that everybody is long, and now they're trying to get out of the long at the same price, and so it's a battle for who can kind of get the best price. So my gut told me 50s, and then anything above that is a gift. I got out. I tried to hold some, and what's the common theme with my trading? Every time I hold a piece, I lose on the last piece. So why am I holding the piece? I have no idea. I should just be a scalp demon and continue to kind of recycle shares over and over and over again. Yeah, Tesla is not, it's kind of going up here. It should have been failing. I'm not going to get silly with this one. I'm punching out of this one.
Yeah, SLNO, guys. I took like a second to go there to use the washroom. Blows right through too, like nobody's business. 209 is the high on SLNO. We just broke to the downside. We're printing in the mid 190s now. That's to be expected. We got to get a period of consolidation here before we can continue up again. Form that like bull flag, bull pennant pattern. We'll see what this one wants to do, but lots of volume coming in. 42 million shares now done on the day. Let's switch to the 3-minute chart here, see if there's anything different about these charts that we need to realize. Okay, so it looks like we have 192 low here in the last little bit. I'm willing to bet we'll probably make it a little bit below that too. It's just going to be hard to figure out how much of this move we're going to have to give back The 7 period on the 3 minute is really extended, to be honest with the price action. It's about 20 pennies away. So, you know, a lot of the times when the small cappers make their move, you want to see them retrace at least to the 7 period on the 3 or the 5, depending on how aggressively you're trading. On the 5, the 7 period is $1.70, even lower. So now gives you the idea that we're quite extended here, and I probably won't be taking any trades to the north side on this one. So I want to give you an idea. SLNO, it's looking good, but I think you're going to have to wait a little bit before punching into this one. Let's go back quick to that MM trade. Yeah, it looks like it popped right back up as we expected to that $2 level. Rejects off to former area of support, now acting as resistance. There we go. Coming back down to 196. I did have a resting order at 192. I don't know where she went, so let's go ahead and put 192 for that amount of shares. And if it should make its way down there, we will get covered. So we'll leave some resting orders on this one as the overall market now. Look at this. We're curling back here. Could we get a VWAP retracement here on the ES? We already got it on Apple. Now, in fact, we're trading above VWAP, 132.89 VWAP around that 132.70 area. But VWAP on the 3 minute chart, at least, it's always actually the same. What am I saying? It's not an exponential moving average. 38.70 is on the ES. So we're currently at 38.61. So about a 9-point move for a VWAP retracement, Luca.
Yep. Somebody in the chat was asking NVIDIA question mark, and I didn't look at NVIDIA today, so I'm going to quickly pull it up to see if I see anything here. 162 clear bottom, 1, 2, 3, almost 4, 5, 6 tests of the 162, and bounce to the upside. Again, everything is down on the day, so I'm telling myself, you know, short the pops on things. NVIDIA kind of popping to the upside, so I'm going to start a position here. This is something that I expect I'm not going to have the best price on, so this is my first of kind of a scale in to the pop. You know, last time it went to around 164 area, then went back down, then it actually broke the high, right? So creating the kind of look of, oh, this is a higher low, this is now a higher high, then it breaks that and then tests the bottom again. So yeah, guys, use levels, right? Use levels to play off of, and then if you see higher highs and higher lows and it's kind of trending, use that as kind of, okay, I'm gonna hold this position. I would not use that as this is an area to get into a position, or you know, not a big position. I would not use that as a day trader, because you know, it's not really important. The importance is levels. That's kind of the top priority, and it's showing that, you know, nobody wants to buy this above, or else we would have kind of went back to 165. So yeah, overall market giving a little bit of a pop. I'm like, what can I short? I tried the Tesla short. It just didn't work. So I got out, and that was a great cover. That was a kind of gut feeling. I'm like, oh man, this should be going down. It's going back up. Maybe we're actually going to slowly just go all the way back to like 149, 149.50. So at this point, I'm actually putting short orders at 149.50 area on Tesla. And I'm going to put those right now because knowing me, I'm just going to forget. And we're going to actually get there and then go back down. And I'm going to be like, oh, wow, another call that I actually didn't take part of. So yeah, in this NVIDIA short off the 164, these are my thoughts from a day trading perspective. If we get to 164, great. I'll continue to add to this short. If we blow through the high, which was 164.30 area, I'll watch it, let it like kind of gauge it. Are we holding trend, or do we just go through the high, stops, get run, and then back down? So these are my thoughts on this kind of trade over here, based on technicals, based on price action, based on, you know, how markets kind of trend. And yeah, we'll see. And then if it goes down from here, whatever, I just have the position I have, and yeah, go from there. You got something going?
SLNO. I'm not in it. I mean, I'm not in it, so I don't know why I'm wooing. I guess maybe I'm just wooing because it's exciting to watch. Up 135% on the day. Now a new high of $2.19. This one's got all sorts of legs to the upside, forming that bull pattern flag, and then maybe we'll continue into that, maybe break that 220 into that 2.25, maybe 230. Let's see what this one does. I won't be participating in this one. I think it's too extended. I will have to wait for a better setup to brew if I'm going to be part of this one, Luca. But what are these? Yeah, Apple's looking good here. The only thing about Apple is when it gets to above VWAP like that and it kind of just stalls out and starts moving sideways, I start seeing the trends that I've seen in the past, where you have like that, you know, that tiny little break to the upside of VWAP and then a retracement back down into low of days. So I don't want to go long on a short day. So I'm going to leave this one alone. I've been debating back and forth here whether I like Apple to the long side, and to be honest with you, I can't get myself to take it. With respect to my MM trade, I'm still waiting on this one. It's kind of slowing down, but the trend is still excellent. Look at this. If you were to draw a trend line, you would hit all these peaks to the downside. So consistently lower highs on this one and lower lows. So I'm going to continue to hold the remaining, how much do I have? 15% of the original trade left, taking out smaller portions now. Through wider levels, no longer just scalping out at the pennies, now scalping out every 2 pennies. So hopefully that allows more profit to accrue on my part, Luca.
Yeah, thank you for the super chat. Liverpool.
I forgot to mention that. Sorry about
Liver
that.
space pool. Yeah. Watch AMC, people raising money with profits now. I mean, yeah.
Well, because of the whole Avatar thing, right, with Avatar, but it missed expectations. It was supposed to do 170-something million. It did 140-something. So I know it's big, but
I don't actually like the long on AMC ever again, unless it's like short squeeze, like from a day trade perspective, short squeeze long to the upside, okay. But keep in mind the whole, it's you know, are people going back to the movies? Is it going to be a thing soon? Are they really going to kind of fix their business, or are they just going to continue to lose money and then they make a little bit of money and then it's like it goes back downhill again? You know, the tell is in the price action, man. The tell is in the price action. And AMC is showing you that ever since it kind of broke, it had that squeeze to 34 that one time. And I'll pull up the daily for everybody to see what I'm kind of referring to. And I'm just remembering off the top of my head. It, you know, obviously had the crazy short squeeze. Then it sort of died off, right? So it was at 70. It kind of was at around 50. This move was like, okay, now it's officially done, right? You had the volume for the first one. Almost the second one. This was the real squeeze up. Then you had the fail, banger trade, little bit of a pop to the upside, sideways action, absolutely no volume. This is the fade back to, you know, people looking at this saying, where's this going? Yeah, this probably goes to 10, if not 5, if not $2, right? And so it's just very slow, not really, you know, lower lows, lower highs, kind of showing you that it's just going down. Then crazy, crazy short squeeze back to the upside, running to 34s. And that was the top, and then instantly back down, and then never saw that again, right? Tried it again, almost, and then failed back to the downside. And, you know, am I going to say that this was pure games? Because then they came out with the ape situation, and then it absolutely cratered and destroyed, you know, just got destroyed. You know, that's for you to guess and for me to guess. But, yeah, here we are down. This looks bad. This looks bad. I would not want to be a shareholder of AMC. I would not want to be long. That's just my personal opinion. It's showing you that it's just going down. And 8, going back to kind of more of a short-term perspective on this thing, 8 was, you know, that level where it just could not get above 8. This is the hourly, guys. It could not get above 8. And once it actually squeezed to the upside, you know, it had this move. It squeezed to 9, squeezed out all the shorts that were really trying to short it over here. They got squeezed. That finally resolved. Then it finally cratered. So, you know, prices will go where prices want to be. This is saying for you guys. Prices will go where prices want to be, but not with anyone. That is the main goal. They will go where they want to be without anybody. And so everybody is shorting this, knowing that it's going down. But unless you have the correct stop, it stops everybody out, then it goes down. So this is an hourly. This is more of like looking at the old school, the kind of larger time frame there. But it's the same thing. It's the same thing with you know, on a short-term perspective, right? So as an example, maybe Amazon a little bit of an easier trade, but yeah, maybe this thing actually will go higher. But the thing is it's going to go up, it's going to flush down, try to stop everybody out. Then it's going to go back up, it's going to flush down. It stopped me out. And now here we are, we're still higher, right? So that 85 level is actually the area. And I think if you have 85, what's the low on this thing? 85.03. If you have 85.06, 85.09 long, if I had that long, it's kind of easier to hold that long because now you have the correct trade on board. You're playing off the 85 level. You know, if you didn't add to it, this is what I'm telling myself, you can hold that long. If you're getting long in like the 20s or the 25s, whereas kind of I was adding and then I look and I'm like, I think my average is like 20s, it makes it more difficult because now I'm like susceptible to being put out of the money. So this is just a good example of, you know, trading and you know, everybody's going to have a different playbook, different setups. But the main thing is trade at these levels where institutions trade, and then it's just much easier. You make your life a lot easier. You're not susceptible to getting stopped out at these random prices. But yeah, we're going to go to Brendo now for the volume update.
Hey guys, decent opportunities all across the board. I'll give you a look at what is moving around right now as far as doing the most volume on the session. On this board, you're going to see 10,732 U.S. listings represented, of which 2,971 in positive territory so far today. 6,754 to the downside, 1,000 little changed. Right now on a downtick, you can tell 592, new lows, 92 only. New highs, this Camber Energy, as we've been discussing all day, by far the leader here, 588 million shares. Just monstrous so far on a Monday. 98 million, meanwhile, for Mullen. TQs here, Tesla, VKTX, we were talking about this morning as well, all the way up to about 60 million at this point. SQs are here. There's Ford popping up on this list. 41 million so far traded for Ford. LabU as well. As far as gainers are concerned, MDGL, monstrous. $211 stock, up 230%, guys.
That's it, Brendo? Only 230%? Wow, yeah. I was just looking at the amount of volume that Cambridge Energy has done. That is just madness. I get it. It's a 10-penny stock, but that's a lot of volume to change, Luca.
Yeah, man, it's, 560 million shares traded. Guys, this might be the longest trade that I sit in. I was in at exactly 9:30. I think my first fill on this, and this is just kind of, I want to do this for myself. 9:31, I was in. I'm still in this trade. I'm still in this trade from 9:31. It went all the way up. It went all the way down. It didn't stop me out. It's kind of holding. If this thing goes to 20 by the end of today, like, I'm sorry, but that's
double your money.
That'd be crazy.
Money, yeah.
That'll be crazy just because I'm in the trade at 9:31. Imagine I just hold until the end of the day and it just gets there. So yeah, it's kind of.
We've seen something like that. COSM came off 20 cents, and
that's the thing. That's why it's like this is more of like a silly. Like a lot of the times I'm in technical trades. Yeah. I'm kind of scalping, but I told myself the plan with this one: get long and sell if it hits your target, or just allow it to stop you out. So I'm sticking to the plan. I'm very proud of that, and things are going well. Somebody's saying I'm short vapes in the chat. Yeah, man, vapes. Who needs those things? Stay healthy, hit the gym, hit the sauna, drink water, stay hydrated. Hydration Nation, I think, is the term, right? And Roberto saying, Luca, every time you say a stock is not going to go long, it goes long. Well, yeah, I have some good calls, I have some bad calls. I mean, Nvidia's going down, so that was a pretty good short there. Yeah, you're not always going to win as a day trader. It's you just take your shots where the shots make sense. And move on. That Microsoft 240 kind of flush, dip back to the upside. Now we're sort of getting closer to VWAP there. I'm going to go long this name as well. If we can dip closer to 240, I'm going to take a long. Not to say that we actually get there, but I'm going to try the long on this one. So if we can get closer to 240, take the long for sort of a little bit of a channel. Maybe we dip down, I get the fill, it goes back up, and then it kind of gets that VWAP test. That's the plan on that. Maybe if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Won't be too upset about that one. And yeah, Meta's still chilling over there. I know somebody was mentioning, AMD 64 holding, so I'm going to pull this up one more time just to see. And yeah, AMD 64 is sort of holding. The only thing is all these names are still kind of below VWAP, right? So when they're below VWAP, you take a mean reversion kind of idea. You take the long, you kind of get out at VWAP. Mm-hmm. Now that we're at VWAP, it's like Apple felt strong, but here we are at VWAP, projecting 133. Man, yeah, this can... Like, we could flush down. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. We could flush down to like 132. This will drag the overall market down. Yeah. It's not down a lot. It's not down more than 1%. When it is down, 1-2%, those are the days that, the selling really comes in when we start to fail. But yeah, I'm just getting the feel that the bid is weak. The bid is a little bit weak. And yeah, somebody's saying stop picking on Luca, people. We're in a chop time. I don't care, man. Have your opinion. Everybody's got their opinion of everybody. I say do whatever, just do whatever makes you happy, and that's it. I'm definitely pretty happy over here, having a great day. So yeah, it's I was a little bit frustrated, but now kind of ate a couple pieces of chicken back there. Can't complain, man.
The chicken was quite good. I gotta give you that. So
man, I love chicken. It's you got to stay healthy. You got to get that protein in. I was talking to Neil in the morning. I was like, yeah, Neil, I have a bad habit. I forget to eat. And then the show finishes, and it's just so late. So yeah, no, I'm going to try to do a better job at that. And keep coming with the fire trades if I could find them, and move forward from there, So I'm going to get long Amazon again if we dip closer to 85s, just because it's showing that 85s is good. And I think there's actually a chance that we dip into 85s, and then I'm going to do the same thing. So I'm going to try to let it resolve, get the long, and then not going to be silly this time. I'm going to just keep recycling. We are, what time is it right now? 12:30. So
Yeah.
it's the time of day that, look at this, right? This is the move down. Now we're kind of sideways. So yeah, I'll just recycle trades over and over again and go from there.
Yeah. Thrill in the chat asking, what would you guys ever trade on your phone? I personally wouldn't. You don't have, I wouldn't day trade on my phone, no. I wouldn't mind initiating swing positions on my phone because, it's like you're less likely to be as concerned with like 5 or 10 pennies on your on a swing trade as you are on a day trade, where it could absolutely make a huge difference. So no, I personally wouldn't. I don't know if you would. I know some internet gurus that I know on Instagram. They go into like 10, 15,000 positions on their phone, or that's what they claim at least. I'm not that kind of guy.
Well, yeah, no. I'm trading here at a desk because it makes sense.
Exactly.
Trading on your phone, like, it sounds good in theory. If you're swing trading and you're like, let me manage my positions, okay, great. But yeah, no, you don't want to be. You want to be comfortable. Whatever's comfortable for you, do that, and that's it. Yeah, you can execute from anywhere, right? That's the kind of world that we live in. I'm not going to say, this is better than that. Everybody, do whatever makes you comfortable. I'll say that much. Yeah, you're not day trading from a phone. That's why make it more difficult than it needs to be. That doesn't make any sense. That's silly to say, right? But yeah, again, just everybody do whatever you can do. That's all you can do, right? You can only do all you can do.
Guys, just want to let you know with respect to the remaining position on that, I got out of the remaining 15% through that $2 break. I got filled at 201. My initial short is at 205, so that ends up being a 4-penny winner for that remaining 15%. But this one was a hell of a trade to the sell side. Look what it did, though. It rejected off VWAP. It looks like it retraced. It broke through 2 like nobody's business. 2 didn't act as a major level of resistance. The second time around, first time around, yeah, you see that rejection off 2. And then the second move up, it just broke like no one's business. But the area where it's obviously stopping off, it looks like it's a VWAP retracement because it rejects off VWAP here at that 208 level, making its way back down into 202. So I'm done with that one. Very profitable trade. Very happy with that one. Slow moving, but it just set up really well. And to be honest with you, the reason that I saw it is because I had it up on my chart from Friday. And so it was I knew it was a continuation play. I saw that it was red and that flat bottom was setting up on it. So that one is done for the day. What is not done though is SLN. Oh geez, look at this one headed to the high side, 242 high now. I can't, Neil. Neil saying he thought that I was going to go long this. I can't justify a trade into it. I remember I was trying to explain to the crew here that when these stocks really get aggressive, I look for retracement on the 5-minute chart to the 7-period moving average. I didn't get it. So I couldn't justify a trade, to be honest with you. Obviously, I could have got lucky punching in. I mean, to be honest with you, actually, no. I think that I did miss an opportunity. Having a look now here at the 3-minute chart, I had it set up on the 1-minute. These are periods where I could have gotten in. Both these periods right here, because all I would have had to have done was take the first green candle to make a new high. And so in this instance, it retraces back down, and then this candle closes at that 204. You have another candle, a green candle that finishes green, finishes at 210, and then another one opens. When this one opens above 210, you go long. So if you could have taken that one, you could have rode it into that almost $half level. SLNO going without me, though, up 150% on the day, getting all sorts of FOMO, but don't want to look foolish chasing this particular stock. I want to try to stick to my guns here and go for the right trade. But, hey, maybe the good setup will be like some huge topping tail reversal candle here that will form. It looks good so far. Maybe it'll close this way, and we'll get like a nice epic move short from that 2.25 down to like $1.60 or whatever, wherever VWAP is at the moment.
Guys, just a heads up, SMMT is gunning for that 450 level. I know I mentioned 450 and 4 from the previous days. For anybody that doesn't have access or is curious of the daily, this was a very strong move to the upside and sort of died down. Obviously, volume is the tell. Today, volume is kind of light, right? But for some reason, it is just moving to the upside. And now that it's holding above that 4 level, you guys can see that it broke 4 and flushed once, twice, 3 times, not really, showing that it wants to go. 450 is a new high. And so I'm trying the long here. It's, again, low volume, so I know what I'm getting myself into. But it's holding trend up 20%, little bit of a VWAP test, dip and rip back to the upside, nothing too crazy. Not really sure what to expect, but I'm long with the anticipation that we're going to go through 450, and then it might get interesting or exciting. That was kind of my plan from the previous days, so thank you for the heads up for whoever told me that. I'm going to watch that 450 level, see if we get a break, see if this thing wants to run and test 5. I have no idea what happens next. You know, don't anticipate, participate. That's what trading is all about. If you are going to anticipate, which is what I just said, I'm like, let me anticipate this kind of long through 450. If you are going to anticipate, just understand that you are anticipating, so maybe that means take a little bit less size relative to participating in crazy action where you can kind of get in and out and you know, get fills very easily, no worries, you're not kind of like seen or pegged. So these are just kind of good examples that I wanted to reiterate. So yeah, sometimes I anticipate, obviously you need to have bias on the day, but you know, this comes with, you know, it comes with time, right? You just kind of practice. You know, you guys see different styles on the show. You see how Shawn trades, you see how Neil trades, then you see how kind of me and Cherif trade. And, you know, with myself, it's a work in progress, getting a little bit better. And thank you for the super chat, just very quickly. The man, the myth, Luca looking like Johnny Manganiello.
Manganiello, yeah.
Oh, does he also bake? Oh, do I bake? I bake,
bake up a
man.
storm?
I bake up a storm.
Hey.
Yeah. So when I was in a little bit better shape, I was telling you about it.
Yeah.
I was, you know, I had time. I was off, so I was, you know, really putting a lot of effort into, you know, working out and everything, and eating healthy. And the one thing that I really liked was kind of baking stuff that was like healthy but really good.
That.
And so one of the things that I like was kind of my strong suit is, you know, the little peanut butter cups?
Of course.
But the protein peanut butter cups.
Oh, those are so good.
And I made them. Oh man, so good.
Do you still have the recipe for that?
Yeah, I can actually get.
Send that my way.
Yeah, man. Those are like with peanut butter protein. Oh my God, amazing.
Love those.
Somebody asking, do I wake and bake? No, man, you can't bake it. You could do whatever you want, but this is the thing. Why trade and bake? You know, because why make life harder than it has to be? Trading's already hard enough, you know. So yeah, no.
Exactly.
But teach their own. But yeah, thank you so much for the super chat there. Always a pleasure when we get those coming through. And thanks for the like, guys. I see we're at 1.9K. Pretty cool there. We got 4,800 people watching. If you guys are enjoying the show, feel free, hit the like button. I actually like in the morning what Shawn was saying. He's like, if you hit the like button, your P&L will go up. And then he's like, wait a second. I don't think I should say it like that.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
No, let's ask the 8-ball. Then he shakes it, and it's like, no. And it's like, oh, geez. Okay, guys, don't hit the like button. Yeah, don't hit it. But
it's so funny. Imagine like the regular starts knocking on the door, like another scam.
Yeah,
that's so
it's,
funny.
No, it's kind of funny. We're just kind of, you know, we're going on the fly here. We're day traders first, and obviously, you know, working on the entertainment side of things. Hopefully, putting on a great show. So I'll say it every time. If you guys are enjoying the show, hit the like button. If you're not, feel free to, you know, do whatever you want. I'm not going to say anything. Amazon, what a pop, man, what a pop. And I am not long this name. I was bidding. Where am I bidding on this name? Way too low. Okay, that's actually
Still
a very nice pop to the upside.
Weak,
and I don't know why we're getting all these dark pool wicks today, but whatever. It's I think the low was like 16s. So for some reason I thought 11s would be good, but yeah, no. So that's that was like holding and not selling off, and then boom, buying comes through. Maybe the market curls up. Look how fast it pops to the upside. So a good example here is, you know, it's not really selling off. There's not really a lot of volume coming through. Where's that soft side for the 30-cent move in either direction? Clearly it's up. Clearly it's up. So it's our job as day traders to kind of recognize that and then go for the trade. So that's kind of what I was trying to do there. I just had the bad price. So I'm going to cancel that order because I'm assuming it just doesn't get back there. And yeah, man, I'm reading some of the comments here. Kind of funny.
Yeah, Aboriginal Alien saying, I execute all of my trades on my phone. It allows me all the options other traders have access to, and it doesn't rely on Wi-Fi or internet. It uses cell service, simple, reliable, detailed control. Hey, man, all the power to you. I'm not trying to dissuade you from using your phone at all. If that's the gimmick that you've made, I use the gimmick in a nice way. I don't mean it in a bad way. But if that's how you set yourself up, go ahead and do it. I don't know how I would do it based on the way that I trade. I rely so heavily on level 2 and time and sales, and personally those are not available on my broker's mobile app. And I don't know many mobile apps that have time and sales and level 2. as part
Yeah.
of the platform. Do you?
Oh, I'm actually short Tesla here, so we actually did get a
go
nice
for
little
it.
pop there. I know Neil called it out, Tesla 149. I told myself 149.50
Holy
is that
cow.
sort of, we get the potential squeeze. So this could be
Interesting.
like a really good short spot here. Yeah, no, I think it is. I'm gonna add to this if I can here.
Yeah, Tesla moving here,
This
guys.
keyboard
Oh,
stinks.
let me just fix this real quick. For some reason,
All
I
right,
went
there
to
we go.
Tesla.
Yeah, this is going to be a banger short, I feel like. So, guys, this is the thing. Watch the 149. We break to the upside.
Oof.
It's the squeeze zone. It runs up. You're playing off the 150 level if you like this trade. That's kind of my, 150 is a very, very key level. We did not go through it. And anybody that didn't sell this is, panicking. They're not selling down here. Maybe they're waiting to get out, for a VWAP there. So a good scalp trade for myself. It's already working for me, basically 20 cents in the money. I'm going to just kind of, I don't know where. It would be lovely if we could get to 147. I don't know if we do. I think if we flush back to that 148, I'm going to take the dollar winner on that. So, yeah, I'm going to hold that one to maybe 148. Maybe we get there. That would be a great, I'll take it, man. I'll take it. Just scalp over and over and over again and go from there. Kenny Boy saying Disney. Can you check Disney? I'll have a quick look at Disney. It's less than 8 million shares traded today. Nothing special. It's below VWAP. My gut feeling is, this thing is rejecting VWAP with the rest of every other large cap that I'm looking at. It's kind of down below 90, maybe 90, 95 is that kind of psychological over-under level. 89 was a previous low way back that broke, and then it rallied back, and now we're back below 89. So, you don't, as a day trader, you see a setup like this, you're shorting the lows, like where's your odds, right? Take the trade where the odds make sense. I have no idea what Disney's going to do. I'm not going to trade Disney. I have really no thoughts on it. I would just say, trade things that are in play if you're day trading them. That's
We're
kind
in
of
the
my
80s
own.
on Disney now, eh?
Yeah, man. It's
Jeez.
things are. I mean, I don't know what to expect for next year. Like, I have no idea. I almost think that we're going to get a huge flush. Like
I
in
kinda get the
January. That's
feeling
kind of
that,
my.
man. Like,
I mean, maybe I'm wrong on
And
that.
I
but-
looked at like the SPX, the long-term SPX chart. Do I have that here? Let me bring that in. Yeah, if I can just bring that down over here. There we go. So this is the SPX. So this is the index, not the future. So they're a little different with respect to the actual numbers of the price. But look at this downward trend line, Luca. I mean, it just holds. And this goes a ways. Like, have a look at this. This is from the top. This is from the top that we made last January, you could say. And each and every top has retraced. Look at this most recent jump off 4,100. I'm like, okay, this is the area we're going to break, this 4,100 pop here, right? We get 4,100 twice on 2 separate days, like separated by like 5 or 6 days. And then you got that monster flush off 4,100. Now we're 38.21 on the SPX to the low side. So it's been clockwork shorting these pops off this downward trend line to the high side. It's been working out so far, and I've never taken any of them as a swing trade, to be honest with you. Each and every one of these I've shied away from, thinking that this was where the trend was going to reverse, but this trend line has been working real well. Anyway, that's more of a long-term picture. So until this trend line breaks, I mean, you got to anticipate we're going to continue to have more downside. And if you're looking at a downward a bottom channel as well, like look no further than the fact that our October low was lower than our June low. We broke that June low by quite a bit, actually. It looks like it was 35 back in June, and then we got all the way down to 3,500, and we bounced off 3,500. So, yeah, I still think from a technical side anyway, the overall indexes look like they're headed to the south side. So we'll see. What's our like count up? You just said it was like 1,000.
I just did it, yeah. Don't even bother
2,000.
asking.
That's what I like.
Yeah,
baby.
man, 2,000. It's nice to see. Thanks so much for the support, guys. The reason we bring up the likes is because, we want to try to get to the top of YouTube. And, I think it's a pretty cool stream. That's kind of why I come on here, because it's like, this is just like action. It's like, what's moving? There's so much opportunity. Let's talk about it. Let's chat about it.
Absolutely.
Bounce ideas. We got a pretty good community with everybody talking about levels. And, I see you guys in the chat chatting with each other too. That's pretty awesome. So yeah, it's pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. And my job going forward is to just kind of try to take the fills. That's why I'm like, hey, you know what? Let me get out of Tesla at the moving average over here, and then continue to hold for the next leg down, because I'll just, you had the move down, take some profits. That's my play there. So still in the bulk of the position, because it's like, this is just a little bit of a scalp, but I'll hold because I think we're actually going to flush back to 148. It's just so weak on the day. That's kind of the feel of it. And you guys see that I have 2 arrows here. And I wanted to just give a good example, something that I'm doing, I might try to do a little bit more going forward, is that I have a reminder order. So I'm going to throw out these orders where I do want to take the trade. I want to get short. But sometimes I'll forget, and then it's like, oh, I'm short Tesla. Why? And then I look, I'm like, oh, this is a great level. I have to get more shares.
This is a
and
good
so
short.
This is the thing.
That's a good short.
This is like a good example.
Yeah.
I said I keep missing trades. What can I do to get better? This is like what you do as a trader. How can I get better? And this is something that I'm going to try to implement a little bit more. So, have these reminder orders. I want the shares, but I maybe want more shares. I reevaluate as the time comes. Multitasking is very difficult. So take the trade. I look, oh yeah, this is going to be good. Gut feeling. Take even more, add to it basically. And now we ride down, and hopefully it doesn't go back. Hopefully, 78 cents in the money, nothing too crazy. But yeah, hopefully that like flushes down to 148. I'll have a bid in front of 148, see if we can get that fill there, and then hold the last piece for maybe a 147. Maybe we get down back there, right? So yeah, man, scalp demon is I have multiple hats. I'm a better scalper, as you guys can see. My scalp trades work. My let's hold and see where it goes never works. Always stopped out on those ones. So yeah, a little bit of a reminder to myself to hold less of the size for the move, because I keep losing on that one. Somebody's saying VT.
Yeah, it's moving. It's breaking
okay, let's have a look here.
That peak that we had here. I'll get to that one real quick. So this is the area of resistance that I was looking at. We're right at that area. So that $7 area is going to be an interesting area if we can break. We didn't quite break through it last time. We retraced through VWAP, then we got that descent to create a little bit of a double bottom, and then a reclaim of VWAP, and then like a slow ascent upwards. And that's what you want to see for that sustainable move, especially, if we get a bit of resistance here, we should be able to break through that 7 quite decisively. But we've got more room to the high side. I mean, we got 825, I believe. What's the high of day? Is it 825? I got to zoom out for this one. 10 minutes. How come it's not showing me high of day? That's weird. Okay, yeah, sorry. 699 is high of day because all this was pre-market. So all this stuff over here, this is like 7 a.m. stuff. But the fact of the matter is pre-market high is up to 625. So I think we've got more room up. I think if we can break through that $7 level, it'll be quite an aggressive move, Luca. I don't know how you see that VKTX panning out.
Yeah, so I was talking about it briefly before when I was kind of scalping it here, and the 7 level is interesting. My opinion of this name, and this is something that you can't just say this and it's accurate. So just to kind of give that full disclaimer, who am I? What do I know, right? I'm just kind of looking and trying to react and make these decisions. But a lot of the times, you have the COSM run up from last week. It went crazy. Now you have VKTX, positive news. It's up 70%. I don't know the float of this thing off the top of my head, but I kind of feel like it's a lower float. And there's a great website.
67.7 million.
Okay, 67.7 million. Yeah. And you know what? That's on.
That's IBKR.
IB. So that's probably more accurate. So yeah, man, take this with a grain of salt. Float checker. It compiles data from everywhere. If you guys have been watching the stream, you already know this one, VKTX, and we'll see Viking Therapeutics. Okay, so yeah, so it's, take it with a grain of salt, but sometimes it's accurate. You're saying 67 million, the website's saying 67 million. Yeah. So yeah, maybe, that's probably the float. But, going back to what I was mentioning, I believe that these algos play games and they kind of soak and try to clear both sides out. And I want to remove the fills that I'm taking here just so everybody kind of sees this. It's how many times do small caps do this kind of channeling action and then make a high and then drop instantly, and then make another high and then drop again. And so this is telling you that the long is not good, in my opinion, for the short term. That's kind of why I was long, and then it kind of did this, and then I had to get out of it. I tried to dip by, it got chopped up, and I was like, I'm done with this trade altogether. If the long was going to be good, it would not be breaking a high, doing a lot of volume, and then flushing back to the downside. But at the same time, why is this flush to the downside being caught? Why is it not flushing all the way that you see it sometimes, right? We see, it kind of breaks the high, does a lot of volume, triggers the stops, liquidity vacuum to the downside, and then it goes back to VWAP and potentially goes into a down halt, even though it's up on the day. So maybe, this is my thoughts, I go maybe somebody is interested in this name, maybe they are catching this name to then do it again, maybe they're soaking floats down here to then run the highs and push everybody off. Everybody knows high a day clear out on these small caps is a thing. And so what they do is they kind of, it goes back down, they try to make it look like the shorts are going to be good. Oh, there's free shorts on the name, so easy to borrow, more people are shorting the name, and then they run to high a day, clear everybody out, the stops are at high a day, and then it's like the trade is done, right? So that's kind of like a little bit of a setup. So that was my thoughts, but then it kind of failed, and seeing the float of 67 million, it makes more sense, I would say on a low float, it's just easier to do because just less volume that's required for that kind of trade. And that's the thing, right? So the fact that we're now going back up, I thought over here we were going to go to 8. I kind of gave up on it, but sort of holding that little bit of trend, right? It is positive catalyst up on the day, kind of holding trend for the most part. I would not be surprised to see this name blow through 8 closer to the end of the day. But here's the thing, I'm not going to take a position on it. I'm not going to get long here. This is a name that you really got to focus on. You got to have some type of clean setup. It's tough to just get long randomly. Even if you get long here, get long here. I mean, you guys are seeing, this is how I actually traded it before. So I'm up on it. I was long here. That was great. But I just kind of got chopped up a lot, right? And then it went down. So the long was wrong. So I'm glad that I sort of gave up on it and ended where I was on the name. But it's giving the feel that we could easily get back to 8. And if we do, it's fireworks. So for myself, if this gets to 8 today, or even in the next couple hours or before the end of the day, I'll probably have a trade on it. I'll probably try to find something around that 8 level because it will get spicy. There will be a lot of volume. But for the time being, it's just kind of holding trend, following. No trade right now. Maybe it wants to actually break that 7 level and then there's something there. I'm not really too sure. But yeah, guys, 7 did not break, right? No. So 7, even dollar level. Got to imagine there's stops around that level. Do we break and then flush? Do we break and then go? I would not have a stop at 701. I just don't think that makes any sense. I think it makes more sense to watch the 7 level, let it break, let it show you what it wants to do, then you consider a trade on it. So yeah, maybe I'll take that approach. Probably not. Going to just let it go for the time being. And yeah, man, Tesla. See, that's why I cover some because now I got to just get out of this. I'm punching out of that Tesla trade.
Yeah, so Tesla making that VWAP retracement that we were talking about earlier, it's actually coming into fruition now. So breaking, or not, it didn't break, but it's approaching that 150 level. As Luca was talking, I got into like a baby long here on VKTX. I tried to take 695, thinking that we're going to break through 7. I've got my resting order here at 7. I've given it to 682, so that'll be a 12 penny risk. My stop will be through the break of 682. If I can get that $7 fill, great. If I can, all right. I've risked very little on a half position, so it won't hurt me. I just kind of want to participate in this one. Here we go. Now we're getting some 97, 98 prints. Can we see 7 breaking? A lot of sellers, though, as Luca was saying, stepping in at that $7 level for a possible short, especially given how the price action on this one has been. I mean, like we talked about this level here, and that's no coincidence that that level developed in that way, because we are getting a lot of sellers stepping in. So I'll let this one develop. We'll see what it does. Let's flip to, where's my Tesla? Did I take it off? Yeah, there we go. So yeah, this is the one that I wanted to look at. I want to see if we're going to get that 150 break quite easily. What did we get up to here? Looks like the high was 149.99 on this last candle, and then 149.87 on this one. This is a 3-minute chart, so we did not break through 150. Anybody initiating shorts there, you're in the money on this one already, so good on you. I don't know. I don't see the direction the same way that I saw it earlier on these bigger caps. So I'm going to stay clear of these. I'll see what SLNO has to offer into the afternoon, and this trade that I'm into currently here on VKTX. Hopefully I'll have some profits to tell you about when we get back from Brendo, who's at the big desk with Sector Watch.
Hey guys, still a mixed board to show you here this afternoon. We are still dealing with some negativity. Communication stocks have been notably weak all day long, still are. Warner Brothers down here, Match, Disney, Fox A, Dish, Meta, to name a few, 2.5 through 5.5 for Warner Brothers there to the downside, so unusually weak. Information technology shares still downside. Some clean energy names higher. FSLR on a positive note this morning. That Enphase, ENPH still holding on to green. Oracle there as well. 1.5% to the upside in the software group. Travel names are weak. Hotels, casinos, cruise lines, the whole gamut in negative territory. Amazon we talked about this morning as well in the downgrade. 2.9% again today downside. So we end the week last week negative. Here's another 0.5% on top of that for the S&P guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yes, do I get filled there on my VK? Yeah, so I got my 7 out, and there we go. The flush comes in as Luca predicted. Let's see if I get stopped out on the remaining balance here. My outs are 82. It flushes into the mid 80s. I hope I gave it enough room. No, so I got to get out of that one. So that ends up being a loser for me. Not a big one because we took out a piece here, but it ends up being a loser because it blew right through my stop. And in fact, I had to actually use the flatten key because so much selling accrued at that area. Hey, live and learn, but you know, this is the story of 2022, especially when you break through key levels on these small cappers to the high side. Typically, you have a flush, at least a momentary one, where the algos are going to try to get people stopped out. And that's exactly what this was. I mean, not really rocket science here. You get the break of 7. 7 is obviously a level because we've been stopping out at 98s and 99s, and then boom to the downside. So I think this one actually does have room to the way up, and here we go again. A lot of buying, a lot of selling, stepping in, lots of volume at this level. 60 million shares this one has done today on a sympathy play, guys. This one, it doesn't even have a catalyst. This is a sympathy play, and it's a $7 stock, having done 60 million shares. So we got a small capper here, and a lot of people are keeping their eyes on it. I don't know how to get through to this one unless it flushes. I don't want it to flush back down on me again. And if I get in here, I'm in real high. I could have averaged down into that in the low 80s right when I got out. Either way, this one small loser for me on the day. So we'll have to take that and. Still for 3 for 4 though.
Guys, Tesla, like this is an interesting battle, man. We're right at VWAP. We're at 150. I went long, and it wasn't going like. I went long. People were getting squeezed. I'm like, I'm getting long for the pop, and then it's just filling. I'm like, okay, I'm getting short. The short looked amazing for a second, and then we went back. I'm like, okay, I'm getting out of that too. So this is like the long. I kind of made maybe 10 cents, 5 cents, but it was like a break even because it didn't look good. And then the short, that didn't look good. Now we're actually popping to the upside. And it's, yeah, man, your guess is as good as mine. I'm not in a position on Tesla, but this thing is going crazy. Look at that volume coming through. This is what I expected. And this is the thing. I actually thought that 150 would be a clean break to the upside. And maybe it was. Maybe I missed it. But it was like it breaks 150 to the upside, sort of stops, goes back down, goes back below. Now you're getting that big wick up. And I have no idea. I have no idea what's going to happen next. I have no idea. Andre saying Tesla needs to get past 150, 150. It's, yeah, I mean, I guess I would say that, I mean, look at this move, right? I started talking about the short over here. The short over here looked good for a moment. I punched out of it, right? So it was just, I thought we would be lower at this point. That's why I got out of the short, then I flipped long, then short again. But this is as fast as it goes up, it could go right back down. So maybe this is just kind of short squeeze to the upside. And then it's like once that kind of resolves, we go back down, we break 150, we go to 149. So I really have no idea. And I know you're saying 150, 150. Yeah, maybe that's a good look there. I almost want to take that a step further and say 152 to 152.50. Like if we get through 152.50 right now, yeah, like we could, this could be like a crazy move. Like we've seen Tesla do these insane moves. So this already, 146 to 151, you know, that was in what, maybe an hour? That's a pretty big fast move up to the upside. So yeah, I would definitely keep an eye on this. Not really sure what my idea is going forward, but I'm thinking short now, but that could change for sure.
All right, someone's saying Trader Prad's in the trade. No, I don't see him in the chat. Okay, yeah, no, someone was just mentioning that. Okay, so what is the chat up to? Some people saying HTGM. No idea what that is. Let's have a look. HTGM. What's that one up to? Oh, okay. Nice little move there. Sub $1, but moving quite nicely up 60% now on the day. Look at that flat top breakout off that 70 area. Now we're testing 87 to the high side. Looks good. I mean, it's setting up real nice. These are 3-minute candles. Each and every one of them is green. How many do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What's that, Randy? That's a Christmas
if
tree,
I've ever
Randy
seen
says.
one.
So
Yeah.
watch out for that big descent downward. Or you could have like a bull flag develop where the little retracement maybe back into that 80 area, then a continuation up, right? But hey, that's what these ones are. As aggressively as they will go up, maybe they will come down. So it looks great. I won't trade this one because it's sub $1. But yeah, good on you for finding that one. Let's see what else is up to. ENTB, people are saying in the chat. Let's have a look at that one. ETNB, excuse me. ETNB. There we go. Okay. This is another slow mover. I don't want to say it's a slow mover because look, like we got that $7 bounce here. Now we're almost at $10, $9.80. The volume isn't crazy. It's not bad. What is this ETNB? ETNB, let's find out real quick what this one is and what the catalyst is. So first and foremost, 89 Bio Inc. is a clinical stage biopharma company focused on the development and commercialization of innovative therapies for treatment of liver and cardiometabolic diseases. The company's lead product candidate, some name I can't see, is specifically engineered. Okay, so all this sciencey stuff. So it's a biotech company. Do we have a catalyst on it? I don't see here anything. Okay, so let's look at the daily chart perhaps. It is a continuation play. Okay, well look at this. So we got a lot of range today. Today seems to be the day. I don't see anything here that would justify this move. Oh, should buy marginal data sell-off. What is this? 89 Bio should be bought on Madrigal data sell-off, says RBC Capital. Okay, so this seems like it might be a sympathy play to MDGL, hence the move. I don't know. I'm not sure what this this headline here is telling us. Either way, nothing directly related. It looks like it may be a sympathy mover, but hey, I mean, VKTX is also the same thing, and that's up 71%, so not really too shocked there for ENTB. Okay, I'll keep this on my side chart. It's actually not too bad of a stock, and it's a little less volatile than the other ones. You can probably buy and hold this one for the better part of the day. I'll keep it on the side chart. SLNO, that one kind of slowing down a bit. It's only up now 125% on the day. Looks like it rejected off that 242 top. Yeah, 242 is the high of day, but it's holding too. I mean, it's broken down below it by a few pennies, going down into that 197 area, but right now it is still holding 2. Let's see if 2 can be a good area of support, and then we can initiate a new long. Maybe off that 2 level, give it some room, maybe give it like 10 pennies or so, possibly to make 40 pennies here if we can break high of day. So this one definitely not off my radar yet. I think a lot of people are going to have eyes on this one, but it's just a matter of it setting up in the right way. It's testing 2 again. I mean, 2 as a stringent level, as a strict level here, is being broken to the downside, but it's quickly being reclaimed. So let's see if this price action can stay above this level and then give us an opportunity to go long, Luca.
Yeah, guys, as you can see, I'm trying to short Tesla now, and I'm gonna chop myself up here. I can feel it. I can sense it coming. It's not gonna be an easy trade. This is a battle zone. It's there will be blood. Will it be mine? Whose will it be? I have no idea, man. But as you guys can see, I'm like short covering, because I'm just worried. It's holding trend. It's sort of battle zone. I'm not really. Again, I'm not too sure what to expect. And I missed this SMMT. Hopefully somebody had this 450 break to the upside. Man, that is super clean. This thing is probably en route to get to 5. At least I got some. And this is the thing, guys. Yeah. You know, I anticipate because I'm like, yeah, I think it's probably going to happen. And do I get long now? I don't know. I kind of missed. I should have had 451. I basically called that, but I missed it. And that's multitasking for you. But now I'm just at this point, like it should go. It should probably just go. Volume is picking up. Volume is picking up on this one. Oh man, that's a common theme with myself right now, and it's super frustrating. I'm not gonna lie. But,
Brendo sending in the
good.
chat, Luca, just a couple of updates on Roku. A positive note coming in on 2023 for Roku. DraftKings as well reporting 67,000 accounts were accessed in a hack. So possible moves on those two, Roku and DraftKings. Let's just pull out DKNG, I think that's probably the better one. What is that one doing? Yeah, not really reacting much to the news, at least for the moment. Not much range either. It's below VWAP. How about Roku? Is that moving on the news? Let's see real quick. Yeah, a bit of a VWAP retracement, but I think that's probably a bounce with the overall market. It's coming back into that 44.34. Not too much in the way of action. Maybe some green volume candles here. Maybe this news item was a little earlier because there was a nice little bounce there off that 44 level. Not much to speak of though, Luca. So, yeah, sorry to interrupt you.
No, man. Interrupt me every single time. It's all good. Because man, I'll just talk forever. I'll just keep talking forever, man. I notice with myself, I have good calls sometimes, but I don't take them or I miss them, and it's like that's why I'm like frustrated. But no, I appreciate it's one love, man. It is what it is. It's no big deal, but it takes doing the show and trading is tough, man. It is tough, super tough. But I like it, right? That's why I'm here. That's why I'm doing it. I enjoy myself. I just got to get better at like watching more things. You can only watch so many things. You can't catch them all, but this is, like I call it, and then there it goes, right? There it goes. So, yeah, man, hopefully I see somebody saying, oh, I got in here, and yeah, the SMMT. Guys, this is textbook. That 450 level, like, it doesn't get any more clean than this. Look at that. 450 rejected, and then back down, staying below, holding trend, finally actually going. Volume now picking up. The owner of this owns 80% of the float. It's actually like, with these small caps, some of them are garbage, some of them are half decent. So this is the thing, when you see it start to move as a day trader, you're not really in it until it starts to move. But this is the thing, look at that volume through 450, even for scalp, even for like a 20-cent scalp, 15-cent scalp, you're just in and out. That's maybe I would have had that trade, but now we're holding, we're not actually back below the 450. It's price matters, right? As a day trader, price matters. You can't just randomly punch any price. You could, but forever hold, you rest in peace.
You could, no one's stopping you.
No one's stopping you from doing anything. You do whatever you want, but price is important. I will reiterate that. Price is super important. So yeah, I'll just say that much. For myself, I got the position now. What am I going to do? Add here, like maybe we go to 5, but I'm getting out at 5. I'm getting out at 5. If we get there, it's a huge level, and then I'll just kind of reevaluate if we can actually get back up there. It'll be interesting. So yeah, we'll see where it goes, and yeah, we'll just keep that one. Tesla now 152. Somebody's saying, yeah, man, this is something else. Look at this trend all the way up, holding trend the whole way up. I thought the short was good over here. It wasn't. Stopped out of that. Kind of fought for it, and here we are, 152. So I said 152 to 152.50 based on this high from over here. 152.33. That's where it stopped. So maybe that's kind of the level. But I'm not really too sure, man. I'm not really too sure. Not 100% confident. Kind of zooming in over here to kind of find a level. I don't know if Cherif, you have a different kind of opinion on that one. Maybe I'm missing something here.
I'll look at that one in a second, Luca. Yeah. But I got into VKTX at 690. Scalps them out there through the break of 7. My next profit taker, I need to get revenge on this one, is, I'm kidding, of course, 706. So it's breaking through 7, but rejecting. But look what I see here. I see consistently higher lows. So I like that we're building a compression pattern here for the eventual break explosion through that $7 level. At least that's how I see it. I feel like that $7 level is gonna get taken out and get taken out quite aggressively. It's been taken out, right? We're not, it's not like there's an iceberg sitting there. We went to 702 on that rejection here, but I think that we are setting up for definitely a bigger move through than 703. 703 is a joke. We're going to get into the 7.25 and maybe even more. This is a really nice pattern that's developing with consistently higher lows. A lot of buyers stepping in the 80s, in the 90s here. I've already de-risked a bit. I'm trying to make some money back on this huge flush that dropped. Luca wanted me to look at Tesla. What's my opinion on Tesla here? Let's flip real quick to that. Yeah, geez. It is just strong. Luca, that 152, 150, 151, they all got taken. They got taken quite aggressively there. Broke through VWAP. Didn't even think about retracing. All I see is green candles. Now it's at the 200 period moving average. Could we VKTX real quick? Again, flirting below that $7 level. A lot of buyers stepping in at this point, but a lot of sellers initiating shorts or I don't know, people taking profits at that 7 exactly. Not really sure, to be honest with you. Either way, I like how the price action is setting up. So I'm going to try to really be patient with this one and give it as much room as I can. I really do think this one is going to skyrocket quite soon. There we go. We're seeing 7s again here. There we go. We get taken. We're spending that money, baby. There we go. This is the one. That's what I was waiting for. There we go. And that one, but wow, that one not giving you much time at all. Breaking through that level and flushing back down. Maybe I should be adding in this area here for another retest of the 7. Or do we reverse here? I mean, I don't know. Right, but every other time we've had an opportunity to reload and test the highs, reload and test the highs. There we go again, off that 80. Now we're retesting 7 again, not quite up to 715 like we got last time, but this one really aggressive. Ooh.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, that's exactly what I thought was going to happen. Just kind of, I'm like, okay, is 7 going to break? It's going to do some type of over/under. If we hold, okay, maybe the long is good. But if we go back down and flush, I mean, yeah, it's you know, you take that trade and you get out of it when it does something like that, right? It's but yeah, here we are now back above 7. I have no idea what happens with this one. I'm probably just going to let it go, not really trade it. I'm actually thinking short, but I'm not too sure. Like, I don't want to just jump in randomly, so I'm just going to chill, take a step back. I got the Microsoft fill where I wanted it. And already working, man. Already kind of giving that little bounce. So yeah, maybe that's a good fill for myself. I'm going to see if this can get back to 241 and then kind of reevaluate that one. Yeah, but I'm not going to hold this against me if it does go against me. 3 positions on board, all long, SMMT. I guess it did flush back through that 450.
So annoying.
Yeah, it's. I mean, this is going to be. This is probably like it's slow. There's no volume. Now, okay, volume comes through. We break a key level. Yeah, maybe we hold this level, but I'm not really too sure where I'm going. I mean, I have a good average. I'm in at 33s. So if this, you know, I almost want to say that because 450 is such a key level on the daily, if we actually break back into the range that it was in, it's giving me the feel that, you know, this was the high, this was the high, it was the daily high. We're now breaking above. It should actually hold and then go higher if it's going to be trend continuation. We should not be getting back to VWAP in like one flush down. If we do, then yeah, I'm going to be out of that trade. So I'm just going to watch this one. Maybe I'll just have a stop just to make sure I don't...
VKTX, guys, the way that I'm going to play this from now on is I'm just going to play the ranges, and I'm going to be super quick with how I take profits, especially around the whole dollar areas where I feel a lot of shorts are initiating, and there's a fight between longs and shorts here. So my play on this one is going to be to take the lower end of the range and get out full position. So I'm not going to scalp out. So on these occasions, look, I scalped out here and I scalped out there, and then I had to break even for the rest. No, that's not what I'm going to do with this one. This one's not really giving you time to collect your profits, and the shorts are initiating with such vigor that it's retracing back into my entry. So my play on this one, try to get something possibly into the mid-90s if it could make its way back down there, because we're seeing consistently higher lows on this one and higher highs. So definitely a trend forming, a channel forming. Now it's just a matter of playing the opposite ends of that channel and trying to profit from the difference. So that's my play. I'm going to look for something dip trade related. There we go. Now it's created even a newer high. What's the high now? It is 718, breaking through that 715. Oh, there we go. Now 720 high. This one's, yeah, I knew it, man. It shook me out. Jeez, yeah. I got shaken out of this one. I should have definitely been still holding the long. There we go. Now 722. I didn't give it enough room. I'm kind of peeved about that. But VKTX looking real good. Almost up 80% on the day now. In case you're wondering, it's a sympathy play to MDGL, which is up 234%. Yes, 234%. You heard that right. $213. And it's basically getting a whole bunch of other stuff on board with it. Not the least of which SLNO and VKTX and some other stuff that we encountered this morning. So lots of these small cappers, small cappers moving at the moment. Brendan in the chat saying AT&T and Verizon both down on volume today, guys, in case you are looking at those ones, Luca.
Yeah, you know, this VKTX now is kind of showing that there's potential that it runs to 8. But I don't know, man. I don't know. It's going nuts. It's going to touch so many different prices. Dangerous game you play when you trade these things. Yeah, that are my thoughts on those ones. Just kind of looking back at everything. Where are we on Tesla here? Maybe there's something to be had. This thing is holding. It's holding trend, man. It's holding trend to the upside. you got to, yeah, pick levels that you like. It did blow through that 5250 area to the upside. I don't know, man. It's lots of selling. Obviously, you know, everybody knows that Tesla has just been getting beat up. Somebody in the chat was saying, yeah, Tesla, you know, Kathy bought at 180, 170, getting destroyed. Obviously, she's, you know, taking that longer term perspective on it for sure. But yeah, you know, now back above 150, and I almost want to say that the 200 period on the weekly is still sitting at 163 area. And so, you know, 165 kind of giving that first level 161, next 163, then the next one 165. So not to say that we're going to get there today, but those are kind of my levels to the upside, my real levels to the upside. And intraday, I'm just kind of looking at this thing like, yeah, where are we going from here? I don't know, man. Maybe we get to 154. Maybe we break that 153. At some point, is there going to be some type of reversal? If the short is so obvious and there's so many people that are short, once we get back above, it's short squeeze, and it's just a matter of this thing is a beast of its own. There's, you know, people are getting squeezed. People try to get out. Do they get the fill? They chase it up. This thing's going insane now. You know, people are chasing this thing up with size. So that'll do it, man. That'll do it. This thing, you know, breaking to the upside now. Now 153.25. I'm not going to start calling tops on this. It's yeah, maybe I'm just better off staying away from this one. 2 positions on board long. I'm not really getting anywhere right now. I you know, had a good morning, kind of keystroke, gave it all back. You know, making some money and then kind of losing it and then making it back. Nah, just kind of churn and burn. That's what I feel like right now. I'm just kind of churning, burning, and trying to figure out what are some good opportunities here. Because yeah, this Tesla move, we could easily get back to VWAP. These are my thoughts. So I want to try a short, but at the same time, yeah, be careful shorting Tesla. Exactly. Be careful shorting Tesla. Don't call tops, just react. Make sure you're trading your own playbook. Somebody's asking about Netflix, so I'll have a look at Netflix. Not really sure if it's, that's not it. That's Netflix. That's, I didn't even know that was a ticker, actually. Yeah, Netflix 290. There was actually a level, where was it? It was at 300 last week. So I had a 300 breakdown last week, and I think 300, oh, it wasn't Friday. No, it was, yes, there it is. 300 was on Thursday, and we did not get back to 300. You know, Thursday we broke 300, then we went sideways, and now we're still going sideways. So, I mean, it's showing you that it's kind of range and play, but at the same time, Netflix is a name that you want to trade when it's doing more volume. 3.5 million shares traded. It's, yeah, maybe it gets back to VWAP. I'm not going to make a trade on that one. It just looks very, very dead. Like the reason I took the NVIDIA trade is because it's just better. 20 million shares traded. There's a more chance that it actually gives you the move. And then I covered that VWAP there just because I was like, well, it just kind of held 162. Maybe now it's going to kind of go up, right, with the rest of the market. So I'm happy that I took the win on that one. That was a great trade there. And yeah, no thoughts on Netflix. Just yeah, kind of no thoughts there. Somebody's saying Zach Caden. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Typical all-day BS markets. Man, these markets are they are something else. These markets. I don't know, man. They you know. It's that's why you just got to react, right? Some days are going to be good, some days are going to be bad, some mornings will be good, some afternoons will be good. Just make sure you're taking good trades, man. Take good trades. I was talking to some traders in the back. They're like, oh, you know, I hit my daily goal. Like, what should I do? And I'm just like, just take good trades, man. Just keep taking good trades. So, you know, don't find trades that are subpar and take them because you're having a good day. Just keep taking good trades. That's all you can do. I think this is the top on Tesla. I almost think this is the top. So I'm going to try the short one more time. And yeah, maybe I'll be wrong on this one. I just feel like size is hitting the bid, and like let's see how fast it fills, because this is kind of like, not the, you know, I'm not calling, I'm just, this is my own trade. I'm taking the short here. We're going back to VWAP. If we break a high and keep going higher, yeah, I'm gonna take another loss. And hey man, it is what it is. You know, that's trading. Somebody's saying, hey Luca, can you look at SMMT again and tell us what you're seeing? Well, I'm basically seeing the same stuff that you're seeing. It's just use the key levels, right? So again, just the setup that I saw was 450 on the daily is huge, and we're kind of moving up, and then we break 450 to the upside, key level. So if this is going to be a good trade, it should not, like to my understanding, it should not get back into the range. It should be okay. Now we're in a new range. Now we go to somewhere else, right? So this is the daily. This is kind of based on technicals. 450 showed you it was the top. We now broke 450. If it quickly flushes back, then, I mean, it's just back into the range. It's not exciting. So, you know, playing with fire in terms of yeah, where can we actually get to? So it's, you know, 468 on the daily is kind of resistance, going into 5, going into like 550 area. So you're gonna run into some resistance over there. But my kind of bet on it, the reason why I'm long is because I'm like, I will try to, you know, take the shot where I think it makes sense, where I think I can make money, and then if it doesn't work, I'll just get out of the trade. So these are my thoughts on it. 468 is kind of the daily resistance. It's showing you that it's stopping over there, so maybe that is a good resistance area. I'm long, but not really sure where my target is. I mean, as long as I'm in the money on it, I'm not really too worried. And I missed kind of adding for the scalp of 450, but now seeing it really be subsided, not really doing much. Volume came in, and now it's just really nothing. I mean, I'm not going to fight the trend. I'm long. If it comes back to my break even, I'm probably just going to get out of that. You know, 468 is kind of showing that resistance. If we can continue to trek up, then maybe we get to that 5 test. I'll take the 5. If we get to 5, I'm out of that trade. And if we get back to my break even, I'll be out of that trade as well.
VKTX flushing aggressively off that 725 top, making its way all the way down to that 666, that ominous 666 number. That's just the bottom wick, though. Now we're trading in the 680s. So I was saying to myself, I'm like, is this where you're going to get long here, or is this where the trend changes and we start to, you know, head south, maybe towards VWAP around 650, 640 area? And I really can't quite make up my mind. I like the fact that it's hovering around the 50 period, right? Let's have a look at the 5-minute here and see how extended we are, how extended we were, I should say, off the 7 period on the 5-minute chart. It looks like we're holding right at that 7 period here. I don't know how to play this one, guys. I think that, you know, I'm going to stay out of this one. None of the setups that I'm really good at are setting up for the moment on VKTX, although it's giving me ample amounts of FOMO because now it's retraced into an area where if we head to high of days, I could be it could be a 30 penny winner. Well, we'll see. I don't know. I think that this may be a new short developing possibly here. Maybe if we can come back to 7 and then reject off 7, that will act as an area of resistance. Not sure how to play this one. Going to leave it be for the moment. We updated you about Roku earlier with respect to some news items coming in on that. I'm just looking here.
It's trading. I'm just like, yeah, the short will be good, and then it's not good, and I'm like, what am I doing? Like, I'm not down on the day. I'm actually up. So I'm actually, you know, it's just, yeah, when you lose over and over and over again, you're probably right there. So yeah, maybe I'll just go for a little bit of a walk. I don't know why people say F in the chat.
Freeze.
I don't know what that means. Oh, freeze.
Yeah, I have to actually go back and look to see what that means.
I see. I was like, F. I was like, what's Ford doing?
At least I'm not hip enough to understand what these acronyms are.
Oh, man, that made me laugh because it wasn't doing anything. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, that's so jokes.
All right, guys, where are we at here? Okay, I was just telling you about Roku here, breaking through VWAP. You know, not off that move and a reclaim of VWAP. So I just want to update you guys on that one.
I love how, you know, yeah, guys, keep in mind
So something's happening. Something's happening. We're freezing. Okay, by the way, guys, if you guys are getting, the stream is freezing, try refreshing. We know about it and we're looking into it. We're trying to fix that up. Sorry about that. Some stuff is out of our hands, but we'll continue onward here. And if you can hear us, then you'll be able to participate. Luca, 154 now on Tesla.
Yeah, you know, it's that's what I was saying, man. I was trying the short, it just wasn't working, but it's all good. I love the thing I like is people are like, Luca is the inverse signal here. You can't, like, it's tough to inverse my trading because I'm a scalper. So if you inverse my trading, you're probably gonna lose as well because it's like this is like, I mean, look at this. I'm just in out.
Short term.
Yeah, it's exactly. Like short term. I mean, I'll just say be cautious with that because I'm not the hold type of trader. So, you know, to each their own, but it would be tough to inverse my trade. Like if you see a setup, man, trade the setup. That's what I'll say. Trade the setup, man. If you can make profits, be my guest. But yeah, no, to be honest, I'll just be honest. Like my trades are fast. They're, you know, I'm a scalper. It's, you know, fighting for price. It's probably not, you know, I mean, yeah, to each their own, do whatever. But yeah, exactly. The algos, man. They're, you know, some days good, some days not too good. What are you gonna do?
They're coming for you.
Just know when, like, to kind of scale back and you know. So it's like my shorts over here were great, And then I'm like, lose, okay, smaller size, smaller size, smaller size. So now it's more of just like a frustrating thing. But yeah, man, that's day trading. I know people are talking about Lucid, so I'll bring it up very quickly. Lucid over here. That's a nice move to the upside. I brought it up. I'm like, I don't really know, man. It's pretty flat on the day. I don't see a trade here personally. I was thinking maybe it's going to get to the highs. But yeah, no, it's in a very, very tight range. I mean, Lucid's been beat up all year. It's one of the worst names, coming down from 45, now down to 7, right? So it's just on that downward trajectory. I guess you could say, what is the bounce? Like, when is this thing going to bounce? Is it going to give, a strong bounce? So for example, red days, then you get 2 green day bounces. But it's just been, for the most part, following trend, going down, selling off, going down, selling off. Are we going to get that relief rally where we can get back to that moving average of 8? And then kind of, go sideways, and then from there it's a whole different thesis. But I think that's the kind of only thing that I see is like, yeah, maybe you get that relief bounce. Maybe this is the beginning of it. No trade for myself. 13 million shares trade on a $7 stock is not, it's not anything exciting, right? So yeah, I'm gonna revisit my CEI trade as well. This thing, I've just been, now if I wasn't in this trade, I would not have a trade on this. I'm just kind of saying, yeah, I'm gonna let my stop trigger me out on this one. But yeah, it held last time. Maybe it holds again. I think looking at this one, it's probably a loser. If it was going to go, it would have went already. So yeah, not really too worried. Pretty light on the position, anyways, relatively speaking. VKTX, which the one that you were talking about is, it breaks 7, it goes back down, it finally goes back up, then it gives you the flush, but now it holds. I have no idea what to think about this one. This is a wild one. If you guys are trading this, you're probably having a lot of fun, or it's a battle to get those prices. Best of luck to anybody that's trading it. I haven't had a trade on it now. I'm probably not going to keep a trade. I'm not going to look to trade this thing. It's just crazy, man. It's just crazy. Somebody's saying, what is happening to RBLX? We'll have a look. RBLX.
That one's been moving a lot lately.
Yeah, 8
well,
million.
Today it's not much at all. It's down 1%.
It's been getting crushed ever since that kind of blow through 30 that day. Now it's kind of, it's just down. It's subsided. I almost want to say 30 is overhead resistance. Right now, yeah, it's down 1%. Morning sell-off, kind of moving back to the upside. I'm not looking to trade this. I don't see a long here. I don't see a short here. Just my gut instinct. I would almost say that if we get to 30, then it gets interesting. But yeah, who knows? Who knows if that actually happens? I'm holding CEI diamond hands. That was my thoughts. I'm like, yeah, in the CEI trade, diamond hands, Luca. If you're gonna diamond anything, COSM was one that showed you that it ran. So I'm kind of like praying here, like it's not a. Sometimes I take trades that I'm just like, yeah, maybe this one goes. I was saying this before. So yeah, diamond hands with this one. We'll see what happens. But yeah, man, not really too sure. And somebody's saying BGXX is going up. We can have a look. BGXX is 33,000 shares traded. That's nothing there. VENG. Somebody's saying VENG. Is this on New York here? Or no, maybe this, I have this
while
one
you
wrong.
pull that up, I just update you guys on SLNO flushing below that $2 level. $2 level had acted as a bit of an area of support, bouncing there the first time around, breaking through that 2.25, then retracing back to 2. This time it breaks, so the short setting up nicely here, retracing into the 50-period moving average on the 3-minute chart. It's still up 110% on the day, so careful with this one with whatever you're doing, whether you're going long or short. I think we have VWAP in and around this area, 166. So by the time it makes its way down there, if it's slow moving, it'll probably be around 170. Looks like we have some good price action support at that 160-ish area. We have this peak here, and then this area of consolidation around that price. So we'll see what this one. VKTX, I popped a short here at 688. My out's a little bit above 7. My thinking is that it's going to reject off 7, and then we're going to head south, possibly into VWAP. So we'll see what this one does. I'm not giving it more than 15 pennies of space on this one. It's with half size. So if it breaks through that 7, I'll probably be out immediately. But looking like it wants to break through 7 again. But the reason why I did this is because obviously we saw exactly what happened earlier in the price action, that 7 level. A lot of shorts were stepping up, and even when the buyers won momentarily, moving it up to 7.25, what ended up happening was we had another flush down, making a new low. So that's my thinking here. I see some good size coming in on the ask here on the book, but it'll have to hold up against these buyers who, for the moment at least, are they're really going for it here and trying to create newer highs on the day. Luca, what's the IF2? We're going lower.
Yeah, no, I'm out of this trade. So officially stopped out. That was probably one of my longer trades. I just want to, yeah. So what is that? 130. I got in this at 9:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30. 4-hour trade intraday. That's a pretty, like, I lost, but I'm not upset. That's that's actually pretty impressive for myself.
Yeah, 4 hours? I couldn't do it.
4 hours.
I couldn't do that.
And that's not my longest trade. I think I had a trade where I actually held it all day, but that was one. This is probably my second longest trade that I've ever taken. And man, this is a loss that I'm okay with. I'm actually okay with that loss. That's pretty funny, actually, for myself as a scalper, right? So that's why, well, I already told you that was a kind of different thing there. Actually, somebody's saying wheat stocks are an amazing short. I haven't looked at Tilray. I know people were mentioning Tilray. I haven't been looking at those either, yeah. It's the only thing is when you see a chart like this is not something that I want to be involved in. It's just, I mean, what, 313 to like 308. It's kind of nothing really special is happening right now. I like them when they get extended and you play the mean reversion when they kind of go like $1, $2, and then you're going for like the dollar move. This is it's thick, right? For anybody wondering, look at this, right? Tilray on NASDAQ. Look at the book here. It's like super thick. Lots of shares, so it's, yeah, I don't really expect it to do anything, but if it keeps going up, there's lots of trade opportunities. So I noticed my board is flat. I'm not in a trade anymore. Stopped out of SMMT. Tried to hold. It just didn't work. We're now back in the range. So because we are now back below 450, we didn't hold above 450. It's a dead trade. So yeah, this is a flat trade. I was trying to hold for 5. I'm going to remove the rest of my orders there. And yeah, no more trade. I tried. It just didn't work. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Not really too upset. This 7 level, man, is a battle on VKTX right now. This is a battle, man. Like, I think, why is 7 holding so cleanly?
Look, I don't know why it's happening, but it's clear that it was happening, and I was watching it all through this area here, okay? And I was involved in it, so I was obviously watching it, and we had breaks to the high side. It would break 2-3 pennies. It went as high as a quarter, but it really can't seem to be able to stay up there, and that's what kind of initiated me to get into that short. It's not going exactly my way. It's not bad or anything. It's still not breaking through 7, but I'd like it to be below 688. Where I got short. Obviously, you want to be in the money on all your positions, but I'm having a look at Tesla here at the same time, and I'm wondering if this would be a nice VWAP retracement area. Maybe we can get like a couple of bucks on this. It looks like we topped out at that 154, couldn't quite make it through that 154 area in this last little move up here. Now we're at 152.70-ish, and VWAP on this guy is 150.60, so possible $2 move down there. Don't know exactly how I feel about this move. I mean, it's now up on the day. Tesla, that is, up 1.5% after being down decidedly. It's going to probably be the only big capper, a mega cap, sorry, of the 6 that's green. Yes, it's the only one. The rest are all red. So Tesla obviously relatively strong. That makes me concerned a little bit taking it short, but looks like the short is printing now off that 153 break, getting as low as, I believe, a 152.30. So we'll see what that one does now. VKTX coming back into my entry price at 688. Let's see if we can flush down. Now, recall that this one didn't give me time to take profit, so I won't be scalping on this one. I've got my my resting profit taker to take the full position out. So a bit of a riskier move, obviously, because you're not scalping and taking profits on the way, but I'm kind of reacting to how it's moving, how the price action is moving on this one. So hopefully that doesn't bite me in the rear end, and I ended up getting stopped. If it makes its way down to because my resting order is at 671, for example, it makes its way down to 674, then pops up through 7. That will really frustrate me. Anyway, continuing to consolidate and fight below that $7 level. I expect a break to the high side at some point, just hopefully not by that much so that I don't get stopped out. But like Luca said, this $7 level it's really interesting to watch. between buyers and sellers here, Luca.
Yeah, man, definitely a battle there. I was actually gonna make a joke, but I'm like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't say this.
Go for it.
No, I was gonna say like, so like there, inverse Luca, and I was like, okay, guys, I'm gonna go short. Take your bets. We'll see what happens.
Here we go.
You
Yeah,
know?
exactly.
But I'm like, no, that's just too silly. Tesla is actually fading
good.
back to the downside
Looks good,
now.
man, yeah.
It's unfortunate that I was kind of early on that one, and then I just kind of gave up. But even now, man, the trend is your friend. Somebody said it best. The trend is your friend. Even now, break of trend, at any moment, we could probably run back up, run 154s again, and then go back down. I don't know what to think with this one, man. Maybe I missed the opportunity. Maybe I should have continued to add into the short and just, held the big loser and then go down. I'm just thinking, what could have been. But yeah, sometimes good, sometimes not so good.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe you know what.
yeah.
I love Gattuso, man. Gattuso
what a
was a
legend,
champ.
what a
I love
legend,
that
man.
guy, man.
Yeah.
He was a killer on the pitch, though, man. You would not want to get that guy mad.
Oh,
he was
I
a
know.
ball winner, and
Yeah.
he was like the soccer version of an enforcer.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean?
He was
Gennaro Gattuso.
Something to watch. If you guys don't know, look him up.
Yeah.
Google him. He's got a lot of interesting highlights there. And Luca, I love that. Somebody's like, Luca, it's Tesla. Yeah, man.
Who is this? Kazi Manuki. Okay, yeah, it's a running gag on the show. Everybody knows what's going on there. Guys, I just want to update you quick on SLNO. That now, look at this. Does this look like a head and shoulders pattern? I know you're not all about the patterns and stuff like that. I get it.
Well,
I don't mean to put you on the spot. But does this look like kind of like a head and shoulders pattern where the break here of the short would be, the break of this area, which just happens to be $2 break right here?
It's, I don't discredit patterns. That's a head and shoulders if I ever seen one.
If I ever seen one, okay, good.
The thing is it's showing you, patterns are better on longer time frames.
I agree.
Right, I think so.
No question about that.
But yeah, man, sometimes they set up, and look at that break, right? If you want to kind of, map, the kind of neckline, break of the neckline. The only thing is, like, as a day trader, the main thing is you want to actually capture some of the move. Like, you don't know if it's going to break to it and then go all the way down. So for me, it's kind of like if I'm like mean reverting, I'm just like, maybe taking my shot over here or something like that. But yeah, man, this is definitely confirmation. Shorts are good on this one.
Looks
definitely
great.
going to get that VWAP test. Extra exciting, 130 all the way to 230. Now retracing what looks like 50% of the move. I mean, that's a great opportunity on both sides. And I think you had trades on it too, right?
Yeah, on SL.
Yeah, you had great-
No, I didn't. I didn't take a trade on this one.
Oh, okay.
This is the one that Neil was like, "How come you didn't take a trade on this?" I'm just calling it out. I couldn't get in. I didn't have the area to get in. In
the
hindsight,
fight for
now
price continues. Yeah.
Yeah, in hindsight, I see a couple of areas where I could have gotten. I didn't see them at the time, so sucks to be me. But this one looking like it's gonna, like Luca said, that mean reversion 166 area, where it just happens to be a VWAP, VKTX. Now basically at $7 door, a lot of size stepping in there, relatively speaking, of course, coming in at that 7. It could break, guys. It looks like it will. It looks like it's gonna be a flat top breakout here. I just can't get myself to hit the flatten button in case it does flush down and that 7 doesn't break. It hasn't broken once this entire time. Meaning this area here. Obviously, it broke through it here. Now, this is the reason why we shorted it, because we saw it kept rejecting off that 7. Anyway, it looks like anything can happen here. I've given it a couple pennies. I'll stop watching it so that I don't make a haphazard decision there. Moving back to Tesla now, fighting for that 152 break. There we go. Now, are we seeing below 152? No, just holding 152 barely. There we go. There's the break now. It's headed to the sell side. Looks like it's headed to that 200 period moving average. Could we see a 150-50 though, nearer to VWAP? So this one retracing nicely. Tesla giving you opportunities to get in after that big move up. This one, though, careful though, relatively strong. Stronger than the market, definitely, and stronger than the other 5 big cap names.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, guys, CEI is now actually failing. I think I had the right idea with the stop level there. And somebody in the chat was like, Luca sells and it's pumping, but no, man, that's like the level there. Like, guys, like, play off these levels. It's showing you, again, it's gives a little, like, kind of stops people out, then it pops. But it should have been higher anyways. I shouldn't have been in that trade, so it's whatever. It is what it is. And yeah, Amazon too. Nice move back to the upside. It almost hit 86, not 186. Imagine 186. Yeah, man. It's I had the kind of idea, and then I sort of didn't. I should have taken the long. I don't even know why I didn't get that long. But for anybody that was watching, that 15 area was holding for so long, then finally giving you the break to the upside. But here we are now back down, right? So who knows, man? I don't know if you have this kind of flat bottom break ideology where the longer that it takes to break down, the better the flat bottom break.
Yeah. The more time spent at a price, the more relevant it becomes. No question about that. At least from my perspective.
So yeah, here we are now going back to that 85. I still don't think 85 is going to break today, but yeah, anything's possible for sure. And I wanted to comment on some things in the chat because there was a couple good points. Maybe a couple people missed them. I think it was M Trades. You said, I have lowered my default size to a quarter. If it wasn't for that, I would have been negative on the month. And here's what I want. That's great, man. You know yourself best. Obviously, find little things that you can do that help you out along the way. For myself, I'm going really hard. I like these trades. I'm pretty hard on the Amazon long. That one, fortunately enough, worked for me to the upside. Going back to Tesla, it's like, I'm frustrated that it's not working, but as I'm losing, I'm like lowering my size, because I'm like, Luca, you're losing. It's a sign, like size down. So I've learned my lessons, sizing down. So it's like the frustration of just being wrong over and over and over again. That's why I'm just like, oh man. But yeah, no, I definitely can't complain with how I'm managing this day. So kind of a good lesson is, guys, if you know yourself best, put these little things in check so that you don't, turn a good day into like a terrible day or a good month into a terrible month. Do what you can do. That's kind of what I would say over there. And then Trade the Market was saying, how you guys prepare. Oh, there's a question. How do you guys prepare in the weekend for the market ahead?
Well, that's a good
so I think it's a great idea to, understand the macro environment, what's going to come out. Is it going to be a bigger week? Is there going to be CPI numbers that drop? Is there going to be a Fed rate decision?
Absolutely.
Are earnings coming around? So just kind of getting the understanding of, okay, what are the big market movers if you're looking at large caps of the week, and what are the potentials for those? And then you look at key levels. So for example, everybody knows 150 is a huge psychological level on Tesla. So coming into today, a lot of traders already know that. They're already prepared. They already know this level, this 150 level. They're going to have trades around it. They're going to have longs. They're going to have shorts. It's an inflection point. Look at the volume that went off. Tesla now at almost 100 million shares traded. So just being aware of like what is going to be in play, what are the potential risks to know that could come around. That's kind of how I prepare. I just kind of freshen my mind, and I do think what people discredit is, getting rest. You need to be well rested as a day trader because we compete with the best, man, over here. We're competing. There's a lot of action. There's a lot of people trading. There's a lot of people smarter than you. So don't think that you're going to know things and just make money. So I think, like rest, hit the gym, do whatever you need to do to relax. That's the main thing. That's kind of how I prepare. Everybody does a little bit different, I would say, but a lot of people, give or take, do something along the lines probably of what I just said there. So yeah, man, that's what I would say there. But it's a great question, man. Keep them questions coming. I'll do my best to answer them along the way. And one more thing I'll add is if you guys are frustrated or tilted, I can't remember who said it, but take a walk. Take a break, do a lap.
Oh, yeah.
You're gonna, if you're tilted, you're just gonna give back more money, and there's no point, right? So for myself, I'm already kind of like aware of my weaknesses, right? So I'm just like, okay, size down. So now like the losses are like so small, and it's like whatever, and I'll thank myself, right? At the end of the day, when I do my kind of evaluation of the day, what went right, what went wrong, I'll be like, man, thank God. Like I was shorting here, and then thank God it was like size down. This loss is nothing, right? This loss is nothing. And then I look back and I'm like, missed opportunity. It was so close. I was so close to being right. But who cares, right? It's not about being right. It's just about taking good trades, having that good risk to return. Amazon, another great name on the day, great opportunity through 86 to the downside, holding that 85 level. 85 is an inflection point. If we get closer to that level, have your decisions ready, right? Prepare ahead of the levels. Understand the level, prepare ahead of when it gets there, and then when it gets there, you're prepared, follow the plan, and live with the results, right? That's all you can do. Follow the plan, live with the results, move on, find the next trade, and go from there. That's what you can do as a trader. Somebody's saying Adderall. Yeah, no, man. I mean, teach their own. For me, I have good focus. I just got to remind myself over and over again, do not over-tilt trade. Yeah, man, it's just, it is what it is. But yeah, no, it's, so yeah, hopefully you guys are,
I feel like Sam
doing well.
Bankman-Fried move right there. Apparently him and his crew were on that and something else too. I don't want to get too much into it, but it alters your perception of risk. So we're tongue-in-cheek here, but telling you don't abuse anything, guys. You guys want to be cognizant. You guys want to be sharp for what you're doing, and you want to be yourselves. Guys, we're creating newer lows on the ES now. 38.47 is the low of the day. Currently, I'm taking that bounce off. I want to say this level here has been interesting on the futures all day. 38.64 is what I have, but I think probably the better levels at between 60 to 65-ish area. We had an initial bounce off that area earlier in the day at around 10 a.m., broke through VWAP, and then you had that rejection of VWAP and then descended down. Then look at this, we tested it again, and then again, and then again. So this area seems to be an interesting area of resistance here, former support. So I'll keep that little trend line there for tomorrow. And then I labeled them now so I know where they come from. Because I used to forget, why did I have this trend line here? We're still waiting for anything to happen on VKTX. Buyers and sellers continuing to battle it out here at 7. I got to tell you, I think that there's a big iceberg order at 7 because, the size reflected on the book is not really what you would expect to see given how much resistance we've encountered around there. So I think that, this short may be good. What I don't see and what I need to see are lower lows here. And I'm not seeing the lower lows yet. I'm just seeing basically touching the 50 period, coming down to $6.92, 93 cents, and then popping back up, and then a fight brews between buyers and sellers at $7 again. And that's not what I want to see. I'm short 688, so this has got to break down. So that's my view of it so far. I feel like it's not ready to break down quite yet, especially with the price action we're seeing. The market continues to print to the lower side. How's big tech reacting? So it looks like Meta is taking a dive south here, especially with respect to all these other big 6 names. None of them are as aggressively downward sloping as Meta. Have a look, this move, that rejection off VWAP 116.25. Now we're printing 115s. It looks like we made low of day on Meta just recently. 114.93 is the low on Meta. Nothing really much happening on Apple. It's kind of sideways here at that 132.5. Amazon close to low of day. 85.03 is the low of day on Amazon. We're printing 22s and 23s now, so 20 pennies off that. And Tesla, yes, Tesla does do that VWAP retracement, so that is a mistrade for me. You don't make any money for calling them out, but there we go. That retraces right back down to that 151. I think it might have a bit more room into that 150, 60-ish area. But yeah, the market continuing to print newer lows, Luca.
Yeah, man, it's, oh, wow, market low. Yeah, I actually didn't even notice that. Breaking down here, 38.50 is kind of interesting. Guys, VKTX is still at 7.
Yeah,
so there's clearly some type of hidden seller here.
That's what I was just saying.
Yeah, and the thing is that it's not really doing a lot of crazy volume.
No.
I'm looking at this, it's
70 million shares though, Luca.
No, I'm saying right now
right
on
now,
the 7 level. Because you guys, somebody asked last time, they're like, oh, volume profile, do you look at where the volume took place on the candle? So the thing is just kind of looking at this, you see the obvious, it just gets to 7, rejects, right? So it's just not filling whoever is sitting at 7 for the short. But I was thinking short, and it's the short is not good. It's just kind of still at that 7. So maybe it's just trying to fill the 7 order. So it touches it, rejects, touches it, rejects again. Yeah, man, I don't know what to think there, but kind of glad that I didn't take a position because it would be getting me nowhere right now. I guess you could, maybe I could justify the short and then kind of stop order above, but I am getting the feeling that 7 is eventually going to break, and then there's a reactionary trade to be had. So that's kind of my thoughts on that one. Trade the Market is saying, there's a question here, so let me read this. When there isn't much news to focus on, do you make trades based on price action or technical analysis? So it depends, right? I have, obviously I have my own playbook. There's multiple kind of things that go into that playbook. So I'll speak towards my own kind of experience. If there's, no kind of headline news coming through and it's just kind of technical-based reaction, I'll use this as an example. If I'm going to short this at 7, this is basically because there's a hidden seller at 7. So it's very obvious. I'll just short it now, and then I'll have a stop 701. And that's just because it's showing that 7, there's some type of hidden seller. There's nothing on the book, right? There's nothing on the, so I have the book right here. 7, it's only showing 6,000 shares. But there's obviously more than 6,000 shares. Maybe it's just hidden, right? So if I short this, it's 701. It's just basically like, what is that? Is that technical analysis? Is it price action? It's just kind of showing that there's a wall there. Yeah. It's a bit of both, so I'll just throw it in there. But because it's just kind of, a one-off trade, you want to make sure that you guys work on, like if you're learning how to trade, just kind of from my experience, you want to work on sizing, relative to how much success you have with that trade. So if I'm shorting here at 7, I'm not taking like A+ size. It's just kind of like, yeah, maybe this works. Maybe I'll try a scalp here, a little bit of size, nothing too crazy. What is the right amount of size? That's for you to determine, right? So you kind of go based on your playbook. So that's what I'll say there. A little bit of technicals, a little bit of price action, kind of some gut feeling.
It's a ridiculous level that's brewing here, though, Luca. It's ridiculous.
It's crazy.
Even prior to the breakthrough, like if you look back at that earlier price action. Yeah, we did get breaks of 7, and there we go. We break through 7 again, but guess what? We're right back down. And that's the thing. And that's what I was just going to say to Luca right now. I'm like, earlier, like around 12:45, yeah, 12:45 till around 1:10, we had the same nonsense brewing on VKTX where we were hovering in and around 7, but I was long at the time. And yes, we did break long, but guess what happened? We flushed right back down. And so this one's not giving you the opportunity, number one, to scalp because it's moving far too aggressively. So you're not going to be able to do unless you have great hotkeys or resting orders. Number two, so what if it breaks through that 7? It breaks through that 7, there's no continuity long. You get that consistent retracement anyway, so that's why I'm short. I'm still out of the money 4 pennies, but I didn't panic at all when it broke 7 there because I've seen it all before, right? Especially on this one. Anyway, I'll let that one continue to do its thing. Quick news coming in here related to the FTX saga and Sam Bankman-Fried. It looks as if they're slapping him with some new charges this time, but this time it is related to illegal campaign donations. So the campaign finance violations detailed in a 14-page indictment are numerous and varied. Prosecutors from the Southern District of New York accused Bankman-Fried of conspiring with others to make and receive illegal campaign donations, hide those donations, misuse corporate donations, and of improperly using a conduit to hide the donations. Campaign finance records show that his hedge fund, Alameda Research, donated $5.24 million in 2020 to the pro-Biden Future Forward USA Fund, whatever that is. So interesting there. There is a political take to it. Obviously, we're not going to get into it, but there is obviously a crypto-related headline here, and that's why we bring you that. Yeah, more development in an otherwise very sad and interesting story there with FTX, Luca.
Yeah, man, for sure, definitely. Yeah. And I'm glad when I see these comments, John Hancock, learning a lot. Yeah. And that's the thing, man. We learn from each other. It's kind of trial and error, trial by fire. You lose, you go through pain, and you get better with time, right? You get better with time. Somebody was like, "I'm taking Luca's liquidity at 701." Yeah, I mean, I didn't take the trade just because this was my worry. Where now it's kind of blowing to the upside. It's interesting. It's like the short is not good, the long is not good. These algos clear out both sides and just kill everybody. So know when to walk away, know when to not trade, know when to walk away. No trade is a trade, kind of. Somebody's saying Elon stepped down from Twitter. Is that
Did he really? I didn't get that.
Is that like
news
right now?
Well, it should be. I mean, because that whole thing.
Could you imagine that was the rally up? Because
Elon Musk pulled no. That's the same thing. That was earlier on. Voters said yes.
Just somebody saying just now stepped down from
Twitter.
Okay,
unless we're not getting it. Maybe Brendo will let us know when that does happen. But I'm not getting anything yet for my side here. What I am getting is really annoyed with this VKTX trade.
Yeah. 7 hours ago.
What's up? Oh, that was 7 hours ago. Yeah, that was the whole poll thing.
Yeah, no, that's
right?
exactly. Yeah. No, that's not like announced.
Yeah, so I've got my out here. I'm not going to disclose where my out is because I'm just feeling whimsical, but I've got an out, so I'm not going to let this go too much against me. It is a half position, so the damage is not that bad, but I'm already like barely red on it from this earlier trade that I had, so don't want to get any more red on it. Let's flip to something else. SLNO continuing to head to the south side. It looks like it dipped below that 50 period, reclaimed it, and now we're going to head it to the south side again. So that one is still up 104% on the day, so careful with how you treat that one. Tesla now has reclaimed VWAP fully. It has made its way down to that 150-60 area, so that is a missed trade if I've ever seen one. It really set itself up nicely for us there. We didn't take advantage, so a lesson to be learned on Tesla now. Almost flat on the day, Luca, up 0.25%, while it was up like 2% earlier.
Yeah, it's you know, I know if you're a real trader, you know this pain, man. You know this pain, like short stopped out, and then we go down. Wow! Oh, come on, man, come on. That's why, you know, it's that's life, man. That's life. There's a great song, actually. You can Google it. It's "That's Life" by Frank Sinatra.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Love that song.
Love that song.
You know, when I'm not doing so well, I just listen to that song.
Oh,
and,
it's awesome.
Life just gets way better.
And I like,
you know?
the way he rhymes in there too,
Yeah,
and he has
yeah.
little sayings that you don't hear anymore. Stuff our parents used to say probably, but anyway, I think Frank's one of the greatest of all time. He's a dope.
Man, great guy. We got a super chat here. I'm going to read it. Leonard Armstrong, Adam Aaron, big announcement coming. Watch AMC $5. Thanks for the heads up there. Yeah, I didn't know there was a potential announcement coming. Not sure when that is going to come through. If it's moving, man, and doing volume, yeah, I'll be all over that for sure. I'll be kind of, you know, reacting to the trades, but not really loving the AMC trade right now. Kind of muted, not really doing much. But, you know, always appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much for that one. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. And, yeah, guys, hit the like button if you are. 2.2K. Always appreciate that, man. Always appreciate that. We've got a great community here. And I'm seeing Cherif, I'm not worried about, even if it goes to 7. Oh, no, you're just quoting him. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, look. Well, guys, look at, am I wrong? Look at the chart. I mean, I wasn't worried, and I wasn't worried for a reason because I seen it all before, and now I'm in the money. And that's why I put my stop far away, because it did it before, and it was so obvious it was going to do it again. I'm not going to wait around for this one. I'll make like the 2 pennies. I'm out of it. Ends up being positive for me. There it goes. It retraces. But that's why I wasn't worried, because it did it before. There was no conviction here from buyers to break through that 7 decisively. Yeah, we get these perfunctory breaks. 7.15 here, 7.25 here. I mean, I know you were trolling me, but I ended up being right. So obviously it's not a great trade, but I just, that $7 level ends up being sticky. I get out of it. SLNO looks a lot better for a short, if I'm telling you the truth. Look at this. Now, this is the big leg down, and then you have, you know, a 3 or 6, sorry, this is a 3-minute chart. So this is a 9-minute retracement here, a few green candles, and then you have that continuation downwards. If you're waiting for confirmation, maybe wait for that 175 break. That's as low as we got last time. If you want to front run it, which is probably what I would have done here, if there wasn't 5 minutes left on the show, I would have taken it probably around right here. Maybe profit taking around that 166 at VWAP, and then maybe holding it to the better price action of 150. We do have a lot of volume going through that 150 area, so I think that's the better level. There we go. Breaks right through that 175. This one's setting up very nicely for a short SLNO. If you can secure shorts for that, I'm not sure what the situation is on that one, Luca. But it looks like we got like 4 minutes to go on the show. Is AMC doing anything of note?
No, it's not. Yeah, not really doing much.
No.
Yeah, man, 4 minutes to go. Had a great time. Trying to scan through the comments because I feel like I missed a few of them today. And sometimes I'm, sometimes I'm pretty good with it. But yeah, sometimes I kind of miss stuff, and I'm like, oh man, I don't want to. Like this one, Luca, aka Kenny Rogers, the Gambler. I love that song, man. It's on my playlist. I listen to it at least once a day, and that's wisdom right there. That's wisdom in that song. And somebody's saying, feel for you, Luca. I think you're probably talking about when I was kind of, complaining about my own stuff. Yeah, man, sometimes I'm going to complain from time to time, but that's air your frustration. I'm definitely the person that doesn't keep my emotions inside. I just display them.
Likewise.
Yeah, you gotta display your emotions and, just be honest. And yeah, the truth hurts. The truth hurts, and that's trading. It'll bring out the truth. If you're losing, like, it's the most instant form of either gratification or pain, right?
You know if you're wrong immediately,
exactly,
or if you're right immediately. Very few other jobs offer that kind of instantaneous right or wrong.
Yeah, like what other job offers that, right? So
I don't know off the top of my head.
That's why, guys, the one thing I'll leave you with here is, we got like 2-3 minutes, but the one thing I'll say is, do not identify with your P&L. That is a bad way to approach this game because your P&L is going to go up, you're going to feel good. Your P&L is going to go down, you're going to feel bad. That's not a good way to live life. It's not a healthy way to live life. So find something else to identify with. And an OG trader from back in the day was giving me a couple, words of wisdom. And the one thing that a lot of traders will probably agree with is, look, did you follow the plan? Did you do everything that you could have done? If so, it's a great day. So you might lose, you might win, but as long as you did everything within the plan, within the confines of your playbook, and let it just come to fruition. It either works or it doesn't, or else, yeah, man, it's gonna be a tough life for you. And I even read stories about people who are like, oh, I quit trading, I'm ahead, but I'm done with this because it's too stressful. So yeah, even when you win in trading, you might just want to quit.
Yeah.
And I mean, those are the rare cases, I would say.
I know.
Because if you're winning, you're doing something right. But then that's the honesty. Somebody was like, I'm done with this, and I think their P&L was like 400K. So they made 400K like over the course of whatever.
And they walked away.
And they walked away. They're like, I'm done with this. I'm done with this trading. I can't handle it. It's too stressful. Don't day trade. And I just started laughing. I was like, oh man, yeah.
You make 400K. That's good money. You can start swinging that. You can put that into long term. That's a lot of money to invest there. So
everybody's different. Yeah. Everybody's different. So just make sure you guys are kind of building good habits and doing all you can do. And that's all you can do.
Yeah. Let's just recap real quick, guys. We are
SLNA.
at low of days at 38.42 on the ES, so this should be an interesting afternoon going in and seeing what these big caps are going to do. You'll be guided in that regard by Shawn and Neil and Brendo, who will take you through the closing show. Yeah, I don't have much else to look at. We've traded 4 stocks for you today. We're 3 for 4. Negative on VKTX, positive on Microsoft and Tesla, and very positive on MM. You'll remember that one from earlier today. That was let's scalp a penny out at every level type trade with big size. So hope Luca and I entertained you today. He had a bunch of stuff on. I had a bunch of stuff on, and I think the guys at the afternoon show will probably have a bunch of stuff on too.
Oh, without a doubt, man, without a doubt. Anyways, always a pleasure, guys. Enjoy the rest of the show.
You always leave me hanging. He leaves me hanging every time.
I'm literally like
and the
wrapping
chat
it
lights
up,
up
and then I'm like, okay, guys, always a pleasure. Take care.
I got you.
And yeah, see you guys tomorrow.
All right, Brendo.
Hey guys, welcome in. Yeah, 2 o'clock. That means a couple hours left on a Monday here. That's turning into a pretty ugly afternoon once again. Coming off, if you remember, 3 straight to end last week. We had all 3 U.S. markets in the red for the 2nd straight week in a row on Friday. So we're adding to those numbers today. Here's what futures are doing right now for you, get you up to date here as we head into, as I said, the final 2 hours. 0.92 there for the S&P, 0.5% for the Dow, 1.3 currently for the NASDAQ. It's been leading the way to the downside all day